Last weekend, the World Poker Tour minted two millionaires in Zach Van Kuren and Chase Bricker on two final tables for the ages. This weekend, the WPT will sign four more seven-figure checks as the World Championship reaches its exciting conclusion here at Wynn Las Vegas. I'm David Labin alongside Jamie Kerstetter. $10,000 was ponied up by 2,392 players, one stack of high society that the 16 who remain have parlayed into a minimum return of $176,000. Today we play down to the final six, and the theme, Jamie, is going to be ladder jumps, I think.
Maybe, except some of these guys are just seasoned pros and tend to go for the win. They can't seem to help themselves. Like, you think Moorman's going to try to ladder? I don't know.
Ladders be damned. As we take a look at the outer table, that's Brian Yoon, top of the chip counts out there, with Christian Robertson not too far behind. Ryan Yu, well, gosh, they're all very close together. Down the bottom, we see there Mikhailo Lendl, just 14 big blinds. He is the short stack. And, well, actually the theme here is no short stacks, really. Everyone's got sort of 30 bigs or more.
Yeah, it seems like people were really playing hard yesterday. No one's just trying to, blind into more money.
Well, we'll take a closer look at those guys later on. We will be stopping in with them from time to time as well. But the feature table, well, star of the show, of course, Chris Moorman up top there with 30 million. He managed to sort of burst the bubble of the day last night, eliminating Glenn Keogh in 17th position. His jacks getting 3 streets of value against the King 10 of Keogh on that 10 high board. That was the last hand we left you with last night. He is going to be the star of this day, right, Jamie?
It's incredible. Just trying to go back to back is really crazy. The fields are huge.
Yeah, insane stuff here. Fan favourite for me, at least, Jonathan Willis, Jonty, 77 big blinds, 20 million. He ran it up yesterday. He was quite short in the early going. I know he played kings, by his own admission, a little bit funkily. Managed to dodge the ace king, get the queens in. The ace would have come. Ended up getting almost a triple up from that hand.
Wow.
And then, by his own admission, sort of played a lot of hands and just ran it up to 20 million very, very quickly.
And look at this. Look at all the different flags. World Poker Tour. Store's checking out.
Exactly, yeah. Fabian Gums, 59 big blinds. He is a seasoned pro and has actually had a decent amount of results here on the World Poker Tour. He won the Prime event in Slovakia this year, back in April for 117k, but he's guaranteed more than that already.
The first look at these cards when you see a face card is, good morning.
Gotta love AJ Kelso on the Eagles green right there. Okay. Pulled off just a massive bluff yesterday. That guy just doesn't care. It's crazy. I think they said his first recorded cash was 2001 or something, so he's a seasoned pro at this point.
Yeah, one of the lovely things about him as well is he chats it up. Whether he's bluffing or he has it, he just sort of doesn't mind engaging.
Seems very comfortable doing it too.
The waitress will never come here, I guess, right?
No, they do.
They do, right?
Definitely do. If you actually ask the floor, they'll track them down.
Cocktails.
Starts out with a fold to the small blind. Fabian limps for 250. The ace 10 offsuit.
Amazing check.
Interesting decision from Fabian right out of the gate here to limp this ace 10. Playing roughly 37 effective here.
9-7 deuce rainbow. A whiff for both players. The man who took both of us out in the big blind. You recognize that face? Stone Cold Killer? Are you still hurting?
PTSD,
yeah.
He played very, very well. He did take us both out by the roots, didn't he?
And Matt Berkey. he got all the Americans out. Oh, sorry. Forgot where you're from. Throws out about a 375K.
At least you didn't say English.
The elevators, the food's open until 7 a.m. But they had not the best food, but pizza. Yeah. But it was like patty melt sliders.
Can you see your
my
100K
chips, my chips are somewhere in there, yeah.
I think he might have put them in as his small blind.
9 of diamonds pairs the turn, puts 2 diamonds out there.
To the ball area a little bit. I haven't left. I literally got a cab from the airport here, and that's the court, and that's it. I've not been to a single other casino.
Plenty of intensity here for this limped pot.
Sure.
First up.
You got me beat by like
Every
you got
pot
me
being
beat by
taken
like
very
3
seriously
minutes
by these
of- 3
guys.
minutes of
Yeah, it's
being
almost like
outside.
they're playing for $3 million.
I've spent maybe spent half an hour or 40 minutes.
Gonna keep firing here, Ansi.
Do you think this second barrel's going to work?
Sideways to Earth Cafe one day. Really pushed it there.
Really, yeah, you were like a
I
brunch.
don't actually.
But it was Earth Cafe. It's still the same building.
Fabian with that 10 is blocking some obvious draws.
But I've gone out to the
May
smoking area and, like, you could
lead
just
him
jump
to
over the
ultimately
player.
make this fold, but I think he
That'd be the play.
is a little under-repped
Sure,
with the big
limp
ace pre.
Yep.
Probably needs to test his man out one more time, but it's close. And it looks like he's shaping for a fold here.
Chicken tenders beer.
Yeah.
What bossy.
This is how he does it. This is how he robs us. And then when we finally fight back, Jamie,
He has
you and I,
aces.
he
I
had
was
2 pair. or
Very
aces.
sad. Yep.
The English.
Get a look there at Chris Moorman. What an impressive character he is. If ever there was a human being optimised for big field poker tournaments, it's Chris Moorman, the man from Benfleet, Essex. Has proven time and time again, online and live, he is such a beast. And maybe, just maybe, one of the game's greats. Like, he doesn't really battle in the high roller circuit, but my God, does he crush the circuit just below that, the sort of 5K, 10K stuff, and obviously online, not too many people with a better resume.
There's something to be said for that too. Just stay in your comfort zone. If you're mashing 5Ks and 10Ks, like what's the pressure to move up to 100Ks? If you could beat 1,000-player fields, like multi-1,000-player fields, like he does, I mean, there's something to that. Some people are really good at the live poker part of like reading, you know, average regs, I guess, and rec players. We've seen it Helmuth when people say, "How does Helmuth win?"
Yeah.
And you know, he knows the players he could beat. He plays those fields well.
Django's here for Scott.
Scott Stewart, also a fan favorite, just a super fun guy to play with. Another one too, who doesn't really play super high rollers or anything like that, but he crushes like mid stakes poker.
Are we playing bluffs today?
He played
Dude,
superbly
always up to
well
you.
yesterday and the day
Like yesterday.
before.
You guys decide if we play with bluffs or without bluffs.
I chose violence.
Very
yesterday.
assured lines.
You chose violence? I watched the stream
AJ
yesterday.
Kelsall getting a little bit short.
We played,
16 bigs.
like,
Dude, I just had shit or kings.
like very, very, very first time we just like already, you know, like decided the whole day is gonna be like a chicken. Always a passive.
Bro, I literally
Yeah,
had
I'm
like
so
9
impressed by
offers.
players
I
like
had
Chris,
kings
who
and, like,
I
I
think
kings
are
5
just
times
so
and, like,
good
9-3
and so
or-
attuned to how you
Really
beat
bad
the
yesterday.
weak players on the day 1 and day 2 of these big field events, and then when the field thickens a little bit, understanding
I
maybe
got
the
bluffed
mid-stakes
against you.
pros who are sweating the jumps a bit more, leaning on them. We saw him switch gears in a big way last night with his pre-flop opening range more than anything else. He was starting to open up that part of his game, but actually when a lot of
I
chips
can
started
take
getting
aggressive
shoveled
on
in
it,
on
yeah,
turns and
as
rivers,
well.
he had it. And I think he understands that maybe people's perception of him is that he's going to go ballistic in a situation like that, where actually he's not really.
He's not.
Just
He
going to be very
plays a lot of
balanced.
hands because he's going to play perfectly post flop.
Yeah.
So he gets to open a lot more. Definitely puts pressure on the players that are sweating the jumps. I've been at tables with him before where I was that player.
Jonty in the mix now. Lucky Santa hat. Adorned that head for a few days now.
I asked a mutual
That's
friend of
easy
ours,
to
I was like,
plan.
did Jonty go out last night? Because that's what he's known for. He's a super fun person who doesn't take this all too seriously. He said,
Very
no, I
true.
saw him heading to bed. And I was like, wow.
Well, that person lied to you because I
Hey,
saw him
John,
in the bar.
No, you
I
didn't.
saw him in the bar 2 hours after the end of play.
I didn't hear the first
So
Like, I just talked to a
Oh,
buddy this
that's
morning
great.
and he was
He
like,
probably
I
headed.
hope it
He,
wasn't one of his backers.
he headed to bed, put his Santa hat away, and went out
The day
drinking.
before, I got
Yeah,
9s and ace 10.
In
zipper.
fact,
And when we
maybe
got on
I
stream,
should
I
be
don't know, it was
revealing
like
this,
10 out of the
but
first
I'm
15
going to
hands
anyway.
were all, like, horrible
In
hands,
the
yeah.
lobby bar here at the Win,
I don't even get any fun
Chris
ones yesterday. No,
Moorman
it's fine
and
to do,
Jonty
and
were
it's
there
fine
with Jack Hardcastle and a few of the
I got
English
1 king
guys.
succeeded.
And Chris
That's
was
for me
trying to
playing
get
well,
drinks
and
into
your rate might have been 13
Jonty,
out of 15.
screaming at him, I play better
If I, like,
hungover
got a
than
little
you.
deeper, correct.
And I didn't. I decided not to take violence against Makita, which I think is probably a smart decision.
The whole
look,
thing,
where's
like if you
Makita
put
now?
most of your poker hours in with a hangover, it's like studying for the test under the same conditions you're going to take the test.
He tried to fight Sarah Moorman.
He did. Shouldn't have been in the game, if you ask me.
Scott opening up 10-8 suited under the gun 1. Fabian lets 6s go on the hijack.
So funny that the aura he carries, though. Do you know what I mean?
Huh?
The aura that he carries, like everyone's like, "Fuck, don't want to fuck with you."
Yeah, but like, imagine, like, you know, if he's just like a shy little boy inside, and like everyone putting.
Nice looking
Yeah,
hand to
that's
defend.
true.
Jack 8
He's
suited
a
in the
bit
big
like that,
blind
though,
for
isn't
San.
He's actually lovely.
Okay.
Makes the call.
You just have to get to know him.
Yeah.
Like a little bit cold, and you don't know him. But this is just like the Eastern
King 4 deuce,
European
2 diamonds.
mentality.
Nothing there for either player. Backdoor spades for San.
Because I used to look up the party-sponsored pros, and he was one of them.
Yeah.
So I did.
Scott, the early position
that.
raiser,
Well, like we
easier to
spoke, like,
represent the king.
events. It was always about work. Can you tweet us?
Yeah, and if this was maybe a Jack 10 of spades, San to this small sizing would be compelled to stick around. That would be part of the minimum defense frequency. But the Jack 8 suited, just the backdoor flush draw, nothing else. I think probably going to release here.
And San is sporting the lodge patch. He won a golden passport at the lodge.
Nice.
Made the trip out here, made the money, pulled one of the 10K seats. So he's here on like a total free roll, locking up about 200K. Incredible story.
Oh, and look, a huge credit to you, Jamie, and your team at Club WPT Gold. You've sort of made dreams come true this past week or so. A lot of players showing up here for their first ever poker tournaments. Hopefully they'll play some more as well. And yeah, a lot of people, because of the lovely structure you created with lots of cashers, about 1/3 of the field cashing, left with money in their pockets.
We wanted people to have a good first experience. This was their first foray into poker, and cashing a tournament is a lot more fun than going home empty-handed. So, but yeah, usually I just make people's dreams come true by losing my chips to them. So this was a different experience.
Crystal, my goal is for you to not stand up every single hand. Yeah.
We'll
Too short and the table's too big.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
Do you think everyone noticed when the
Moorman,
payment bubble?
I think we'll get involved here with a connector on the button. Again, remember, he's got the chip lead. He can apply the ICM pressure on others. We're actually going to take a quick look out onto the outer tables here. I think Rob Sherwood is involved. Oh, and it's a bad situation here. Ace-Jack against aces. Looks like a double up for Shorty now.
Anything that gives even one out at this
He's
point.
taking
on
a lump
that-
out of
on that
Rob.
Free flop is an action turn.
At this point in the tournament,
Lendl has got the double.
3.4.
6%.
Too close to like the same hand as Bobby.
Yeah.
And Sherwood did come in with one of the bigger stacks here, so that will be a dent
Yeah, 19th.
versus the Shorty, though you can imagine how Ace-Jack does find itself into the middle there. It's just a bit of a cold one. So we get back to the action here with Chris.
Looks like it was a raise by Chris and a defend by San in the small blind with King Queen suited.
Yeah, not an unreasonable
Whole-
hand to
whole
jam from
tournament,
San. It's got to be
everybody's
said.
been
King
using
Queen
their
suited
time
out
bets,
of
you know,
the
for the
small,
pay
but
bump.
he's gone
Right?
for
You guys have
flat.
seen it, right? Like
He
every,
has flopped
all
very
the
well.
time, right? Then I did it yesterday, and they came up and said,
Chris
you can't do
very
that anymore,
wary
like, they were
here
chopping
of
spots or whatever.
how
Like,
maybe
what have you been doing?
Why are you still sitting here?
compacted
Why are you still sitting
San's
here?
range will be
Qualified.
around that sort of Broadway stuff. King
Sure.
X being
Okay,
very,
hey,
very big
I used to
part
get my time
of the
eggs
flatting
back
range.
already.
But
I
he's
used
going to
six
take
of them.
a delayed
They told me,
stab here.
like, I wasn't going to get anything after everyone's been doing it the
Yeah,
whole
Chris
tournament.
not trying to show down the
It's still
7
gonna
high, and
disqualify
maybe
you.
you
You would've
get
thought
the
you signed a
queen
contract,
jacks
I'm
and
pretty
stuff
sure.
like that to fold on this
Would I
turn
got my
bet.
entry back or not?
King,
Just,
queen
like,
very
minus
strong here, though.
10K?
Minus 10.
Minus 10, yeah. If they disqualify you now, you don't get like your min payout, which is Zippo.
By the way,
I think
what
once
happened
the
to,
call comes
the
in here,
vulnerable
Chris
case
is going to
in the
range
Bahamas?
San as
Anybody
having
knows?
pocket pairs and maybe some King Jack, King Queen type stuff. Maybe
I know Reddit just
Did he
briefly
get
9-10 suited at a push, but probably discounting
No,
that
no.
a
Came
fair
like
amount.
6.
Glad.
They said if
He
you
actually
can't
comes with
wear-
the raise in the
I
end.
don't know. I don't know.
Type
She says, I want this hand to be over with.
If he wore it anymore, he'd be
And it
disqualified.
works.
Yeah.
What do you think of that, Jamie? Because it is interesting to go for a raise in that spot there when obviously Chris could have some fives. You really can't. Maybe ace 5 suited the only one. Obviously, you can target some worse kings for value there, maybe even a 9x for value. But it's maybe better to let Chris
I would like
bluff
to
at that
let
one.
Chris bluff a little more. I understand where San's coming from. Like pay jumps are very large, and you kind of just want to end the hand against such a good player who's playing against you in position. But yeah, I agree with you that it's a spot where you kind of only get called by better, and you get the worst hands to fold.
I'll take a water when you come back too, please.
You went to bed after me. So a little stop out.
I was a little sad when we panned over to the side table that there was no giant dog back there. Jeremy's dog was nowhere to be seen. Did you see that thing yesterday?
Gorgeous.
Unbelievable.
Gorgeous dog.
And look, if you bring your dog and you run this deep, you can't start leaving your dog at home. It's just not smart.
True. In fact, I think I remember, and sad to say, I think the same dog has passed away since, but Chris Moorman did bring his dog to the final table
London.
last year. London, that's right.
Yeah.
800.
Battle of the blinds now. Oh, and we have a couple of
Nice
very
hands.
playable hands. Yeah, Andre going north for 800k, and Scott with the pocket sevens here. Effective 28,
26.
29 bigs.
Yeah.
Could he just send it?
I wouldn't mind it. Put all the pressure on Andrea.
8 million.
Yeah, let's go. This is interesting. I think King 9 suited's too light
Did
to
you put
call
the wrong
off, but
chips?
that's probably why this is so
No, 8
good.
million.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a race. Black, red, Christmas.
And these hands like 7, 8s and 9s really do like to
That's
deny
convincing
equity
stuff.
here.
Sure.
There will be a lot of Broadway stuff to
chips,
overcard
8 chips, yeah.
hands.
Yeah, those like medium pocket pairs hold their most value pre-flop.
Yeah.
You don't mind taking a flip if that's how you end up, but it's very hard to play post-flop if you don't hit a set.
You did?
And just
Why?
putting so much ICM
Okay.
pressure when you're the
German
big stack is
efficiency.
amazing.
Hell.
I'm just,
You
you
used
know, want to
one.
make sure.
Did I?
Police officer.
Yeah, I know.
Ah,
Do the
did you
time
not?
bank, please.
Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. I
Yeah,
have
I mean,
Kyle. I mean, you,
No,
if you
because
guys
like
want to
it's
give me
just
one.
all the time with me, you know?
Maybe maybe they don't like
I want to
you.
make sure it's like, everyone gets treated the same way,
Us Americans.
Germans, Americans, whoever you are.
The long-standing feuders, though.
We got Slovenia. We got. Where are you from? Italy. Italy. You?
Cambodia.
Cambodia. We are world class
Cambodia.
here.
Colours of Bennett on here.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I'm going in February
cool.
for the WPT.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hansi.
This
When
could
is
be
that?
Queens.
danger
Mid-February.
here. I
Mid.
wonder if Chris comes with flat rather than
Mid-Jan,
3-bet.
Oh, if it's the end, I'd
Looks like
Like
he
the
did.
prime starts.
Yeah, that's one way to avoid
Big one.
a situation where you 3-bet and then you really hate when you get played back at.
you play
Tens
back
really
with it?
shrivel up quickly.
would you have to
So
somehow
yeah,
get
nice
this-
flat.
Yeah,
Maybe
particularly
ask
against
him,
this
he might
effective 40 big blind stack, it,
Yeah.
it gets very messy. I
Are
like
you
this
allowed
flat
to
from
play
Chris.
in
Especially
Cambodia?
facing under the gun one.
You are?
It gets a lot dicier if
Usually
it was
only
later
the
positions. I think you
foreign
just play your
people
tens
only.
for
So
value,
you
but
cannot play.
here it's you don't really want to open the door to a
Oh, you have
4-bet.
American passport?
I live here.
Oh, smart guy.
Austin.
Smart guy.
I have to get the lodge.
He moved away from Cambodia, so
There
he
is
can
a
go
spot
there
here
and
where
gamble.
a squeeze could come in from one of the shorter stacks, and
You got
Chris
one
has a
to
hand where
Yeah.
if it falls back to him, he is happy to get it in as well. So
It's
that's
beautiful over
always
there,
nice
isn't it?
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a
Everyone's
close
saying-
spot for Jonty. Against two players, you just let this go for the one big blind.
I love a
Yeah.
fold here. I think it's just so hard to win a meaningful pot. It's very easy to lose a big one.
Yep, nice fold. If it's suited, you just chuck in the one big and you
Sure.
try to make a flush. Yeah. So this is a much smaller pot than you would have seen in like online poker 10 years ago. So it would have been like 19 bet. The game has definitely changed. 6, 5, 4, 2 hearts. Queen's still good.
Yeah, not unreasonable for Ansi to check this texture all the time. Probably not giving Chris a huge amount of 7, 8 here. Maybe some 6s, but even 4s and 5s likely let go. So
Faster, you just
guess-
bluffed me.
firing out small here, hoping to target exactly the kind of hand he has, and obviously deny equity to some hands too.
2 red 7s.
Chris can go nowhere on this particular board though, and could well lose more down the streets. We shall
But
see.
that flop I like. Very good flop. If I could just go back. The flop's always 9-9.
Certainly could imagine either action here from Ansi.
That's what, yeah, I do like it. You like it. I don't like it. That caught me way too far. Yeah. 1.9. 9.
Anzi just knowing exactly where he's at, it feels like.
Yeah, this is really impressive. I think just honing in on exactly that sort of stuff, maybe the 8s, 9s, 10s, understanding as well that he needs to charge draws. Uncomfortable for Chris here. What a fold.
Really nice.
Slovenia's silent.
What a neat and tidy fold there from
Especially
Chris Moorman.
with 2 flush draws on the board and a draw heavy board, you just have to really. He is very good at those like decisive spots where he just goes, okay, like this feels like the inflection point of the hand. If I commit more chips, I may have to make another close call on the river. I'm just gonna keep my chip stack.
All right, guys. Blinds did go up. 150.
I think that's
300K.
something that is really good about having a lot of reps online. Is just making peace with your decisions and not like overthinking them when you just feel like, okay, this is not an easy spot. It's gonna get worse. Just lay it down.
Yeah, 150K here.
Yeah. Low key, very impressive play there from Chris Moorman.
No.
And a good start from Ansi there. Stolen one. Got a little bit of value with queens.
Taking my
Taking your tax.
yeah.
Chipping up here as San
All the big mats, it's a little.
finds a little tempter here. Queen Jack O, hijack.
Good old days of full tilt poker.
You were on Paradise.
Quite close to bottom of range here for the offsuit variety. Is just going to edge pass.
I'm telling you, limit hold.
That's the kind of thing you see these shorter stacks do in these situations. High ICM environment. You want to shave off the very bottom of the range. I think I would have opened that one regardless, as maybe my worst open, but you can understand it.
You know, I have to.
I can't walk you first-handed. Might set a bad precedent.
You know, I have to
Don't wanna
raise
do
because
that.
I cannot
20
win
years.
post club, right?
You can raise.
I love the
You don't wanna
dynamic here
raise?
on this table with
chicken,
Moorman, Jonty and Fabiano.
Scan your license.
You have position.
Picture yourself.
I'm a big
whatever,
whale. You
then your
should
name.
just increase the
Your name
price.
should- Yeah, no,
He's
but
telling
it
the
could be
truth.
lucky all the time. That would solve every problem, but that would
Skill
solve a
game,
lot of
apparently.
the problems.
Yeah, I agree.
Apparently, skill game.
So simple.
Limp
It's been
pot,
done
ace,
for years.
8 deuce, 2 diamonds. 8 for Jonty. Nothing for Fabian. Jonty's gonna lead out.
You agree with that, Chris, or not?
I missed
I'm saying
all of it.
online, it should be when you sign up for a site, no matter what the site is, you have to give them your license, give them a picture of yourself that matches your license, and then your name is just your name. I mean, it doesn't solve everything.
I don't have a driving license. So I wouldn't
gonna
have
get it
that.
done.
Some kind of ID, passport, yeah, whatever.
Post
Whatever.
and stare down.
Your name is your
What
name.
can you sell him
Like, you know,
for
I just
then?
think that's
You're trying to
solve-
make
I
him.
would solve the issue.
Can I make him fold? Beer?
Right.
Okay, so Jamie, before we went on air,
Change your
you
name,
pointed
that kind
out
of stuff, you know, people know
something
it's a
about
risk, like, you know.
Jonty's apparel that might actually be a bit more
Never understood why I wasn't like
strategic
that.
than it would seem.
Yeah, I was like, man,
saw
that's
your
the
hand on the
ugliest
finger
Santa hat I've
there.
ever
It
seen.
was
It's
a
so
good
with
hand.
like the longest
The
Santa
king
hat.
six of hearts.
How many
But
times
he
you had
wraps
that in the
around
last
his
20
neck
times?
and hides his carotid.
I heard this
You
four
sticker.
times.
Well played, sir.
So what you're
I
trying to
didn't
say
know
is
the
if,
guy that I
if
was- that I
Vogelsang
was
was more
playing
with. I
festive
played him on
with
the
his
Yeah,
cover up,
no one would
nobody-
notice.
I didn't know the guy I
Yeah.
was playing us other than just having played with him in this. And a couple of good friends of mine said that they were like good friends with him, and they're like, "I felt bad you did my buddy." I
He's a really nice guy.
think you ended his career.
Yeah.
But he probably didn't sleep that well, I guess.
awkward spot here for Andrew.
Yeah,
Yeah,
13
it was
big
so sick.
blinds.
And you find the
Got a
you find
full
the
table. He's
jam.
under the gun.
Yeah, I was in the one.
I'm a
round,
nit.
AJ
I
was
let
in the
these
two,
go.
and we're just like, watching the pot live was.
I think I would jam 8s.
It's quite a long time to
Um,
be fair on the river as well. He,
Come
didn't,
on,
He
he
burned
gave you,
like 5 times.
yeah, he gave you like a good sweat. Good luck.
But
He's going to take the
He's-
spot.
Going all in.
4 million.
And it's just a sort of hit and hope, isn't it? You just
Yeah.
put the chips out
25
there and
short.
you just hope. You know you're not getting called by anything worse.
It's certainly close, though. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I folded 9s, for instance. But
For sure.
yeah, 7 seems maybe a touch light.
Playing into his mind maybe just a little bit as well. Big blind ante these days. 2 big blinds
I
about
heard
to be
that
taken
help.
out
Oh,
of
yeah.
that stack, and
Does?
you're just thinking, oh, now I'm going to be sort of drifting
Sometimes
into
you
the
use
10
the time
zone.
bank, they change
My
too.
fold equity's not going to
Use
be
the time
great. If
bank
I
and then
can
look
get
back
this one
again.
through, I can maybe get a reshove through in the next door, but still.
Yeah. There's a very specific type of pain in tournament poker when you pass up on a spot that you were like really on the fence about, and then you blind yourself down to having no fold equity. It hurts, and you go back, oh, I should have just jammed the sevens. I wanted to. So he's just not going to let that happen to himself. He's taking this down.
Yeah, no, I was just asking because like we had 15 on the day 2 and then 20 on day 3. Maybe it's 30. Okay.
5 days.
You make day 8, you get a minute.
I want to give a little background to Jonty here. He's from Kendal in the Lake District of England. Studied economics, graduated in 2013. Worked as a dealer in the Gendon Casino in Sheffield. Was an EPT dealer, I remember. I think that's when I first met him.
I need to either get some chips
very,
or I need
very
to go to the
popular
10K
figure,
senior.
it must be said, on the UK poker circuit. As you can tell from all his appearances on these feature tables over the last few days, he's a very happy, fun presence at a poker table. He's had a bit of a breakout year this year.
I have never played
I
the
mentioned a couple of days ago
1KWSOP
on commentary how he
played the
won that
1KWSOP
WPT
senior,
500 in
10K
Kanawaki
seniors,
in
Yeah, it was
Montreal.
like 90,000 or something.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I mean,
But
Are you
as,
happy at
you know,
56?
this
For
sort of
having
really
10K.
pivotal day
Yeah.
as we go from a payout of like 175k up to around 600k by the end, it is important to remember that he's a Man United fan, so he will be used to disappointment.
Who are 40, like buy in for a slightly higher price.
I agree. Like one,
Huh? Like 15k.
like for the ladies event, you get a discount or whatever. Like it should be 1K more for every year. You could buy him for 21K. You're 39, right? You said.
Yeah,
You could buy him for 21K.
Yeah.
Be cool.
Yeah.
I like it.
it's the first year they ever ran that.
Last year they ran it.
How many runners did he get?
He got pretty big.
Andre
It was
raising
like
the king
like,
10
it was almost
offsuit
300.
plus
It
2.
was like in the 2s, yeah.
You know what? You're right. I forget Lowry won it last year.
Yeah.
So blinds went up there just a few moments ago. We had about 15 minutes left on last night's last level, or what we thought would be a last level. It actually ended up being a bish bash bosh last half hour, and we got down to 16 unexpectedly.
Look, what?
So we are going to play those 50 minutes as well as this
Right.
90-minute
What
level.
do you mean,
in
opening
this frame.
ranges?
Yeah. It looked like it was 1 pip too wide.
Too wide?
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you know my hand?
Just
Guess.
you
He's
were
not
happy,
wrong.
You know?
He is actually right, and that's
Good
hilarious.
read.
Very good read.
But it worked.
What is spot in there? Ace queen?
Ace queen?
Yeah.
I don't get this German sarcasm.
I only saw you with ace king yesterday the whole time. Like every hand on screen you had ace king or better.
Why are you crying about your hands? You got lots of good hands.
No, I'm not crying at all.
You had king 6 of clubs.
I'm just asking
King
him.
5. You have king 5 of clubs. That's true. What else did you have?
Come on, you probably won the most important coin flip of your life.
Oh yes, you did. That was a good one.
Yeah, I heard
What are
you
you
screaming.
talking about?
That is true.
I don't even know what
Fabian
you're
hit a
talking
king
about.
on the river, ace
was
king
like-
greater than
I don't
queens
know,
yesterday.
400,000 words.
Put on his Instagram story that was probably a $500,000 river card. Could
were
be
not.
even more.
Yeah, it was.
Sure was.
There was a page on there. It was one of the bubbles. It was the 24-25 one. I was 100% winning.
Anzi on the button with pocket sixes.
We want the fish to have all the chips.
Huh?
We want the fish to have all the chips, no? No, it was against. Who was it? I can't remember who it was.
Ryan? You see the ace?
You would never believe we were on such a stage the way Jonty is
Oh,
acting.
yeah.
It's so great to see. So refreshing.
It's also very good for their game to be this
Yeah, I know it was.
relaxed.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah.
Because it can get really stressful to play multiple
sweat.
days in a row on feature tables, and then if you make the final table, some people come into it just
And that's
totally
exactly
haggard. But if you've just been chilling this whole time in your Santa hat, having
Almost.
fun with the boys,
Almost.
you just don't feel that kind of anxiety.
I like yours.
Easy decision.
They were
Easy decision? Oh, that could be either one though.
Fabian's high watermark in
Easy
poker
five
is on the
suited, easy
WPT
fold. Oh, and
tour
easy
as well.
three, easy
He
five.
came second in the Seminole
Yeah, I thought the same.
Rock and Roll Poker Open back in 2019 for 350k. Good 350.
Pay more attention. Focus. I'm literally wearing his clothes. Good of jet table.
Shout out to the
I
old
hope
2+2
they didn't get my
forums.
hand, what I just
News,
folded
views,
on screen.
gossips. The tree fitty thing was very popular there for
Thank you.
many years.
Made fun of Andrea, you know, but
We're not playing a satellite, bro.
Andrea would have raised his hand for sure.
Oh, raised. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You think we're playing a satellite?
It's a bubble, no? You have to, I heard you have to be
When did I get that loose image? I mean, I just playing tight. Yesterday I was playing very tight. What are you talking about?
Don't let
You're
him
still
get
thinking
under your
about that?
skin.
Yeah.
Don't let
That's
him
a
get under
German
your
trying
skin.
to poke you. Don't let him do that. They all try to do it. You gotta poke them back.
I'm used to it.
I don't know how much our votes from the booth count, but can we just leave this as the feature table forever?
You were going
Agreed.
to bet me
So
very
nice.
nice. But then you change your mind.
What do you mean? Which one?
Really had a stroke.
You had like queen
There's an
7
infectious
suited.
quality to it as well. I feel like it
Queen
loosens
eight,
everybody up.
Sure. You think that's
Yeah,
light?
poker doesn't have
You
to
can flop
be
a straight
a
flush.
funeral.
I folded queen 8 suited to his
Folds
cutoff
to Chris
open,
Moorman,
and he
10-9
put a
suited.
light,
About 7.
Okay.
I gave him a lot of
Line up,
respect there,
sand
huh?
stack.
And I appreciate it.
And I
Well,
was
then-
right.
Keep giving me respect.
Ace king again.
And you will not
Jams on him.
regret
King
it.
7 offsuit. Too weak.
The king queen I folded to you. Wow, never did that in my whole life.
That I didn't see on the camera, so I have no...
Chris applying max pressure here on San,
How did you guys have time to watch this race?
who will be able to
We don't sleep.
cap Chris's
We're gonna
range a
do
little
lobby
bit here.
bar and eat chicken nuggets and
Obviously,
beer for 4 hours
wouldn't
after we
be
play.
jamming the premium stuff, so is sort of going to be boxed in around this sort of pretty hand slash
Small pair
medium
kind of
strength hand.
situation.
Yeah.
I guess you could have been watching at the bar while you're making
What
your beer. You
is
should have had
the cutoff that you would call with in sand spot? King Jack, King Queen?
It's really tough, and I think that's why this shove from Chris is so good, is that King Queen is not a hand you're really loving. You're like, maybe you're going to have to
No,
do
we
it.
used to do it
You're
10
going to
years
have to
ago.
draw your line in the sand
just another day in the life of
and,
Chris,
and
you know
call
what I
it
mean?
off,
It's just
but
like, oh, it's
you
just-
aren't
it's
loving
just a
life.
Friday.
Maybe the fact that
You
it
know,
is boxed
it's
in
like a
around that
professional
sort of
sport,
Broadway
right? Like
suited
20
stuff
years ago,
a lot of the
all like,
time
Exactly. Yeah,
will
smoking,
bring
drinking.
the King Queen and King
Jack.
Jack
Is so clean.
Yeah.
into
You
sharper
feel like you're
focus.
Now they get hurt
70-30
more.
too
Yeah.
often to pass it up.
People get
Yeah.
hurt more because their bodies are like.
And if it is that sort of like
whatever, it's like a rubber band.
ace,
Rubber band you keep
small,
like this.
Yeah.
It
you
won't
know, you're in
break.
okay
You gotta
shape
be
as
Stretch the
well.
rubber
Yeah.
band. You're like. Yeah, do well.
Then you got Fabian going to bed with his girlfriend and actually just running Sims all night.
I think I don't know.
Laptop in bed.
I might have run like 2 Sims in my whole life, you know.
I have not run any.
He was watching every hand he lost.
Scott
They were
gets to
both- were they
open
both
sixes
this
under the
morning?
gun
Yeah,
because
he
he's
said
just
he had
sitting on a
none.
mountain of chips.
I think two was too many. Like I don't even know if I had 2. I have people running it for me, you know. I'm lazy.
Wow, that's you hire people to run it for that.
Outsourcing yourself.
That's sick brag.
No, they just do it.
For free.
Yeah, because they like, spread wisdom.
Wow.
And I like
Intellects.
to look in, interested and curious, you know.
Nice to be at the top of the tree. Got you like
I don't think
minions
Scott's
running
lost the
around
point
doing
now.
Yeah, that sounds
Sims,
good to me.
giving
not
you
a
the
fan of
results at the end.
I don't like
Never
it.
wanna
I
pot
wish I would have been born 20 years earlier, to, like play like you guys did, like back in the days. Chris, when did you start?
King 7.
Playing poker?
Yeah,
Before.
before Solvers, right?
Yeah. 2004.
Yeah, that's a good time.
Free
The
Solvers.
moneymaker year.
Wait, that's hair dye. Don't make it.
Is it a moneymaker year? Moneymaker year?
Well, I just played online. I
Jonty
didn't know
was
any. Yeah,
13
I guess it was.
in 2004.
Friggin- who else was
Wow.
First World Series I played was Jamie Gold.
2012.
What? 6.
2006, yeah.
Remember the stacks they used to let you have at the table? Jamie Gold had
Yeah, just piles
the
and piles.
biggest mountain you've ever seen.
You remember Scott Fishman? He would not color up chips. He wanted to
He
build,
wouldn't?
but he
Yeah.
wouldn't give you chips or whatever. They used to let him get away with it. Not good.
And do you remember pie? So
Pansy not participating in any of the table talk. He's had enough. Let the sixes go.
These guys all wondering what poker was like maybe back in the early 2000s, 25 years ago. Jamie, what was it like?
600.
Very funny.
Oh, right. I told you I'm not a solver guy. I never heard about tile solver.
I was around for that though.
Yeah.
Pretty soft
I think
solution.
we talked about
Yeah, it's all good. It's really strong though. It's imported from the UK.
coffee, bro.
I'm going to guess we did start around the same time, did we? 06?
Or I was earlier than that.
Oh.
I was 2002
Done it like
playing
Dude, yeah.
slightly underage
Like,
in a
I've played a
casino
lot
and then
with
home
it.
games.
I barely use
But not
it.
seriously. I was just dabbling.
Come on there, look at the
Had
hand.
a real hand matchup. Moorman raising the cutoff with Jack 10 offsuit.
Most of the solvers are not even
Scott
active.
defending Ace Queen offsuit in the big blind. King Jack Deuce 2 spades. Gut shot for Scott and
like,
bottom
just to
pair
move it up,
for
like,
I'm sorry, middle pair for Chris.
Even Makita cannot remember all the
You are
solves.
bluffing here.
Huh?
You're bluffing.
What do you mean?
You're like, oh, I never use this.
Bet and a call.
No, actually, that's
10 would be pretty
that's not
spicy.
bad. It's not bad. Like, if I think I really play
Ace
the
is
hand
kind
bad,
of a fun
and
card
I
as
don't
well.
know at all what's going on. But usually I
Chris as the pre-flop raiser will have more aces in his range.
I already checked.
I feel like most spots make kind of sense.
Yeah, it is tough for Chris to bet again here.
Yeah,
Obviously,
right,
it
a
is
lot
his
of-
board,
logic.
and he can
Well,
rep
I
all the
mean,
really strong stuff. But
there's
Queen
some
10 did
spots
get
like
there.
that,
Sure.
Can
like
he
weird,
get a
there's
hand
some-
as strong as like a weak king to fold
always a
here?
reason.
Is a hand like maybe like King 7 in a tough spot?
Be in a tough spot, and also he could always just unload another barrel on the river if that's his plan. But obviously Scott's hand way too strong.
So this is kind of a mergy bet from Chris. Will charge some spade draws when he has the best hand. Will potentially get a few, but not many stronger hands to fold. Obviously with the ace queen Scott going absolutely nowhere.
Brick on the river. Does Chris ever just turn this into a bluff, or is he content to show down against some missed flush draws?
That's the question, and I think if he does bluff, it's going to be a big size.
Yeah. He is holding the 10, blocking the nuts.
He does have the board range advantage by a long, long way. He can have aces, kings, jacks, ace, king, ace, jack. His opponent, maybe best possible hand, pocket deuces, ace, jack.
Is it
Probably won't expect something as good as ace, queen, but obviously it's in there when these guys are playing the two biggest stacks.
Sure. Got to play a little more cautiously. Does it create a problem you have a diamond and a spade in your hand?
Sure. And I think that's maybe the reason he landed on check in the end.
Important pot for Scott. Not like he needed those chips, but becoming the definitive chip leader at the table over Moorman.
Got any like flake bars or like crunchy bars?
Big Cadbury's.
Fruit pastels I need. Those are my ones I liked when I was a kid.
Some
My
English
fruit,
You definitely
confectionery
owe the 10 by 10
being
by 10.
mentioned there, I think.
Okay.
What do you say?
We have our own
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah.
you know, on our side of the pond. We have our own sweets and candy and what we would say are crisps.
Guess it would not-
You would
guess it
say
would not work.
incorrectly chips.
Actually, can I get a green
It was
tea?
What
gonna
were
have
they
to be
talking
big
about?
to
I
have
missed
any
it.
chance.
Crunchy bars, fruit pastels.
Yeah, I thought like
Um,
4.8 million was coming on
So the only
Yeah,
reason
not
they did
almond
was
joys
work
or
We were just gonna side
You
call.
picked like the worst American candy. It's gross.
4.8 million. Might have got one time
Abba
back
Zabbas.
before the call.
You're just making things up now.
Two?
my entire knowledge of
blocker.
American confectionery comes from the lyrics of a song by Tom Waits.
Queen blocker.
Green blocker.
I'm trying to think of what's...
Chocolate Jesus.
He wasn't folding.
It was not. You could have bet 7.5 million. He wouldn't have folded.
There was definitely rivers I would fold, but not that one.
Someone's asking
It
for
was bad
sage
river for you.
wisdom
Yeah.
from me. Leo, I'm sorry, I don't know if that's why I've been hired today.
That must be tongue-in-cheek.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
More
Don't
with
take it out on
pocket
me,
queens
Chris.
and the hijack.
The different life though. He bets
600?
4.8 million, just has ace jack, and he just gets paid. Oh, it's younger Mormon.
Yeah.
Oh, this is trouble. Son with jacks in the cutoff.
Just flats.
Just a call.
Wow.
Oh,
Did not
interesting.
expect this.
Andrea opens the door for him to squeeze if he'd like. He's got a beautiful hand to squeeze with ace-5 suited.
I wonder what
Everyone's
he's making of that
favourite.
flat. That flat from San is a little bit suspicious. It has juiced the pot up to a sort of amount where this ace-5 suited going all the way in is tempting now.
I would like it. I'm looking at two really nice hands that aren't going to fold, but I like this spot for a squeeze. Moorman's going to be opening very loose. If you think Sen's the type that's just like, hey, I want to see three.
Yeah, it has that sort of king-queen kind of vibe to it.
Sure.
Definitely didn't expect something as strong as Jack's here. Is there somehow a pathway to San getting away here?
Andrea with the nice folds. I think that would have been my last hand of the tournament.
Oh, the ace-5 suited gets there.
Andrea's country, I think.
That's why we like it so much.
But they only sell it in teeny tiny bottles.
No, they have it. They have it.
Oh, dear.
7, 5, 4, 2 spades. This is not the kind of board that Jax finds a fold on.
Yeah, I gotta say. Italy.
Yeah,
one has to put themselves into the mindset of San here, choosing to go with flat off that 22 big blind stack, probably just deciding I want to fade an ace or king high flop, and now probably will feel much better about it. Stack to pot ratio is only 3 here. It's very hard to imagine a way out.
Very passionate, yeah.
Moorman C bet 725.
Vito?
Vito,
Vito.
the player.
Yeah, Italian guy. You know, he's a friend of yours.
We saw that raise earlier with the king queen. He is going to send it upstairs here, and this is probably curtains now for San.
So many,
I don't see Chris doing anything other. Do you know what he might be just thinking? Do I call and let him put the rest in himself, or do I just stick it in now? I think he's just going to stick it in now, recognizing that San has a hand he likes.
Sure. Yeah, San can definitely have hands like 8s and 9s also that love this board that go, okay, I have a lot of equity. And those hands often face a big card on the turn and no longer like their hand. So yeah, he just puts it all in.
Gets the bad news. We expected this one to go in pre. It has gone in on this 7-5-4 board. Backdoor spade possibility for San, but it is looking a little bleak right now.
6 of spades.
Spicy one.
King of clubs. It's going to be a jack and only a jack for San. It's 8 of spades. Really great story for San, though. Wins his golden passport at the lodge. Comes out here, plays the free roll, cashes it, plucks a 10K out of the consolation drum, finds himself in this spot here. Just an incredible story. You know, a lot of people at the lodge were tweeting at him, good luck today, representing all of Austin, Texas.
This is what poker got running. Here's 8 million.
175,000? Is that what we're sending him home with? That's not too shabby off of $0.
What's the multiplier there?
Many.
All right, here we go, guys.
Go in the tank for 6 minutes with kings.
Looks like we have an all-in on this table as well. It's aces again.
Versus ace king? Ugh, gross.
How about offsuit jack?
You're a nice guy, man. See, that's better.
That'll do it. Not even a sweat.
What did you fold? Jacks.
That's Pack doubling through Roberts here. I'll give you all the action in the hand there, guys. Roberts opened under the gun. Of course, he was going to do there. It goes 1.9 million then from on the gun 1. Pack on the button makes it 4.2. Actually, when you look at all that action, Jamie Roberts then 5-bet shoves.
Yeah,
Pack makes the
not
call.
looking
Ace
so
king.
good.
Yeah.
There's no transfer.
Yeah, that's...
It feels like a cooler when we see the two hands showing up, but actually when you see how
the
big that
action
pot
with the
was.
positions where it goes raise under the gun, 3-bet on the gun 1, 4-bet button. Yeah, it starts to feel like maybe ace king could have gotten away from that one. Not to add insult to injury, I'm sure he's hurting pretty bad to get coolered that hard, but like it did give you a pathway to decide to let that one go. However, these players have been playing together a lot. We haven't seen every hand, and maybe, you know, maybe the aces guy's a maniac.
Indeed.
And the under the gun, ace-10 offsuit, and Moorman in the hijack finds ace-king for the 3-bet. And that'll be the end of that hand.
See, we 3-bet him. He always had it.
Yes.
But when you're Chris Moorman, you just know.
Well, I 4-bet ripped the king-jack from the from the hijack. He yeah. I did get through by him like 917 times, but still, you know, sometimes you just gotta let those go.
We have a pay jump here, 215K now guaranteed for all these guys. Next pay jump will be at 12 when it will be a cool $250,000.
Oh baby.
255K, wow. What a payday for these guys as we, wow, ooh. Some kaleidoscopic, trippy stuff going on there.
$600. I'm getting triggered.
Yeah, this is exactly the kind of hand now Chris can add into his opening range from early position there. Doesn't need the suited variety anymore. Going to come out fighting with these types of hands here, try and put pressure on. Exactly the kind of hand Fabian has here. kind of spot where he's already quite uncomfortable. Pretty much has to call here from the small. Can't be loving life though. 43 bigs deep. It's super awkward. Ooh. Another appearance of that magic ace-5 hand.
Facing this action, I think I prefer a flat though, just because it's an early position raise from Moorman. And your chips are just worth so much. Like his stack right now, sitting on 35-ish big blinds, you don't want to mess around too much.
Yeah, and that's it in a nutshell. When you're Chris Moorman opening these sorts of hands, you just get to over-realize.
People just don't mess with you that much. They're disincentivized to mess with you, basically, and that's a great spot to be in. And look at how nice this is. He gets to play in position against two players who both miss.
Yeah, he has some barreling cards here on turn, so not a bad one for a C-bet. Obviously he has to go small here versus 2. If this one picks up the pot, which it looks like it will.
It's being sandwiched in this spot, not too attractive for pocket 7, so they hit the muck.
Yeah, this is an innocuous little hand here, but it actually says an awful lot about what we're going to see throughout the day today, which is someone of Chris's caliber understanding how he can get the third best hand through so often in these sorts of spots. As the other players under-realize, he gets to over-realize.
There's something about his personality type, his table image too, his presence, that it's not that annoying. Like, you know, some people you're like, oh, this guy's running me over. This is terrible. He's so calm and whatever. Your chips are half gone by the time you realize that he's been taking a bite every single hand.
Yeah. Yeah, he's an affable chap.
That was a good one. I give you that.
Yes.
Funny, it's like opposite when you came.
Andre had 21 big blinds, ace-9 suited plus 1.
He goes, oh my god.
Says, yep, that's good enough.
It's like having 2 buttons.
Must be nice.
Send versus check.
We are going to go back to the outer table. Looks like Sherwood involved once again. Rob Sherwood has the ace-jack versus 10s. Ace-high board. Well, it's looking pretty safe for him now. Just has to fade the river. And the river brings a little bit of overkill as the ace-jack gets there. Sherwood gets a crucial double. Very popular figure on the UK circuit, it must be said. Born in Manchester, lives in Birmingham. You'd have to question that decision.
I don't know anything about this. Catching up to this 3-way action. 3 really nice looking hands.
Very
There's
pretty.
a breeze right here, actually.
And totally whiff.
Really?
8-5 deuce rainbow. Everybody's got a backdoor flush draw.
That's kind of fair.
Yeah.
Everyone's got overcards, everyone's got backdoors.
Kind of fair, except AJ Kelsall and big blind. This looks like a big blind kind of board.
Yeah, Andre's got the nicer backdoors. He's got the nuttier backdoors. Definitely a spot I think we should see a bet here. No, okay. Hard to call a bet, so is this just a kind of give up?
Could be a give up.
Chris, you weren't joking about that gum, huh?
I warned you.
You see a little
Airways.
more giving up
American
when
gum sucks,
your chip
so
stacks in the
I-
20 big blind range, you know?
No, I buy it on Amazon. Just get like 50 packs.
Becomes costly.
Yeah, gotta say, I would have liked to see maybe a 650, 700
Sure, you could
there.
go really
but
small 3 ways. Yep.
he may get a second bite of the cherry, though.
Yep.
Oh, well, interesting development here for Andrew. Remember playing just 3.1 million back. Does he now try to seize upon this perceived weakness? Both players checking. Now he's picked up some equity.
This would be a pretty sick spot for a check jam if somebody wants to sprinkle in a couple chips.
Fabian can't really expect his hand to be good at showdown. Hardly ever here does he take a small stab, hoping that both Andrew and Andre have whiffed and have give-ups. Looks like that is what's going to happen, and that opens the door for the play you said.
This. I would really love this play if he finds a check jam here. I know it's within his personality to do some cool stuff like this.
And he has all the stronger range here from the big blind. He can have the 6-9, he can have the 6-4, he can have all the 2-pair combos. So it's actually perfect for that.
It's very nice to semi-bluff with a hand like this in a spot where you could be nutted. Do it, buddy. Do it for Philly. Just the call?
Just call. Well, will he find some other cards to bluff on is the question. Maybe if a 9 appears, or a 4. Or even a 7.
If Fabian gets to just show this down and win with king high, that would be incredible for him.
Matt is rich now.
Yeah, it's looking good.
I don't look, honestly.
Unless he thinks he needs to chuck out a bluff here.
Well, either way, this pot is going to go Fabian's way.
Fucking berries everywhere. I need nuts, not berries.
He probably thinks he needs to bet at it to win.
Yeah, make the ace high folds, the low pairs that may have hit.
Charge of the room.
Has some showdown, I guess, against a kind of a 10-6 suited, Jack-6 suited.
He's going to be so thrilled to win this pot. Would not be expecting to win this when I check back.
That's a good feeling.
Almost did it.
If you're Fabian. Jonty definitely going to get involved here with some post-mortem. Oh, and some fruit.
I can. With my
But unfortunately, I folded on the turn.
Huh? No cookie.
Andre
You
lamenting
out,
his ace high fold.
This blueberry was approximately $2.
Every player had a chance to win that pot.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the power of position. Chuck out a couple chips and it gets checked to you on the river. I like, you know what we should have done that I usually like to do if I'm still in a tournament, is calculate like what the real dollar amount, real dollar value of like a big blind is, or at least within, you know.
Yeah.
Because that pot's probably worth like $100,000 or more. Tiny little pot that gets checked down and king high wins.
Jonty, casual as you like here, inhaling this fruit cup.
It's the quietest I've ever seen him. Somebody made the comment, wow, it's so weird watching Jonty drink water.
Chris going to get sticky here with the suited 9-6. Jonty's going to have to battle for this one. Oh, he really is.
Yeah, it's a nice hand matchup. 10-9-7, 2 spades. Jonty with the nut flush draw. Moorman with a gut shot and middle pair.
Giving some thought to leading at this one. Put some immediate pressure on Jonty's range. Probably just clear out all of his ace, king, ace, queen type stuff with this bet. But Jonty definitely does not have a hand that's going anywhere right now.
Jonty put the fruit cup down. That's a tell. When someone stops eating to play a hand, nutted.
Yeah, things just got serious. Although, I still feel like he's got maybe just a little bit of strawberry somewhere, maybe between
in his teeth.
Back molars. There's still some chewing going on. Oh, hello.
Right there. No waiting. Queen of spades on the turn. Jonty. Ace high flush.
This is the kind of card Chris might rep. It's awkward because Jonty, when he hangs on, will have king jacks, queen jacks, that kind of stuff. So you feel like it might have to be a multiple street play if he is going to try and take this one away. Does have some showdown, obviously, with the 9. Jonty, I presume, looking to put some more chips in here. Probably feels like Chris has a little something. Give me a sizing here, Jamie.
Let's see.
Let's see what he does. 2/3. Nice.
I'd go about 2/3.
I'm not sure if it's Solver approved, but it's Jonty approved.
Yeah, works for me.
Nowhere to go now for Chris. It's just a bit awkward, out of position. Can, of course, be completely dead, as we see he is in this situation. Oh.
Yeah, it looked like he was going for chips for a moment. But no, he would never make a
Jonty,
mistake.
show the 2 of spades? No, not going to show anything. Good man.
Made your day, huh?
Great stuff. These guys, good friends off the felt.
And poker is back in America. Club WPT Golds. If you guys have not signed up yet, clubwptgold.com. Use code YouTube. We put on the largest free roll of all time here at the Wynn Casino. $5 million just handed out to players. And that won't be the last of it. We got a lot of marketing plans in the future.
How much are you giving away next year?
Probably a few billion.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm just estimating. But the best part is that we get to exclude David Lappin. It's just for Americans and eventually Canadians. So a Lappin-free poker site sounds good to me.
That was made feel very apparent when I showed up, hoping that I could at least put my hand in the drum for the car.
They
were
smacked
like,
it out of the
They
way.
were like, get out of here.
Like, would you like a deck of cards? Can't have that either.
I ran to the nearest real estate agent and said, can I purchase some property here in America? There's a very spicy free roll.
Yeah. You tried to look up your old Connecticut address.
I
You're like,
did.
I think I still have a license
I'm
here.
not even lying.
Oh
I
my
did do
God.
that. Oh my God, I can't believe you read my mind. That's exactly
Wow.
what I did. I had some old mail. I think I have a bank account attached to it. I was like, maybe this can get me over the line.
Trying to win that McLaren.
But then the magician.
Yeah.
I met him.
Amazing.
I met him at the media dinner, and I interrogated the hell out of him. I just
How did you
how
do
did you do
this?
that? How did tell me how you did it? All in from Andrew here.
225.
Don't think it's enough to get Scott out of here,
Just
which
a
is
little
good
over
news.
7 big blinds. Yeah, AJ's going to be in really good shape. King Jack suited versus Scott's King 9 suited.
Going 2-5.
2.2, yeah, 2.5.
And if AJ can hold, it's only a flush wound for Scott Stewart. It's a giant stack. So far, so good. Ace 4 deuce. Backdoor diamonds for Andrew. King Jack still good.
You ask for a 9, not for a deuce.
I asked
You
for
have to be.
He's not being greedy.
You have to be
Americans ask
greedy.
for deuces. We're not greedy people.
He's
Three.
The deuce queen.
Close, but no cigar. 8 of spades on the turn. It's going to be a 9 for Scott, or Andrew is going to double up.
Yeah, just a nosebleed here for Scott, but so
2.6.
massive for Andrew, getting that double,
Oh, it's
keeping
2.2,
his
right?
hopes
Sorry,
of
2.2.
ladders and maybe even that top prize
I
alive.
thought it was 2.25. No senior event yet.
Oh, is there a senior event today?
There's a 10K senior
Oh
starting
my gosh.
today.
A friend of mine, Judy Bylon, almost didn't play it last year. Got convinced. People took pieces or whatever.
Nice
And
thing
she's
ever
like,
said.
I'm just not running well. I'm not playing well. My head's not in it. Gets like second place.
We're just starting.
Couple,
our
I think
relationship.
300,000.
I do say a lot of nice
heard
things
about this.
If I like people.
Awesome. She's
Like,
very
you
good
won't
player.
really say anything nice about him, but you know, like,
She worked with
like a
Faraz?
nice guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
What's
Yep.
your name again?
AJ.
AJ, yeah. Fabian.
She also
Okay.
had the
You see? We're friends
best
now.
online screen name just for
said
the
he's
double
pros
meaning.
forever
Her
Pros
son's also
forever.
a very good player, and
Yeah.
her screen name was I
Of
Raise
course.
Pros.
Now we have to follow the broker, right? Pros before
Love
hoes.
it.
Ho ho ho.
Jonty under the gun, Queen Jack suited. Raising it up. 10K seniors. It's impressive that they could have such a big turnout last year. And that AJ Kelsall's playing for $3 million, and he's like, oh, if I bust, I'm going to go run into that. Like, that's
It's almost like all the money is concentrated within the older generation, and young people really can't, get a start, and they won't even like play with us. They're just sharing it amongst themselves.
I'm close to being an old person, so I support this. Scott defends a big blind, Jack 5 of diamonds. Ace, King 8, 2 diamonds. Gut shot for Jonty, but Jack high flush draw for Scott.
Yeah, Jonty going to certainly range c-bet the ace-king texture here. Every reason to believe he would get it through for one bet, but Scott's going to get sticky here with diamonds. Make it Jonty work for it once again.
I needed that extra 25 for like
Yes, average stack is 60 million. I don't think.
No, for 100,000.
Yeah, exactly.
I was like, it's not low.
3 of them started with 20, like 22, 23.
9 of hearts on the turn, puts second flush draw out there.
23 or something.
Yeah. That's true. He's gonna.
Christian had 22 or something.
Certainly a spot where Jonty could go quite big here. Really try and lean on the far weaker range of his opponent.
Is this a spot you'd ever consider an overbet?
Yeah. A little surprised by the size here. Did think we would see something 75% or larger. Again, quite like your idea there, Jamie, of really putting the pressure on. As played, it's made it quite easy for Scott to draw here. Jonty is ahead, remember, right now, though. And he stayed ahead.
Scott waves the white flag.
Great news for Jonty now. He may well bluff at this, but he is going to be good regardless.
I got it.
Fucker. Love Scott.
I beat some flush draws.
God damn it. Sit down.
Big day for Scott Stewart, though. Like he plays a lot of mid-stakes poker. He plays a lot of the run good events.
Santa's a bluffer.
And does very well in like 1Ks, 2Ks, stuff like that. Yeah. But this is a big day for him, and he obviously can hang with these players.
I'm learning. I'm a quick learner.
Yeah, well, look, no disrespect to Jonty whatsoever, but this is certainly his biggest day in poker as well. And I'm enjoying the emerging bromance between him and Fabian, him and Chris.
These guys are all in love with each other, obviously.
They're loving it, yeah.
What we're really missing is like the grumpy guy who's like, shut up and play, you know? It's usually there's one of those.
Yeah. Look at they dress the exact same.
I know. I was done to Super D.
Yeah, he got 23rd or 22nd.
To my table, to my left.
Yeah.
And then I was like,
Pansy under the gun +1, ace
like,
king of clubs. He's going to raise it up.
I did think when I checked back, I was like,
Andreas seems to always be in the situation with like a cuspy kind of hand. 17 big blinds, king queen offsuit. Not quite good enough, but you feel kind of gross folding it as well.
Yeah, like Ansi is going to be opening up all the sort of suited ace X. Yeah, he's going to use these blockers here.
Oh, is he going to... He's going to be able to find the fold, I assume.
Yeah,
which is
no, I really like this
kind of
from
a
Andre.
neat little 3-bet.
No, this is really good poker. Using the blockers here, understands that the only range that will really fight back here will be an honest one.
Yeah. Making the most out of the king-queen off.
Really puts a hand like ace-jack if Ansi's holding that in a
horrible spot,
place.
Sure. Yeah, it's really cool.
That's very good poker from Andre. Beautiful size here to find this clicky 3-bet.
Hey, baby.
All right.
We see he's obviously going to get the response he doesn't want, but credit to him
like
nonetheless.
Where his head's at, and very decisive. He knew what he was doing. Lets it go.
You didn't have it?
High-level stuff here.
Bluff.
Did
not work.
You did study your range.
Did not work.
It's not a cool guy. I gave him a walk. Yeah.
I hope they're cooking up a villain on the outer table. I like all these people too much.
How'd that go?
Well, he tanked for ages, he used 2 time banks and then folded, and I was like, holy shit. I need to count these chips.
Do you like being on the feature, Jamie, or would you prefer to be on the other table?
Yeah,
That's a good question. It's nice to be at a final table, but it does tend to be kind of hot. and you have another voice in your head that you don't usually have of like, oh, what's this going to look like?
Yeah.
I think it like kind of impedes some creativity you might have, just like worrying about how you look, how like a spot would look bad. But yeah, I guess I kind of prefer to be the outer table person.
And to be fair, you very recently you've been on a WPT final table.
My family's English.
Yeah, and I did actually. It was in my head. Despite having
experience
experience and stuff, it was still in my head of like, ooh, I don't know about this, what people are going to say. It's hard to...
I railed that final table of yours.
For the 20 minutes I was in it.
And no, but I wanted to credit to you, those hands did not fold themselves.
You're the worst.
You said you haven't been home in like 3 years.
No, I went
I was like, is he going to say something nice? No, I should know better.
Like a temporary pass or something?
Yeah, to go to the Bahamas.
So, under the gun, Anzi with the Queen 8 suited raises it up light.
10 to 20,
Jonty, small blind, just peels with the Ace King offsuit. Very underwrapped, and Fabian in the big blind is going to see a flop with 10-6 suited.
Was it?
It was cheaper. My mum used to get the...
Yeah, but you get the cardboard things from the... Did you get the cereal?
Ace, Queen, 6.
Save the things on the bottom of the...
2 diamonds and a heart.
One of the biggest, like right in Europe, right?
We got a pair for each player.
Yeah, I remember when that came out.
That's going back to when I was like 10, so it's like 50 years, 40 years old.
Pretty cool spot for Jonty, as his hand is very underwrapped.
My mind was blown the first time because there was like 10.
Anzi's going to take a stab with the range advantage.
And everyone lines up for it.
And middle pair.
2 hours, where this one you can play a fast pass and skip the line. So wow, this is sick.
At Disney now they have like you can like
coming in with the check raise now.
You can like have a tour guide.
Right.
Hey,
which is
it's like a step up
confusing if you're Anzi. This is not a board you'd expect the small blind to be check raising.
Instead of like going over here and then over here and then back over here.
I wonder if you'll consider the possibility here that Jonty has some sort of combo draw, kind of king jacket diamonds.
I feel like that's what this feels like. It feels combo draw like, or a possible bottom set. He's just gonna feel he's deep enough to peel it from the small. Otherwise confusing. You're not expecting to ever be against ace king, but he's gonna fold. Jonty's gonna take one down.
Why are you smiling at each other the whole time?
Chris is giving me fucking proper
They're in love.
Every time you went in, you look up at him like you're looking for approval or something. Like, you wanted to give you like a thumbs up or something.
That's on me.
Give me a stare at.
Yeah, you figured it out.
I'm his coach. I was coaching him last night.
Yeah, he's gonna go to McGregor. What do you have here? And he's gonna say, "I butchered every single hand like normal."
That is what they said to him in the bar last night.
That he butchered every hand.
Every single hand they told him he played wrong.
Immediately looked over like,
how was that?
Yeah.
Zero bleeps given.
He doesn't care. No. He's like, I'm rich.
It's all right. Save it for break, mate. Save it for break.
Yes, coach.
I saw Jonty make a fold that no one would make. I was very impressed. He raised button with 8s. Got 3-bet, I believe, from the small blind and flatted.
Under the gun and not
10-4 deuce.
Every hand
just
under the
folds.
gun open?
Gets let into and just folds. Yeah. He was against aces.
I heard about that.
Wow.
But he was like literally set mining it, like staring the guy down, live read thing, folds. He does cool stuff. I know we like to pick on him, but I think he's got a good good live feel for the game.
Absolutely does.
If anyone tells him I said nice things about him, I'm going to deny it.
wait, let me see.
AJ picks up a little one.
I like that.
This is a stellar table.
Oh, maybe
awesome.
3x. 3x.
Maybe like
You gotta play into your old persona, yeah. 3x.
After this day, he will be all over coach.
Yeah. It's just like a one big session. We just all are, we're all just like a coaching session.
That's how I see it, actually. To be here today.
How left out do you feel if you're at the outer table just hearing all the laughter and fun?
It. Yeah, that's like this coaching session.
I want to play.
It's a quick way for Chris to make $1 million. He can save that later for life if he needs it.
The Moorman Show.
The Moorman Show.
You ever play with
people? Everyone will pay.
Yeah.
Deacon name?
Easy.
I mean, you get to learn and make 200K. I mean, what more could you possibly want?
I mean, yeah.
You learn
Kick
and
this
make
one off
make
here.
money. Yeah, you're not even paying.
Don't see
Yeah,
Andre getting an easy decision today, to be honest.
Nope. 12 bigs. This is, I think it's just too good. And you're facing Moorman, who's going to be opening very wide on a large stack. Yeah, he's
well done, sir.
Gets it in.
Yeah, if it's anyone else under the gun, I think you suddenly hate life.
Feel
But actually with Chris, you're just like,
no.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
This isn't easy either. You have jacks, but it was under the gun opens, under the gun 1 jams, 12. It's just too good to fold, right?
This is also getting in. I'm not sure if he can flat and fold to a Chris jam, or is that just putting too much in and making it too awkward? Maybe it just goes in. Chris is going to be opening so wide. Same rules apply to his situation here. In fact, Chris is now going to have to fold a hand like ace-queen if he shoves. So
yeah,
I think every reason to maybe just put this in. I'm not sure he has enough to call fold. And I don't know if you even want to call fold. Oh, we are going to jump out there. Well, we're keen to get back to the other hand in a moment. But just to let you know, it's ace-jack against sevens, Lendl against Pack. And it looks like the sevens are going to do a hold. They do, in fact. Double up there for Lendl. Pack, again, going in the wrong direction.
7-5.
Get us back to that
I know.
feature.
It's like, I want to see.
Yeah, he did just jam in the end. Makes sense. Ansi, I think, falling on the correct decision in the end. Does have a dominating spot over poor old
There's
Andre.
the 6.
Wow.
Of course. Ace 6 deuce 2 clubs. Andrea's backdoor clubs 2 9s. His only outs. Now just a 9 will do it.
Make 10s and 6s.
It's not to be.
Thank you.
Nice run, Andrea.
The K6.
A frustrating little cameo for Andrea on this feature table here today.
Good game, man.
Busting in 15th. What an incredible run again. All of these players wading through a field of, remember, 2,392 entrants.
We are 5 and they are...
Have you made any day 5s, Jamie, down the years?
They're 8.
I don't think so. I think I'd remember. Yeah. I made day 4 WSOP, but
nice.
Oh, we're 6, yeah.
in the WSOP though, does that even count?
So we get a player.
Well, if it's not the WSOP, it's almost always going to be last or second last table on any other kind of tournament.
Have you?
I have a couple of times at the World Series.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you had a piece of both of those.
Oh, I did. Oh, yeah.
You should remember. You were trying to put the mockers on all my table mates, as I recall, in the morning
I do,
off.
yes.
We wait, right? It doesn't affect our blinds.
215K, not too shabby.
Then, okay.
Well played by Fabian. Sorry, by Andrea.
Yeah, really well played.
Chris, you would have called him?
Nudging our way towards that payout of 255k now. Going to move a player across.
If he folded, I would have called.
Do a bit of table balancing. This is something you're going to see over the course of the next couple of hours, most likely.
What do you have? If you were in, I wouldn't have said
I have 6s.
Our plan today, playing from 16 down to 6. Don't obviously know exactly how long that will take. Best guesstimates probably right now suggesting we're here for 4.5, 5 levels, but you never know. Player can sometimes take it by the scruff of the neck and start taking people out left, right and centre, or it can end up becoming a shallower affair. Jonty 25 million now. Wind at his back, loving life, opening the 5s. May well get a fold out of Fabian and the 7s here. It's a little tricky. He's got the 7s a couple of times now. It's super awkward hand.
40-ish big blinds deep.
It's tough with, murderer's row behind you as well.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
It's just the easy big blind,
I know.
I would just listen to Jonty's endless chatter and be like, give me a set against this guy.
Well, he's made the point that he's opened into Chris's blind, which I think is sort of him signalling strength already.
Yep, true.
I got it clear with the floor already.
Now,
although, if I was set mining, I like that they're signaling strength. You hit your set, you get it all.
Sure.
It's just those two.
26 million now. Jonty Willis.
They never did anything good.
Moving on up that leaderboard.
The Bleeps can't do anything to anyone.
They can blow it. Is everyone really short on the table?
Huh?
Is everyone really short on the table?
No, ask him. He's just there.
Yeah, Ryan is.
They had 3 guys start with like 22 or 23.
There's a few shorties, but
He was
Yeah,
one of them.
Jonty rightly pointing out that something let's be
Like
honest,
Christian and Brian started with a lot,
a
right? They
player
still
who
have
takes
Yeah.
things a little bit more seriously would have
Christian looked like
looked
he
into
lost
before the
They
start of
actually
play,
did both
recognised
well.
that there were short stacks
yeah.
on the other table.
That
Maybe would have
Edward
taken a
kid
look
has
at
a
the
point,
players
you know.
who remain.
But
It's fine.
he might have been having a drink or two, which is his priority, and it's working out for him.
I've been too chatty. I've been learning from you.
You guys chatting too?
We're having a blast up here.
He did not have a blast. He lost everybody playing. The guy just busted. He just fucking.
He's always smiles though.
Mm-hmm.
Love that guy.
Fabian. Bottom of range, queen 10 off. Hijack. He's got a short stack behind. He's got Moorman behind. Not sure you have anywhere to go here as Andrew, but using up that 20 seconds always valuable when there are
Sure.
pay jumps afoot. Oh, Moorman now.
Do you prefer to 3-bet this or flat it?
I tend to go with flat, but I tend not to have the big stack in this situation.
Relatable.
1.975.
Yeah, I like this decision. Just keep putting it to them. There's nothing they can do when there's pay jumps looming like this. Just get it through
Aces?
right away. Aces.
It doesn't matter to whatever pair is in his set.
I was just chilled about 6.
It's gonna be a long day.
Had to get the chips back.
First hand I opened race, you have to give me credit, right?
They said they want to play down.
That was like the other day.
I gave you
no,
credit.
sorry,
That's
that's
a
not
little
you.
ambitious.
That's not you.
But
No, no
give you
credit.
see what happens.
I folded for 30 minutes. and
Ryan,
the
you
next
joining the
round,
table?
big
21
level
million in
increase,
chips.
Yeah. For
Rifle
Yeah, yeah.
Shout out to my booth
We'll look like
brethren,
the worst player ever
James
before.
Dempsey,
That's the
who
moment I
has
know.
I feel
sent me a
like
private message here
Yeah,
saying
how
that
would
he's
that have gone?
sitting in a
I can't say.
lounge, presumably at an airport, quaffing
that's funny.
champagne,
maybe they'll just leave it up to the
watching the
players.
stream.
Oh, hello.
I know if everyone
Hi to
wants
Flushy.
I'm a fan of James Dempsey. I love his commentary.
Loves the high life, James.
Oh, yeah?
Oh,
He's a
It
fancy
is
boy?
true.
fancy boy, but also just like,
WPT
when you're with Ali and James together, they would just bore you to
Oh,
death about
they'll make
airplanes.
you feel very poor.
Well, they make you feel poor, but they'll just bore you to death about airplanes. They just talk about planes all day long.
Yeah, I'm gonna do 10-handed.
They used to have the
They'd be
12-hour
horrified that
WSOP, like they would
I
bag
just
you
done
and
like a
start you
last
12 hours
minute
apart.
planner and I'll just be on a Spirit
Get
plane
rid of that
home.
shit.
Yeah,
Actually,
Yeah.
me too.
Yeah.
Better.
Although James does have a weird amount of loyalty to EasyJet.
Oh, I don't think we have that here.
Yeah, that's one of the budget airlines out of the UK.
And in the hijack, King Jack suited. Ryan new to the table in the small blind. Lets the 10-7 suited go. Scott with the crummy hand in the big.
Hey to Jen Shahade in the chat.
Ah, I love her.
Yeah.
Oh, you live in Michigan? You can win a bracelet and $2,200.
Another one of the Women's Hall of Fame also ran.
So fucking
Yeah, we
They want it
both
to be where the
lost
bracelet's worth
together.
More than the money you get. You know,
Both
like an
bubbled.
actual, you know.
What'd you say?
value,
Both
right?
bubbled.
How much do you think an actual just like regular bracelet is actually worth?
They are
Like,
going
on
to start
real
a Hall of Infamy next year.
They
So
have put
Jamie,
'em
Oh,
on eBay,
perfect.
people,
I think
like
your
different
quid's in
people,
there.
I think a couple grand. I don't know.
a couple grand.
Yeah,
Is that how I get a bracelet?
The
hi
main
to
event
Sherry
bracelets
plus
are
Coda
worth,
out
like,
there
a lot.
as well.
Yeah,
Really
you know,
appreciate
like
you
when
guys
I
all
K or something.
I won
contributing
the
comments to the
circuit
chat.
thingy
We
or
will be
whatever,
keeping
you
an
know.
eye on
Global
chat.
Championship tournament
throughout the
champions.
day.
Yeah, as soon as I'm
year?
bored of lapping, which could be any
Over
minute
there.
now, I'll start reading chat instead of bantering with him.
They decided to do it online because it was
Jesse
COVID.
yeah.
Sylvia,
And I wrote him a
is
nasty
that
email.
happening in the
and I
booth?
said,
I
like,
thought it
this
was
is
Kiwi and
ridiculous. If we all
Keller.
qualify for this thing. It's worth 10K. You know, people are going to be ghosting and playing. You know, you shouldn't be. And then I won, and then I kind of felt better about it.
Oh, thanks, James. Nice comment from Dempsey here,
I
actually in
played
the
that.
chat.
Email delete.
David Lappin definitely in the top
I
two
played
of
that.
commentators
I
in the
came
booth
here
right
to
now.
Vegas and stayed at Caesars and played it.
Appreciate
and
that.
was like, there's
Barely made it.
at Caesars. And people were coming out of the pool. I was like, hope it's
Mormon
over
raises the
here in
cutoff, 600K. Ryan's going to put in a raise with Queen 10 suited from the button.
You just weird because that
Yeah, lovely
tournament
candidate
has
here, the Queen
always
10
been
suited.
live and always been a bracelet
Yeah,
event.
folded out
So when
a
I
better
won, it's
hand
like
in Scott
online,
Stewart's
so it's
hand,
kinda
which,
shady,
you
but
know,
it's
maybe
like
if he flats,
normally,
Scott Stewart
you know,
takes
it's
that
not
3
like
bet
it's a-
spot.
Yeah.
I feel like
This
it's
is
in
exactly
between the
what
online
players need
bracelets
to
and
start
regular
doing
ones,
against
don't
Chris here, because he's going to open very wide
Not as cool as a
hijacks,
live
cutoffs.
bracelet, but
He's going to be in there with the Queen Deuce suited, the King
cooler than
4
most of
suited,
the
all that
Michigan
kind of
ones you're
stuff.
talking
The
about.
way you punish those guys is to raise it up.
Definitely.
Actually, is to
Yep.
sort of, push them around.
And then
In a
the way
situation
he
where they're
the way
loose.
he punishes you back. He was thinking about making it 4.
The judicious
and then fold?
tank fold.
You're just trolling people with the 30 million?
An old school move.
Ryan, you
The,
straight into the action here,
Yeah.
taking no prisoners. Not going to be intimidated by Chris Moorman's presence to his right. In fact, he's going to try and capitalise on it for some loose 3 bets.
75K in your pocket.
Just because I was raising your big blind.
If I did, I would share. if I did,
Seamlessly
I'd share
getting
with
into the
whoever
chatting
found it.
action as well.
Just give 'em
Welcome to the
10%.
table, Ryan. You.
I use 75K chips. I'll give it to you next big blind.
3 in a row?
And I like these. I like the
Coming after me, huh?
this tournament.
Nancy
so
getting
much better than
Nancy
the main for some reason.
after Fabian's
This is a deep row.
big blind.
I mean, obviously the main. No, I've been deep in the main before too. Yeah, but like,
Sick brag.
just in
AJ
general,
with an
like,
interesting decision.
obviously
I
the
think
main
it should
work,
probably
like,
just
I'd
hit the
rather
muck,
play the main.
facing
Yeah.
under the gun raise, but
This is here.
definitely something to think
this is
about.
our main.
Yeah, he
It's
may have
like
picked up
at
the
the
fact that
wing,
Ansi
it's
also just a very well-studied player,
It's also
likely to be coming in here with a variety of suited small aces, and just going to
Wow.
look to pounce on that
Yeah, it's very nice.
understanding
When you
maybe
went deep in the main, was it like really bad tanking?
how
Yeah,
wide
like,
his
I mean,
opponent
well,
could
with
be
me
from under the
doing
gun,
the really
even
bad tanking.
in this tough table environment.
They had no shock pops.
Yeah.
One hand, I was like.
And I think this will work.
especially hands
It
that I
should.
were- was
that's a
actually
good
Don't
sign.
see a
Not
hero
gonna
call out of
see
Ansi.
6s minus, right? Doing
There's
this
one hand where I had
ever.
top like ace queen, and I knew I was gonna fold the hand, right?
I
So,
can't see
like,
knows that
there's a
there's some
reasonable swap.
ace
Always feels
kings,
good when
ace
you
queens
dodge a
certainly,
tap
and we see even ace jack in the range of Andrew, but that's a best case scenario.
So hand.
Once I
There's
go
also
past
all
2
the 8s,
seconds,
9s,
I
10s
want to call.
plus, and
1 second call, always bad.
2009.
once again, AJ just talks, doesn't
Yeah,
care.
and
Yeah.
I really like that particular line where you sort of say to the person, I use it myself from time to time, you sort of say, well, I faded the snap call,
Yeah,
so
you're
I'm
like,
fine
I'm
with this
fine.
now.
13
Yep,
pairs.
he means
It's a
it.
good way to show your
It's
sort
my
of...
name.
AJ, it's his name, he says.
Ah, nice.
The Raptors get eliminated. I figured they'd be out in like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you know, so I'll come
And
and
he
they're eliminated.
Jams one that I would have let go and picks up some
He calls after like a minute. Like,
much
And then,
needed
like,
chips.
Can't be worse than a flip.
There's not
Fine with a flip.
very many
Flip.
events.
Never calling
And then,
king,
like,
queen, or ace 10, so like, you never want to call.
Well,
Dude,
9s or 10s or something. Like,
you want to call from 9s or 10?
yeah, I go play the seniors. If I lose, we're double up. Let's go.
Dude, you're mental.
Yeah.
Worth it.
AJ, as a friend, I got to tell
Worth
you.
staying.
I got friends
It was
too.
like
I mean,
probably the best
Huh?
summer of my life.
You-
It
you
was
played
like, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh.
I mean, they've probably been at these.
Oh, you actually got a friend in the seniors?
yeah, once.
He's playing the
Just once.
seniors.
Yeah.
But oh no, twice.
Might not get the chance.
can't play tomorrow still. So, like
But,
BT.
He wants to feel like the best player once at the table. At least.
Yeah,
I went to
hey,
two
now
games,
that wasn't.
too, like, it was like
You were nice to me before. Now we want. We're called. Thought we were bros for life.
I mean, that's a compliment. You're gonna be the best player in the seniors. Even like there's like Eric Seidel is probably playing it.
It is actually a compliment. There's a lot of good seniors now. And I'm sure they're not dying for AJ Kelsall to be in the field.
Certainly not. Oh, what have we here? It looks like 6s against queens. This is trouble for Vian.
5-4 flop.
Good game, man. Good game.
And that is going to be it.
Really nice run.
Grinding this stack of those well that could have.
He played tremendously well on the feature quite a bit. Another player who was happy to chat it up. Extraordinary run.
Good luck, guys.
Go home to your puppy dog. Most beautiful dog I've seen that isn't my own.
That's not lucky number. What, 13?
I know. When people say that, the hotel I'm staying at, they don't even have.
Yeah.
They don't even have a 13 club.
I'm big, yeah.
Yeah.
nah, but
Fucking
that's not
disgusting.
We are down to 13.
$13. It's not the horse of me. Definitely Dusty Ass Valley.
Dusty Ass
Yeah,
Moving a little faster
should
than
be
I would have
Valley
thought.
forever.
Very much so.
Horseshoe is such a cop rebrand. Like, what is that shit?
One very important thing to think about
Bally's
this
is
particular phase is
so fucking
the
bad. I don't
ICM
think I've ever
is
seen
ratcheting up substantially.
Even in my earlier years.
We've lost a few of the shorter stacks. That's got us down to 13 in jig time, but
go up there and like
as we
you
go
couldn't-
from
the
13
AC
to
didn't go
9,
under 68.
it's basically
and the,
going
in
to
the morning the
peak.
sun just beats anyway.
Going to play into the
think there's
hands
so much
of these
respect
bigger
for the
stacks.
opener.
These medium stacks going to find life a little bit awkward.
Yeah, but you open like 5 times.
Interesting to
everyone
see
folds,
how the
even
dynamics
Chris
change,
folded his
particularly on
big
this
hand.
feature table,
Queen's just limp.
I
where
opened one time.
74, you're from
Free bet.
California.
Like, what is
Is
that?
these
Chosen
guys-
one for this tournament. You know that. I'm blessed.
I can't. I mean, I don't want to sleep.
all
you go
playing out
soften
of their
him?
skins.
No, he's just the chosen one. I stay away from him because he's chosen one.
Fucking don't let the flop when he peeled. He was, yeah, he's
all the way
It's
down.
like
AC.
you're the
really?
king. And he's
Him in the
like
bucket
guy
hat.
who-
Ladder will be
Bucket hat.
unlocked
Poor guy.
at
Yeah,
12, so
bucket hat.
interesting
No,
also to see if
bucket
people
hat.
will
Yeah,
start
they're the
using their
chosen
20
ones. They stay away
seconds.
from them.
Those in the bottom half of the stacks
75 in the
certainly
summer.
incentivized to do so,
Sure.
hoping the bust out happens on the other table.
It's Chris World, guys. We only live in it. And he chose you.
Ho, ho, ho.
Scott with, excuse me, Scott with pocket eights under the gun +1.
Moorman was gonna 4-bet bluff. It's like fucking 2012.
2008 earlier.
The old, what was that? Was it the Jake Cody with the 10-4?
I think you have
Yeah.
pinpointed
What
exactly
did
what's going
Bravo
on
do?
here.
Multi?
People taking a little bit of time
One
trying to
is.
make that pay jump. Nothing too egregious
Who was
though.
the guy
Little
that
10
was on the
second
Latin
tank.
one?
Yeah,
Jake Cody. Yeah. If I could see K roll it. I was there.
it wouldn't
actually.
be beneath me either.
Oh, I would do it
No, I wasn't there.
shamelessly.
That's insane.
Bought a,
Yeah, what
you bought a
happened
piece
to
of
fact,
roulette action?
Yeah, I think he's
When my
he
colleague
ready to
Darryl
play
Kearney
poker?
eventually
Yeah.
writes the stalling poker strategy book, I have been promised
I have some tips
collaboration.
for that book. I'll let you in on it after this hand. 9-6-3. Rainbow. Scott's eights in good shape. Check, check. Queen on the turn.
It's far too full.
Just looking to get the
Kinda.
showdown here, maybe?
Maybe.
Here,
I was
Scott?
thinking possibly chucking out a bet, deny equity, but it's going to let the board run out.
Tough for Chris here because it does feel like he is being pot controlled.
Sure. It's just, does he need to fight for every single pot? It's not a large one, but he is Chris Moorman. Here we go.
Big bet, maybe. Stand by.
Feels just 850 though.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did expect him to come larger here. Obviously, King and 8 both have sort of interference with nuttish type stuff.
Oh, Scott wins a nice little pot.
Yeah, I guess Chris just thinking I can get the
Ace
Ace-Jack to
highs?
fold.
Sure, yeah.
I'm not supposed to have that when I have an 8.
I agree.
Kevin O'Donnell on Twitter says, I see Lappin is your co-commentator.
Yes,
Did you
Scotty.
tick off the
Didn't you know?
higher-ups?
Yes,
She is her own higher up. She is
I'm ungovernable.
the one who knocks.
I chose this. What am I doing?
I don't think I can be bothered for 20 minutes.
I can wait 20, but it's that first of the day where I drink that venti coffee.
You're also copying my orders now. What?
What's going on with the coffee culture over here? The venti
I actually
coffees?
did.
That's
What do you
far
mean?
too much
You
coffee.
got
Well,
venti, yeah.
it's like big gulp coffee. I need to understand. I come from a espresso world, or where even if you get a big coffee, it's, you know, a little more than a thimble.
Yeah.
What's going on
I
over
am,
here?
yeah.
Everything is just bigger here. It really, yeah, you know what I'm saying though. Like people don't want an 8-ounce coffee; they want to like kill their hearts. That's
Yeah,
what's
it's a very
happening.
caffeinated country.
Yes.
I'm worried about just an entire
How much you
population
guys
of
pay
people
me
that
if
jump
I
up
make the
on
phone?
caffeine every day.
Yeah, that's why we have road rage.
That would be pretty good, actually.
Right
Like,
now,
just go get a red
do that
shirt
for
and red
free.
sweatpants.
right now you look like Santa's brother, but yeah, like
White would be.
White would be sick. You definitely look way better than him.
Let all the WPT girls sit on my lap, wish for whatever they need.
Wow.
Jeez. Scott Stewart, bad boy.
Just when we were saying nice things about this particular feature table.
The pervert Santa, yeah.
Pervert Santa. Oh man.
I don't know which show it is, like probably Family Guy or something. We did like one of those episodes. Where, like,
Yeah.
Quagmire
There's
is like
a movie
Dirty
called
Santa.
Bad Santa.
Bad Santa, yeah.
With Billy Bob Thornton. It's
There's
a good
definitely
one if you,
adult films made with this
dark
premise, I would have to assume, or anyway.
Leave that hanging out there.
Yep. Queen 6'3" Rainbow.
Which, funnily enough, coincidentally,
I mean, it's called Bad
was
Santa.
also the premise.
Has Santa in the name.
Anyway.
A skinny alcoholic Santa.
Okay, best Christmas movie.
Home Alone.
Home Alone, probably, yeah. Home Alone 1.
So good.
Or Die Hard.
Home Alone 1 is a classic.
Oh my, yes it
They
is.
play it every year for Christmas.
My great friend Brenda Fricker was in
Of course
Home
it's a
Alone
Christmas
2.
movie.
Oh yeah?
She played the pigeon
all
lady.
three- I'm
Oh,
pretty sure all
awesome.
three,
Yeah.
She's a very good
movies
character.
are
She's fantastic.
On Christmas, though.
These
We had
days,
this bet the
her
other day,
best
it's
claim to
number 2
fame
on
is that
IMDb.
people say Piers Morgan looks like her.
Someone wanted to bet top 10. We bet
They troll him with photos of her in that
Okay,
movie.
why though? Why do
She
you
is
think
lovely
it's
in
not a
that
Christmas
movie.
movie?
She's a lovely person too.
The literal
Oscar-winning
whole
actress.
theme of the movie is coming home for Christmas after a
1989, My
long
Left
day's
Foot.
work.
Yeah.
The dealer. We need to get the dealer, a spot to put it.
And just give a good, like in an American accent, say, hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah, brother.
Perfect.
Give us some fun. He said like he's gonna dye his beard white tomorrow.
He's gonna what?
If I make it tomorrow, I'll wear this and I'll dye my beard white.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And all the hot ladies sit on his lap. You know,
Well,
that's what he
the
said.
Club WPT girls, or the WPT
Someone told me
Royal Flush girls.
they were joking.
I don't think he cleared it with them.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just happy I didn't miss my big line. I thought you could have had two.
Slovenia.
Well,
Pennsylvania.
but the one major theme in Christmas movies is all about like the long journey back home for Christmas. Okay, that's like a big theme in Christmas stories, and Die Hard is like a perfect,
Rich, you gotta get
literally a perfect.
Hat swappage.
so hot in this thing.
Do love a bit of Die Hard. I did love a bit of Die Hard back in the day.
Sure.
Hey, you want to wear it for a hand?
Yeah. It's too hot, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why I'm not wearing it. It's fucking roasting.
Yeah.
Favorite Christmas movies in the chat? Anyone got one? Let us know. And
Home Alone's so good because it like captures your child imagination. Like when you're a kid watching that, it's just like, oh, you get to beat the bad guys and
Yeah.
you're in charge, and him at the grocery store buying groceries and like using coupons was the best part.
So good.
Like,
Joe Pesci also just
oh
a
my
perfect
god,
villain.
amazing. The Wet Bandits. Half the stream just tuned out to watch Home Alone now. We screwed up.
We've lost them.
Huh?
Chris in the cutoff, raising up ace 10 offsuit.
There's,
Jonty defending the big blind, king 9 offsuit. 9-3-3. Jonty Claus with the best of it.
1 and 2, like me, Brian, and Edward
Yeah,
were all Korean.
Jonty feeling rather jaunty.
And then
Korean connection.
The early going here.
We're all Korean, like so it was like all 3 in a row.
Shipping up from 17.7 to 25 million. Probably one of the biggest movers
Yeah.
of the morning.
Yeah.
Moorman C betting this paired
I
board.
don't know about Edward. I don't know about Chris like that. Joseph Chong was. But most of us were born like overseas.
I got like 680 count.
He's sitting in that seat. He's from San Diego.
6 of clubs.
Oh, was he?
Expecting this to go check.
You know what I'm talking about?
No, that makes sense.
I've now phased away. I'm just
That's okay.
Googling Christmas movies.
We assumed he was.
That's why there's 2 of us in here, so one person can just like think about Christmas movies for a little while.
I do have a controversial Christmas movie opinion, which I'm willing to share at the end of this hand.
All right.
Wait, did he get unlucky?
Oh, I promised some stalling tips at the end of a different hand. I totally forgot about it. So Chris is going to try to show down his ace-10. 7 completes the board. Might be time for Jonty to bet his own hand. I don't think Chris is going to comply.
Where do the bluffs come from in this spot, I wonder?
Backdoor diamonds and hearts, maybe?
Yeah. Even some of them will be the 4-5, though.
Sure. Yeah, I'd expect there to be
The
some
10-8.
like Jack 10 of hearts kind of situation in diamonds, but
We had an awkward moment last night.
Yeah, it is a funky one where the 4-5 and the 10-8 are maybe in there, and they've found a way to win.
yeah, if you're looking for a reason to fold the ace-10, there's quite a few.
Yeah.
And we were like, why? And he's like, I'm from Ukraine. We're like, oh, he like apologized. But he was very
Every short stack of the table is like,
saying you're from
Chris
Los
Moorman, you take your time.
Yeah.
Think this one through for a few minutes.
Very little different right now, but 2 years ago, or was it 4 years ago maybe? Right now,
I don't know. I get mistaken for
Maybe the
all
ace-deuce,
sorts of things.
yeah.
which you
It's an
block.
easy mistake to make.
Your voice, I'm sure
Is
that
actually-
your voice sounds very much like the Asian actor.
A tricky one to find bluffs on.
And
What, really?
Guess maybe
he's
Queen 10
there's
clubs.
a movie called Office Christmas Party. He's in it. He's also like.
Yeah, Chris really did
Nice
sort of
fold.
piece that one together.
Sure. So your Christmas movie first.
I'll show you a picture.
It's a Wonderful Life.
I like it.
Horrendous.
Yeah, but I like it. My dad and I used to watch it every year, so it's just got like a nostalgia part of my heart. But yeah, it's like long and drawn out, and
Way to make it so that I can no longer
you
criticize.
can't have an opinion anymore. Sorry.
No,
about
that's
that.
the end of that. We'll shut that one down. Go on, tell me about your stalling.
So I was kidding the one time, WPT main nearing the bubble, and a guy is just taking every opportunity, like, oh, I'm scratching my head, I'm not even looking. Oh, is it on me? Oh, and then looks at one card for 5 minutes. The next, and I said to him as a joke, I was like, just spill something on the table. They have to like make us all wait. And then he accidentally did like 10 minutes later. He made it look really good if it was on purpose.
That is spectacular.
But he could add a chapter in that, or at least a
Yeah.
page.
No, that's already written down in my book of notes. Of, but I've never heard anyone actually do it. I just thought I could do it. I think if you break a card,
Oh, that
and
takes
then
a while.
and then
Sure.
you say, look, we're going to need a new deck. That one's broken.
Mhm.
But then within the next 3 hands, break another card and then start accusing other people.
That's really
like
sharp.
Begbie and train spotting. It's
We all
like,
like
we're
the
not leaving
underdog
until we find
story,
out
you know?
which of you's done this. And you start a fight, and then you accuse somebody, and then
Mm-hmm.
you
You
pick
against
somebody who's
Moorman,
kind of
I
hot-headed.
wanna
They'll
see
have a
what you
row. They'll have to break up the fight. That takes up quite a lot of time.
You've
By
thought
the-
a lot about this.
By the time that's over, you're basically on the bubble.
Have you considered just getting better at poker?
No.
It shows. Scott Stewart putting his big stack to work, raising the button with 10-8 off.
I jest, of course. I've never broken a card, with one exception. Irish Open used to give buffet vouchers for the dinner break.
Oh.
So 400 people would descend on the same buffet. So about 2 minutes before dinner, I would just break a card and go, we're going to need a new deck here.
And then you get to run
I
out
know
there
that-
without missing a hand.
I knew there'd be no hands played, and then I would be sitting there with my, bacon and cabbage, mashed
Ew.
potatoes, looking at everybody in the queue.
I got 31. Yes, I have. 19, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31.
think times are tough.
Is that our day one buddy Jonas Makoff in the back?
I think you're right.
Like in 9 minutes.
Donut, I forget his screen name. Donut something.
He took a nasty one.
Oh, that was horrid.
The next 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to play with only double-digit bigs.
Poor
isn't it?
Jonas got
gotta
it
stay over
in.
100 bigs,
Aces
otherwise
versus
you
kings
can't.
versus
You
jacks
always
for a
raise it.
400k pot on day one, king on the turn. Blech. And then he also had to hear the postmortem from the guy with
I
Jacks
think that
talking
Moorman
about
was in
how,
306 max last
yeah,
to
just
buy a piece
going
of
over the
it.
hand
Well,
over and
that's
over
right.
again while Jonas sits there with 2 big blinds. I was like, oh no. Ah, the joys of live poker.
That was a fun table. We had a fun table.
I
that.
had a good time. Yep.
Yeah. And I know I got the sense that after I left, you just didn't really care anymore.
Yeah, I was like, I can't go on without him.
Yeah. And then in it went with King Jack.
Yep. I just reached a breaking point. I'm like, I can't be 3-bet another time, and I have blockers. Take that. And then he just like double checks his cards. I'm like, I'm screwed. Those are aces. Scott finding King Jack suited in the cutoff. Anzi in the big blind defends the ace deuce offsuit. Is that just a decision facing a late position raiser? You just decide to chuck in the blind?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a huge difference between a kind of a under the gun or +1 or even low jack open versus this cut off late position, which will contain an awful lot of stuff you're actually slightly ahead of.
Sure.
Chances are your opponent will rep your board. You might win a 2-street pot.
Yeah. Queen Jack 7, 2 hearts and a spade. Scott way ahead. Small bet gets through.
That's when it looks like you had it.
Had something.
Scott Stewart,
Yeah,
great guy.
right.
Everyone likes him. I have a rescue dog who's a little bit of a like unsure of new people. Basically any new people, even people who are bringing him chicken nuggets and stuff like that. He's like, I don't want new friends. I bring him to the Airbnb for a Run Good event that Scott Stewart's at, and he's like, oh, hi, Scott. Never met him before, loves him. That's just the type of energy he brings. He's just like a very, like, everybody loves this guy.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Did you raise your dog to be like you?
Yeah, exactly. No new friends.
Got it.
No friends.
You're just a workaholic these days anyway.
We had a lot of stuff to plan. It's a big event. The 5 million really did take up a lot of time. There's a lot of effort that went into it. But very, very relieving when players liked it. And they had good things to say.
Look, I think you guys did a phenomenal job. No joke. This is a huge undertaking. This has been an incredible event for a couple of years, but you brought something a little different and exciting this year. And I think the players really did appreciate it.
Thanks. That's why we're just going to give away, like, no, I can't even make this joke again. I got roasted on Twitter. I was like, we give billions of dollars away. Our official account's like, her views do not represent our...
Clip it.
Fabian min raising the 8-7 offsuit from the button. AJ Kelsaw ace-3 suited in the big. 17 big blinds.
Yeah, like, maybe we won like
We're gonna see
2
3.
3 million. It seems like I won a pot. I guess I lost that. You probably did. If he's even, I'm even. Slovenia.
I just played like tiny.
Jack 5-4 rainbow. 1 club.
You just kept bluffing, kept winning.
Kind of interesting board. AJ's got the gut shot to the wheel, and Fabian's got the gut shot to the nuts.
Done it every time, not paid.
Barely bet your Queen Jack.
Yeah.
he's
Pretty
value.
easy spot for Fabian to fire here.
You priced him in on the turn. You're like, I got his Jack blocked as well.
Yeah. Have hearts as well, like some players.
Going to take a little time over this, but fully expect Fabian to come with something around a third. And as you said, Jamie, Andrew in a little pickle here.
I feel like to this sizing, I would peel.
I like it.
Because he started the day with 8. He started the day with 8. So.
Started the day with 8?
Not you, the other guy.
Oh, I was like, what?
I'm trying to figure out who won the
Makes the call.
Yeah, fun thing about Andrew's hand here is he could be good right now. He has a gutter, and he did have that backdoor flush draw working as well.
Sure.
Not a
Fabian
particularly nice
now.
card, and now double gutter for Fab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite hand in poker. It feels sneaky when you get there with the double gut shot.
Yeah,
My original
that was me.
poker group was called the Dublin Belly Busters.
Oh, that's cute.
Still haven't played with 3 people from that table.
Shout out to the Dublin Belly Busters, who are all in bed because it's way too late in Dublin.
What kind of? It was like a home game.
Yeah.
850.
Yeah, we were like one of those nerdy home games that gave ourselves a name.
That's cute. Assuming that this is gonna work. Semi-bluff with his double gut shot. 9 of clubs would have been a much more interesting turn card. See if Andrew could check raise, empty the clip. But it just doesn't seem like this is worth speculating any further.
Yeah, it's awkward now.
Yep, lets it go.
And well done to Fabian for navigating that one with some small bets.
Careful. We don't need you breaking. Yeah, no breaking vases like last year. Okay. We don't. Tomorrow's your day, buddy.
It's one of those spots where you feel quite good about navigating in the way that he did because your opponent's probably going to raise flop and look to just get it in off that stack a lot when he has a comfortable amount of equity. So you know you can just kind of lean on those medium amounts of equity hands. Scott's been plenty active here. Queen Jack qualifying here +1. Playing 100 bigs. Always potential for a big one here when Scott opens in this particular seat to Chris Moorman's big blind.
This feels like a little bit of stalling.
And I'm here for it.
Yep, it's part of the game.
I think we only have maybe just a couple of minutes. It might even be that he managed to make this the last hand.
Sure. And it's a $40,000 pay jump, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. Moorman defending 8-6 offsuit. It's Jack 10-6, a pair for each. Scott way ahead.
Yeah, and the players have taken leave, so this will be our last hand, I think.
Much?
8-6 with the heart, bottom pair. Backdoor straight outs. A little too much hand to fold to just one bet.
For sure. It's occasionally feasible when you're in a tougher ICM conundrum than either of these guys are, that if you have the 6 with no backdoor, you can maybe consider letting it go at this point, but certainly not when you have something to go with.
Brick on the turn.
Hand like 6-3 might have found its way into the muck just as a hand that wouldn't realise often enough.
Interesting check back.
Yeah, basically deciding to go for some pot control and maybe induce some bluffs too. Chris probably with enough showdown to not bother betting here.
6.
And Scott also doesn't go for a little value. That's surprising. I expected either a turn bet or a small river bet.
Yeah, maybe a little worried about the king, that the king 9s might be in there. King queen was possible too. And on that note, we're going to take a short break, 15 minutes or so. When we come back, we will have a new octuple, I believe. Or maybe we're keeping the same group. I'm actually not 100% sure on that one.
I vote for keeping the same group forever.
Same people, please. Scott Stewart has made some hay over the last hour and a half. He's up to 35 million. Chris Moorman, 30 million. Jonty Willis, the real mover and shaker. 70 big blinds now, 27 million. We have lost a few players. We're going to lose a few more before the end of the day. Fabian Gumps there, low down on the count. Andrew Kelsel, 11 big blinds. He is the one probably going to have to make the next big move. We'll be back in 50 minutes, guys. Please do join us. Don't go anywhere.
For most Americans, their memory of online poker is stuck in the past. A desert filled with unsafe options or no option at all? Well, not anymore. Club WPT Gold is bringing poker back to America. It's a sweepstakes model website, sweeping the nation, and it's available to try out now. Sign up now using code YouTube and enjoy the return of safe online poker to America. The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Lu, and Wolf Game Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, sweeping the nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold Meetup Games.
I'm going in February
cool.
for the WPT.
Oh,
yeah.
this could be
February,
danger here. I
Mid.
wonder if Chris comes with flat rather than 3-bet.
Oh, if it's the end, I'd
Looks like
Like
you
the
did.
prime starts in
Yeah, that's
mid.
one way to avoid
Big one.
a situation where you 3-bet and then you really hate when you get played back at. Tens really shrivel up quickly.
You have to
So yeah, nice flat.
Yeah, particularly against this effective 40 big blind stack, it gets very messy. I like
you
this
allowed
flat
to
from
play
Chris.
Especially facing under the gun one.
You are?
It gets a lot dicier if it was later positions. I think you just play your tens for value, but here it's you don't really want to open the door to a
Oh, you have
4-bet.
American passport? Oh, smart guy. Austin? Smart guy.
I have to get to Lodge.
He moved away from Cambodia, so
There
he
is a
can
spot
go
here
there
where
and
a squeeze could come in from one of the shorter stacks, and
You go
Chris
one,
has a
two,
hand
one.
where if it falls back to him, he is happy to get it in as well. So
It's
that's
beautiful
always
over there,
nice
isn't it?
too.
Yeah, this is a
Everyone's
close
saying-
spot for Jonty. Against two players, you just let this go for the one big blind.
I love a
Yeah.
fold here. I think it's just so hard to win a meaningful pot. It's very easy to lose a big one.
Yep, nice fold. If it's suited, you just chuck in the one big and you
Sure.
try to make a flush. Yeah. So this is a much smaller pot than you would have seen in like online poker 10 years ago. So it would have been like 19 bet. The game has definitely changed. 6-5-4, 2 hearts. The queen's still good.
Yeah, not unreasonable for Ansi to check this texture all the time. Probably not giving Chris a huge amount of 7-8 here. Maybe some 6s, but even 4s and 5s likely let go. So
Faster, you just bluffed me.
firing out small here, hoping to target exactly the kind of hand he has, and obviously deny equity to some hands too.
2 red 7s.
Chris can go nowhere on this particular board though, and could well lose more down the streets. We shall
But
see.
that flop I like. Very good flop for me. If I could just go back. The flop's always 9-9.
Certainly could imagine either action here from Ansi.
That's yeah, I do like it.
You like it, I don't like it. That caught me way too far.
1.9. 9.
Ansi just knowing exactly where he's at, it feels like.
Yeah, this is really impressive. I think just honing in on exactly that sort of stuff, maybe the 8s, 9s, 10s, understanding as well that he needs to charge draws. Uncomfortable for Chris here. What a fold.
Really nice.
Slovenia's silent.
What a neat and tidy fold there from
Especially
Chris Moorman.
with
There was definitely rivers I would fold, but not that one.
Someone's asking for
Those bad
sage
rivers for me.
wisdom
Yeah.
from me. Leo, I'm sorry, I don't know if that's why I've been hired today.
that must be tongue in cheek.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
More
Don't
with
take it out on
pocket
me,
queens
Chris.
and the hijack.
The different life though. He bets
600?
4.8 million, just has ace jack, and he just gets paid.
Yeah.
Oh, it's younger Moorman.
Yeah.
Oh, this is trouble. Son with jacks in the cutoff.
Just flats.
Just a call.
Wow.
Oh,
Did not
interesting.
expect this.
Andrea opens the door for him to squeeze if he'd like. He's got a beautiful hand to squeeze with ace-5 suited.
I wonder what
Everyone's
he's making of that
favorite.
flat. That flat from San is a little bit suspicious. It has juiced the pot up to a sort of amount where this ace-5 suited going all the way in is tempting now.
I would like it. I'm looking at two really nice hands that aren't going to fold, but I like this spot for a squeeze. Moorman's going to be opening very loose. If you think Sen's the type that's just like, hey, I want to see 3.
Yeah, it has that sort of king-queen kind of vibe to it.
Sure.
Definitely didn't expect something as strong as Jack's here. Is there somehow a pathway to San getting away here?
Andrea with the nice folds. I think that would have been my last hand of the tournament.
How the ace-5 suited gets there.
I think.
That's why we like it so much.
But they only sell it in teeny tiny bottles.
No, they have it. They have it.
Oh,
7, 5, 4, 2 spades. This is not the kind of board that Jax finds a fold on.
Yeah, I gotta say, Italy.
Yeah, one has to put themselves into the mindset of San here, choosing to go with flat off that 22 big blind stack, probably just deciding I want to fade an ace or king high flop, and now probably will feel much better about it. Stack to pot ratio is only 3 here. It's very hard to imagine a way out.
Very passionate, yeah.
Moorman C-bet 725.
Beatles?
Vito.
The player?
Yeah, Italian guy. You know, it's a friend of yours.
We saw that raise earlier with the king-queen. He is going to send it upstairs here, and this is probably curtains now for San. I don't see Chris doing anything other. Do you know what he might be just thinking? Do I call and let him put the rest in himself, or do I just stick it in now? I think he's just going to stick it in now, recognizing that San has a hand he likes.
Sure. Yeah, San can definitely have hands like 8s and 9s also that love this board that go, okay, I have a lot of equity. And those hands often face a big card on the turn and no longer like their hand. So yeah, he just puts it all in.
Gets the bad news. We expected this one to go in pre. It has gone in on this 7-5-4 board. Backdoor spade possibility for San, but it is looking a little bleak right now.
6 of spades. Spicy one.
King of clubs. It's going to be a jack and only a jack for San. It's 8 of spades. Really great story for San, though. Wins his golden passport at the lodge. Comes out here, plays the free roll, cashes it, plucks a 10K out of the consolation draw, smacked it out of the way.
They were like, get out of here.
Like, would you like a deck of cards? Can't have that either.
I ran to the nearest real estate agent and said, can I purchase some property here in America? There's a very spicy free roll.
Yeah. You tried to look up your old Connecticut address.
I did.
I think I still have a license here.
I'm not even lying. I did do that. Oh my God, I can't believe you read my mind.
Wow.
That's exactly what I did. I had some old mail. I think I have a bank account attached to it. I was like, maybe this can get me over the line.
Trying to win that McLaren.
But then the magician.
Yeah.
I met him at the media dinner, and I interrogated the hell out of him.
How did you do
that? How did tell me how you did it? All in from Andrew here.
225.
Don't think it's enough to get Scott out of here, which is good news.
7 big blinds. Yeah, AJ's going to be in really good shape. King Jack suited versus Scott's King 9 suited.
2.25. 2.2. Yeah, 2.5.
If AJ can hold, it's only a flush wound for Scott Stewart. It's a giant stack. So far, so good. Ace 4 deuce. Backdoor diamonds for Andrew. King Jack still good.
You ask for a 9, not for a deuce.
I asked
You have to be.
He's not being greedy.
You have to be
Americans
greedy.
ask for deuces. We're not greedy people.
Three.
The deuce queen.
Close, but no cigar. 8 of spades on the turn. It's going to be a 9 for Scott, or Andrew is going to double up.
Yeah, just a nosebleed here for Scott, but so massive for Andrew, getting that double, keeping his hopes of ladders and maybe even that top rise alive.
I thought it was 2.25.
Ho, ho, ho.
Jonty under the gun. Queen Jack suited. Raising it up. 10K seniors. It's impressive that they could have such a big turnout last year. And that AJ Kelsall is playing for $3 million, and he's like, oh, if I bust, I'm going to go run into that. Like, that's...
It's almost like all the money is concentrated within the older generation, and young people really can't, get a start. And they won't even play with us. They're just sharing it amongst themselves.
I'm close to being an old person, so I support this. Scott defends a big blind, Jack 5 of diamonds. Ace, King 8, 2 diamonds. Gut shot for Jonty, but Jack high flush draw for Scott.
Yeah, Jonty going to certainly range c-bet the ace-king texture here. Every reason to believe he would get it through for one bet, but Scott's going to get sticky here with diamonds. Make it Jonty work for it once again.
I needed that extra 25 to
Average stack is 60 million. I don't think.
No, for 100,000.
Yeah, exactly.
I was like, it's not low.
3 of them started with 22, 23.
9 of hearts on the turn, puts second flush draw out there.
23 or something.
Yeah. True. He's gonna.
Christian had 22 or something.
Certainly a spot where Jonty could go quite big here. Really try and lean on the far weaker range of his opponent.
Is this a spot you'd ever consider an overbet?
Yeah. A little surprised by the size here. Did think we would see something 75% or larger. Again, quite like your idea there, Jamie, of really putting the pressure on. As played, it's made it quite easy for Scott to draw here. Jonty is ahead, remember, right now, though. And he stayed ahead.
Scott waves the white flag.
Great news for Jonty now. He may well bluff at this, but he is going to be good regardless.
I got it.
Fucker. Love Scott.
I beat some flush draws.
God damn it. The Moorman
You ever play with
people everyone.
Deacon name?
Easy.
I mean, you get to learn and make 200K. I mean, what more could you possibly want?
I mean, yeah.
You learn
Kick
and
this one off here.
Money,
you're not even paying.
Don't see Andre getting an easy decision today, to be honest.
Nope. 12 bigs. This is, I think it's just too good. And you're facing Moorman, who's going to be opening very wide on a large stack. Yeah, he's
well done, sir.
Gets it in.
Yeah, if it's anyone else under the gun, I think you suddenly hate life.
Feel
But
a lot
actually,
more,
with
yeah.
Chris, you're just like,
no.
Oh wow, oh wow.
This isn't easy either. You have jacks, but it was under the gun opens, under the gun 1 jams, 12. It's just too good to fold, right?
Good job over there.
This is also getting in. I'm not sure if he can flat and fold to a Chris jam, or is that just putting too much in and making it too awkward? Maybe it just goes in. Chris is going to be opening so wide. Same rules apply to his situation here. In fact, Chris is now going to have to fold a hand like ace-queen if he shoves. So
yeah,
I think every reason to maybe just put this in. I'm not sure he has enough to call fold. And I don't know if you even want to call fold. Oh, we are going to jump out there. Well, we're keen to get back to the other hand in a moment. But just to let you know, it's ace-jack against sevens, Lendl against pack. And it looks like the sevens are going to do a hold. They do, in fact. Double up there for Lendl. Pack, again, going in the wrong direction.
7-5.
Get us back to that
I know.
feature.
It's like, I want to see.
Yeah, he did just jam in the end. Makes sense. Ansi, I think, falling on the correct decision in the end. Does have a dominating spot over poor old
There's
Andre.
the 6.
Wow.
Of course. Ace 6 deuce 2 clubs. Andrea's backdoor clubs 2 9s. His only outs. Now just a 9 will do it.
Make 10s and 6s.
It's not to be.
Thank you.
Nice run, Andrea.
The K6.
A frustrating little cameo for Andrea on this feature table here today.
Good game, man.
Busting in 15th. What an incredible. What have we here? It looks like sixes against queens. This is trouble for Vian.
One time. 5, 4 o'clock. Nine.
GG. Good game, man. Good game.
And that is going to be it.
Really nice run.
Grinded this stack of those well they could have.
He played tremendously well on the feature quite a bit. Another player who was happy to chat it up. Extraordinary run.
Go home.
And he chose you.
Ho, ho, ho.
Scott with, excuse me, Scott with pocket eights under the gun +1.
Moorman was gonna 4-bet bluff. It's like fucking 2012.
2008, earlier.
What was that? Was it the Jake Cody with the 10-4?
I think you have pinpointed exactly what's going on here. People taking a little bit of time trying to make that pay jump. Nothing too egregious though. A little 10-second tank.
Yeah.
Jake Cody. Yeah. If I could see her roll it. I was
It
there.
wouldn't be beneath me either.
Oh, I would do it
No, I wasn't there.
shamelessly.
That's insane.
You bought a piece of
fact,
roulette action?
Yeah, I think he's
when my colleague Daryl Kearney eventually writes the stalling poker strategy book, I have been promised
I have some tips
collaboration.
for that book. I'll let you in on it after this hand. 963.
The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Lu, and Wolf Game Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, Sweeping the Nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold Meetup Games.
13 players remain in this gargantuan WPT World Championship. The fans have spoken. We are staying with the Jonty, Moorman, Fabian, Scott and AJ show. I'm David Lavin alongside Jamie Kerstetter. 3,100 bags up top in this one. We are perilously hovering on the cusp of a 40k pay jump. There's a new sheriff in town. Scott Stewart is our chip leader, and I know you're friends with him, Jamie.
Yep. I'm very happy for him. He's somebody everybody likes. He's helping lighten the mood at this table, although 5 of them are.
Yes.
This is the chattiest, most fun feature table this deep in a huge event that I've probably ever covered. But yeah, Scott Stewart, no stranger to these spots. He has a $500,000 score in the main event. 13th place, 2017.
Cheese on it, huh?
Why
He's got quite a few six-figure scores.
That you fold.
But honestly, I know him from him
8-5
dominating mid-stakes poker. Like he stays in his lane a lot and just absolutely crushes these like 1K, 2K tournaments.
Just being able to fall back on that kind of experience in a spot such as this one is huge. We've got guys like Jonty in there. Obviously, he's made final tables. In fact, he has won a tournament this year on the WPT circuit. But this is another tier. And if you've been there, done that on a few occasions, had a $500,000 score, like you said, or whatever, you really can lean into that experience in a way that maybe others who haven't been there can't.
It's also what makes it easy to be loose in this spot with like, okay, I'm just conversing. You know, you tend to be able to like play your game because you just don't feel the pressure that first timers will feel.
Oh, and this will be a close one for Jonty here. 11 bigs, not even 11 bigs. 10.5. I think we're calling. Yeah, here we go.
Says not close, slams it in.
My own name?
So we're racing. AJ Kelsall at risk, pocket nines against Jonty's ace-jack offsuit.
Wayne Gretzky?
Wayne Gretzky.
Oh, there you go.
Jonty wins this. He becomes chip leader in this tournament right now. Andrew wins this one, and he is back in business with around about 10 million.
He's not going to beat me with my own name.
Where I first ever played like poker.
Yeah, if he had ace queen. If he had ace queen, I would think he could do it.
Brantford, Ontario.
Ace jack's not getting there.
AJ claiming that the AJ has never betrayed him.
Can we not make it a bit more exciting than that? Can we have like Queen 10-8 or something?
Ooh.
That's
a pretty fair fight. Jack 10-7, all diamonds. Andrew with the gut shot and the flush draw to go with his pocket nines. Jonty, top pair. It's red, but not a diamond.
It has to be a heart.
Diamonds, come on.
Big moment.
Good game, guys.
And that's going to be it. Queen of spades on the river. AJ Kelsall, really nice run.
Thank you.
What a gentleman. What a lovely, lovely person to have on the feature table on a few occasions over the last few days. He was just a ray of light, chatting it up with everybody, bluffing while, you know...
His butt off.
Yeah, so many bluffs, but also just the way he was willing to chat while bluffing, really, really impressive.
That's the hardest hold I've ever seen in my life.
If it would have been Jack 10-7 hard.
The only thing you have going for you is too many outs.
Jonty, just
that's the only thing you have
basking
you know,
in the spotlight right now. He is our new chip leader.
And did he just bubble that 40k pay jump?
I'm afraid he did.
That was such a quickly played hand with that in mind.
Yeah, Jonty gave him no time whatsoever.
Yeah, but that may have been one of the spots where you go almost all in, save the chip, and hope for some blood on the outer table. AJ doesn't care, though. He's like, let's go.
AJ's rushing to the 10k seniors, remember?
Oh, that's
so
right.
He has that other priority.
He's like, I'll make way more than 40k in that. Let me out of here. Wonder if he even picks up his money. He's probably going straight to buy in.
I think, Fabian, is this all done? Or you want to have? Apart from the fruit and these two. Is that done? Okay.
I need this, I need this, and I need this.
Okay. God, you're really taking up space. You're not very considerate. Did I already have water?
Huh?
800? That's maybe 40k.
I'm only looking at first place right now.
Why so greedy?
Yeah, you gotta be.
Nah, I won't go very far in Germany.
Moorman
No, Vienna.
raising up 10-9 offsuit from the button.
Well.
Ryan in the small blind.
I need the money, man.
28.
Some devious intentions with this ace-8 offsuit. 3 bets to 2.8.
Second place, but that was a hole for the year.
I'm thinking in Korean for some reason. Like,
You consider retiring?
Yep, that's why Mikita and I were so good friends, because we always play the high rollers together.
Chris, once again, getting 3-bet by Ryan.
Nikita's
once
like
again folding.
Rich, right?
Good timing on both occasions.
Has to be.
Meanwhile, I'm giving some thought to maybe sending Jonty and Fabian on the road together. I think this could be a duet.
What do you mean?
This could be like the only poker vlog I want to watch, you know?
Yep, okay.
A buddy movie kind of vlog.
That answered my question. Yeah.
Yeah, like people like Adrian Mateos and Nikita, they don't have to sell. Because they know they're winning.
Yeah, they buy everyone else's too.
Yeah.
do you think that? What, you think he sells 0? They all sell 0% of 100K?
No. They probably swap.
A couple of them. I bet
they swap out.
No.
Sure.
No. Like.
There's like
swapping's different.
There's definitely a couple of guys in that high roller circuit. I won't name names who do buy up quite a bit of action.
I'm sure.
They play in the games, but they do hoover up the straggling 10 and 20% that people want to shed. Happy to take plus EV spots.
It's professional.
20K pay jump, yeah. Like he was carrying more than like most people at my table.
Yeah, I'm playing a $50 tournament online. I'm like sweating the bubble. I'm making disciplined folds on the bubble.
Yeah, you can be sure that's true as well. No word of a lie, Chris Moorman, consummate pro.
You're not getting rich by,
That's how you get a triple crown, right? Online.
That's right.
Care about every spot.
Till that website went away.
Yep.
I don't like small fields. I like to be able to win a lot for what I put in.
Rainbow, Jonty with the best of it, flopping middle pair, back row diamonds.
You're doing 350 from South Park.
Empty.
Is that what you're doing?
Same, yeah.
Is that what you're doing 350 from?
Yeah, like your strength.
Goddamn lock that spot for 150 feet tall.
Same for me. Like I don't have the intention to play like a super high.
I need about 350.
One of the cultural differences I've often noticed, and this is one actually to criticise my Irish brethren, which I apologise in advance if this applies to any of you, but there was always this culture of bragging about how big you played. And whenever I met players from the German fraternity, they used to brag about how small a game they would still play.
Okay.
They'd be like,
and still take it seriously?
You don't play the 5 rebate on a Sunday? What's wrong with you? That's such a good tournament. Like they took pride in how low they go.
Interesting.
It's like limboing.
Yeah, it's very big in America to be like, if you're waiting for a game and you happen to play a smaller game while waiting for a bigger game, you have to let
You have to make sure they
everyone
know.
know.
Yeah.
I'm just hanging out with you peasants because I don't have anywhere else to sit right now.
Yeah.
It's very important to say that, yeah.
And I'm going to lose in this game because I don't care about
I
the
don't
money
even
'cause this
care.
is so
Oh,
small.
enjoy it, peasants. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
850.
Fair to say Ryan has arrived at this feature table with intent. A couple of 3 bets against Chris. Obviously, pretty standard open here, but I feel like he's going to get after it now. I think he's one of the players who is going to play somewhat fearlessly. Not going to worry about
Does seem
ladder
that
jumps.
way.
Really cares about the top 3 spots and not so much about the gap between 12th and 10th.
He also just seems like he has a clue what's going on here. He's to Moorman's left. Moorman's got a pile of chips. He's known to be very loose, and that's the guy you 3-bet. He's had a couple hands already where he's taken advantage of that.
Yeah, I gotta stop.
I would have folded to 8. Could have made 7.
Wrong.
Yeah, but you can't.
We are witnessing something rather extraordinary here. That Chris
that's
Moorman
true.
in a
Okay, but
field
what
of
if I say... What
crazy.
If I
3,000 plus
Okay,
last
okay.
year and what 2,400 this
That's
year is
different,
wading
right?
his
It
way.
doesn't change anything
10k
when you
buy-in. Tough enough
So
feel when
also
it gets
the same
down to it.
one.
Okay,
Sure.
probably a bit of value at the beginning, but really tough feel when it gets down to it. Came 4th last year.
Actually,
Very
100%
likely
change
to
some.
make back-to-back
You might
final
buy a
tables
bigger
from here.
Kevin,
Obviously,
Just says
no
8.
foregone
Yeah, buy
conclusions,
somewhere
but 12
in front.
left.
He'd ask for clarification.
Unofficial
Yeah, because
FT
you're
of
living in
9.
like this,
We're going to play to 6,
miserable-
I believe,
this
today.
terrible small cabin and like the
8.
French Alps with like 2 other people.
Yeah, it's really incredible.
Shout out.
Shout out. Okay. They're so glad you're not there yet.
Yeah, that's it. They're loving it. When I was like, I missed my flight, they were like, thank God.
Yeah.
Peace and quiet for a few days.
Jonty's staying in Vegas for Christmas now.
In fact, literally,
Family
one
have
thing
said.
I could
I guess
say is
so.
find
Stay
a
over there,
photo
it's fine.
or like a
Yeah, he
Come back,
said
Rich,
he
in the new
usually
year.
goes somewhere and skis for like a
Great
month.
story, such a
Jonty's
great story.
life, if you want to look at someone's Instagram and just be very jealous, he basically has like a Kardashian Instagram for a poker player.
That's the Jonty life.
Yes.
I think that's the...
Ollie.
Oh,
Oh, hello. Here we go. 30 bigs here, Ryan. Hard to think of
This
hands
is-
that you're behind when it's come shove here.
I agree with that.
Got to cap out your opponent here. No aces and kings, probably no queens either. Only fearing one hand, I think, jacks that might do this. Rest of it's going to be things like 9s and 8s. Ace, king, ace, queen.
Yep.
In it goes. Huge flip.
Again.
Huge moment here in this tournament. Might be one of the biggest pots we've seen in the tournament so far.
We need stakes here.
25 million in the middle.
You said you felt it last time. Do you feel it this time?
Oh, nervous
Indifferent.
moments
Actually
for
too
Fabian, you can
nervous.
tell.
Oh.
Oh, right away.
King 10
Torn the band-aid here.
Ryan way ahead, 97% to win this one. And that'll do it.
Good game. With a pleasure, guys.
Well played by Fabian. $255,000 for his efforts, but man,
Good game.
Take care. Take care.
so close to the final table you could taste it.
Yeah, phenomenally talented player. One of those Germans living in Vienna, racking up
get to the big
a
one.
really, really impressive
It's like this
career
literally
at the
the
poker
20
tables,
million
live
ice
and
cream
online.
events up there.
Unfortunately falling short on this occasion, but what an incredible run. Once again, Fabian Gums. We will see him again.
Sad to see him go also. Someone who could play that well, but also mix it up with people like Jonty and Scott Stewart.
Yeah.
The chatter as well.
Final table 9-handed.
Must be.
Yeah, I feel like it has to be.
That has to be, surely.
Can you imagine trying to put 10 on
Just
this?
like that, we're 11.
No, I know.
Just-
but-
Going
I think
fast.
it was. Yeah.
10-handed.
Change the
yeah.
rules sometimes.
It must be.
No,
There's 11 players.
Shout out to Rachel Winter in the background and
Must be 9.
photographing
Uneven
this
full
whole
and parts.
event.
Yeah, yeah.
Get some fabulous photos. Current payout $255,000 as we pan to our outer table. 310K, so $55,000 pay jump looming.
She does take some lovely photographs.
Thank you.
I said yesterday, or maybe it was the day before on stream, that she made me look like I was a member of the species I am belong to. So I'm always
Very
appreciative of
nice.
that. as someone with the visage of a chewed up toffee. I'm always grateful when someone of her skill can presumably spend a lot of time with Photoshop after taking the picture as well.
She made it into glamour shots. Very nice of her. Jonty raising the button for 3 of spades. Anzi in the small blind is going to find the 3-bet large one, 3.5. Ace queen. Should end the hand.
So, worth noting here, the 3 biggest stacks. Ryan Yu, Scott Stewart, Chris Moorman, and then 4th biggest Jonty. All at the same table.
Yeah, it's pretty unlucky.
It's a case of the rich and poor, the haves, the have-nots here.
But man, it's so unlucky for the large stacks. If you're the only large stack at that outer table, you just get to impose your will right now on people who are trying to make pay jumps. But it's difficult when half the table is also wealthy.
Yeah, they're essentially playing a 30 big blind game over on the outer table, while we're playing deep stack poker right now.
Low ball could come.
And an amazing spot for those guys who are a bit shorter to just navigate to this final 9, final 10, whatever it may be.
Huge money just to be staying alive at this point, $55,000.
Yeah, one of those unusual ways that luck can be a part of all of this.
Scott Stewart opening the hijack with ace-10 offsuit, and Ryan in the big blind, pocket 6s. Imagine he's just going to defend, try to set mine against another large stack. Gonna see 3. Ace-10 for 2 spades.
You got any short stacks down there? Yeah, the short is 15.
Scott flopping top 2. C-bet 700,000. Ryan lets it go.
Looked like the shortest down there was like 5, yeah, maybe 6.
These blind jumps really like.
How's Jonty going to fare now that he's lost his
buddy?
No, I mean 3 to 4 is a big one. Yeah.
I feel like he might do what I did when you busted. Just, I can't go on. I don't want to live. Just put your chips in the middle, walk away.
Stoppage average.
I feel like ACR has the weird levels. It'd be like 175, 350. Yeah, what the fuck.
Moorman now. Interesting to see how he would proceed on the button with a hand like 9-7. I feel like earlier on that might have sneaked its way into the opening range.
He's getting 3-bet by Ryan a lot. It's just an adjustment.
Oh.
Very nice chip up from Ryan. He joined the table with about 20 million.
Yeah, Scott very happy to play small ball here with one of those sort of deceptive aces. It's important not to leave yourself without any ace-x combos when you check back. So the ace-6, ace-7 usually function quite nicely in that regard. High ICM environments obviously could even argue for a few more.
King, queen, 7, 2 clubs. Scott with bottom pair. Backdoor nut flush draw.
Yeah,
Ryan with the gut shot.
Yeah, and actually some showdown too. Jack high certainly can be good against the airball stab, so don't see him going anywhere yet. In fact, wouldn't be out of line to see a raise here.
11.
There we go.
1.1.
Yeah, I like that. Check raising your gut shot.
I'm sorry.
Not a ton of value right now in your hand, so you don't mind. If Scott ends up putting more chips in and you fold, it's not a big deal. But definitely put Scott in an uncomfortable spot now with his bottom pair and backdoors. Too much hand for him to fold just yet. Oh, baby. 4 clubs. This is a fun one. Scott now with the nut flush draw. And Ryan can't love this card too much when Scott continues. He's looking at chips.
He's going to keep the story going here. 3 million into 3.4. Scott with the nut draw and some showdown, but will be feeling like, ooh, this one got a bit serious, a bit quick.
I would definitely be feeling like I need to catch a card.
Sure.
So if he bricks and Ryan can somehow find another barrel, I'd expect it to work. 8 of hearts, a brick it is.
It's a very tough spot for Ryan to go again. It's very dark tunnely. Your opponent can have flushes already. And now Scott wondering if he needs to use the ace of clubs, perhaps only momentarily. Enough showdown.
Yeah, Scott, you've got to be very pleased to take down this pot. When it gets checked to you, you go, ugh, I don't know.
I mean, no club it.
Yeah.
Scott just pulling away now as our chip leader.
Yeah, it's a real tug of war out there at the moment.
20 million to see. I could have hit the nuts.
About 20 minutes ago as this frame began, Scott was chippy, immediately overtaken by Jonty, immediately overtaken by you, and now he sees it back once again.
But we got to play one. I had fun.
Yeah, it's interesting with players this deep. Yes, they're chip leading. Yep, they can kind of punch their ticket to the final table, but they're also deep. They can play hands.
Yep.
They're not at risk of busting, really,
but Philly
unless
fans
huge
can't
matchups
poke you, though,
happen. So
we
opens them up to play some poker.
They have the lower, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Half of the rivalries, so.
AJ is definitely, he might be from Philly, but he is not a Philadelphia person. Those are not real people.
Oh my God.
Wow.
I am from that area, can confirm. I once was at a baseball game where a Philly fan told a 7-year-old Met fan, you better switch teams or you're going to be a loser like your dad. Philly is
savage.
A very interesting place. But you could tell where I came up then.
Yeah, I thought you were a product of just like some really mean older brothers.
That too. I had the combo going.
Have you been reading like New Age hand charts or something?
I have
or?
5-3, and if I hit implied odds is massive.
So you have been
It's
reading
meant to be
the New Age hand charts.
What's a hand
They're
chart?
close together.
Yeah, I know.
And you can make a wheel.
Jonty's got his own brand of pre-flop charts.
So sad to fold.
Thomas Shelby on Twitter says, Stu and Moorman heads up is what the world wants to see. I mean, that would be an amazing... I hope they continue talking as their heads up for like $1 million.
Totally. And I can absolutely imagine it.
Ryan raising up the cutoff with pocket fives. He's going to get through.
Yeah, Ansi just using his 15 or 20 seconds
Chris, what did you get last
now
time?
as well. Makes sense.
How much was fourth?
We are looking at rather steep pay jumps right now.
Sure. And I like Ansi just isn't buying into the shenanigans, you know? He's like, I'll let this go on, but I'm here to play poker. I'm still going to stall. I'm not going to be telling jokes.
Yeah.
Just going to take mine and Lappin's chips and turn them in for like $500,000.
That's wild.
Next pay jump is 55k. Both the 10th and 9th will get the same payout, and then there is a jump for 8th. ICM basically at its absolute peak right now. But as you said, Jamie, it's sort of hard to imagine these guys getting into, pots, unless it becomes like 3-bet, 4-bet kind of stuff, or some sort of overbet gets in on flop. They're not really threatening each other's stacks in the same way. It's only Antsy who's actually in that spot, and that's why he's probably taking his time.
Yeah, it would take a really big hand matchup post-flop for these guys to get it in when they start 80 big blinds deep with like tremendous ICM pressure on them. But it could happen. Set over set happens, and set versus massive combo draws happen.
Yeah, I think in a big way, your mentality when you're one of these 80 big blind plus stacks goes towards, there's guys really short on that other table. I wouldn't mind them just busting and us becoming the final table. Put us all together.
Yeah, you don't want to get in massive confrontations where bystanders to the hand make money, because it means you lost money, you two together.
Yeah.
Queen 9, 3, 2 diamonds. Scott with a nut flush draw.
Yeah, and Chris playing small ball here, pre. It's a tricky one here. He has whiffed this one quite hard, but he does have a good ace. He's going to stick around for a turn. Scott with the great hand that can barrel almost always on turns here. Not too many 3x in Chris's range, although there will be a sprinkling.
Is this a spot where you may just check back as Scott because you've showdown value, you've potential in your hand, you don't want to get blown off it?
Yeah, I like that. The king 10s, jack 10s, 10-8s. Roll in there. Might be a little bit tricky to shift a 9 over one street. You might have to empty the clip for that. So, yeah, just
nice
take that
run
showdown.
out for Chris Moorman, as he's likely to check, and Scott is likely to check behind. Ace 10 is just the best hand.
Just the right amount of stickiness from Chris.
Yep.
Oh, he does win more. I'm not far away.
You missed the bet.
Yeah.
Tried it, probably would have worked.
Rub down.
Well, he's getting what he was given.
Mm-hmm.
It's Korean.
No, you are.
Korean and Canadian. Ate them both.
Canada's not. I'm definitely both, but
the future 51st state.
Like what Canadians don't have really lots of crazy stuff that they're like. There's no real national identity. Like
I don't know what you're saying.
There's no it's like okay, yeah, I am proud to be Canadian for sure, but it's not the same as like being proud to be British or being proud to be Korean. There's no, because it's so multicultural. There's no like whatever.
I feel like the defining characteristics of Canadian, super nice human beings. Politeness.
Yeah. Maple syrup.
Yes.
Calling bacon the wrong thing.
Yeah. I will say, so I met probably 2,000 people this last week or two from checking people in for their passports and checking people into the booth who signed up, whatever. Canadians, the nicest by a mile. So many of them got shut out because our site is going to be open to them in the second quarter only on Club WPT Gold, and they couldn't have been nicer. They'd go like, "Aw, shoot," and walk away. And there were people who were like from states that were not allowed in the U.S. who were ready to fight me.
Yeah.
Just interesting.
What is it?
Also a feature of Americans, I've noticed, is how they like to bring up when they've been working very hard.
People call that. You call that glasses?
No.
You think Americans do?
That is true. We like to whine a little bit.
We learned the segues too. After I did my 4th 12-hour day
so
in a row.
long. Yeah. So difficult hanging out in the VIP lounge.
Yeah, talking to people.
That is
who
difficult.
Were mostly nice.
Still. Jack 8-4. 2 clubs in this flop. Chris Moorman, the gut shot. It's going to lead into Ryan. I think that is an important characteristic, though, of Canadians, that they're known to be nice and polite and friendly.
Yeah. Well, I have a Canadian friend who describes it as being the nice neighbours who live above a meth lab.
It's wonderful. Chris gets through with his 7 high.
I jest, of course, chat. Please don't come at me.
Pandemic championship was worth it.
What, the Lakers one?
Yeah.
Jonty's a fiend for those strawberries,
Yeah,
says Willis, who could be a relation of Jonty's. He is eating a lot of strawberries. You got to be careful with strawberries. You can't eat too many of them. They can have some serious diuretic qualities.
Oh, really?
Not something you want when you're on the feature table.
Never just when I was like, they played, who did they play, the Heat? Whoever they played in the finals, I was like, that's the Lakers played the Heat in the finals.
Denver play like Miami.
That's something everyone needs more of in life, Chris.
I think they play like Miami.
More time.
But I think
Everyone needs more time.
how Denver's like, Miami somehow made it to the finals that year, and it was just like such a cakewalk for Denver.
Wait, who did LA play?
LA played the Heat. They played the Heat also. But the Heat, I feel like they were hurt. Like Jimmy Butler wasn't 100%.
With Denver, it was Boston.
No, Boston. Remember Boston was down 3-0.
Fancy now with an awkward little hand here. Playing
No, I'm talking about their
35
year that,
bigs.
Denver.
Remember, he is the player they can really apply pressure to
They
here.
didn't play Boston in the finals.
All of these guys can just leverage his entire stack with a 3-bet. I feel like Ryan had to suppress some evil thoughts there, even with the Jack 4.
Scott with a decent enough hand to defend, 9-7 offsuit. Happens to be flipping with Anzi's 6s. Eight, 7, deuce, 2 spades. Scott pulls way ahead. This pair of 7s. Anzi with the... It's more of a big blind board, but he's got a hand that probably wants to bet for protection, do you think?
Yeah, I think we go bet here a lot of the time. No, check. Okay, so he is right there in ICM sort of handcuffery. Yeah.
Jack of hearts falls on the turn, putting 2 flush draws out there. Scott now a 3rd pair and a gut shot. Anzi with a 4th pair, hoping to just get to showdown, I assume.
Yeah, this sort of speaks to a concept in my friend Darryl Carney's ICM book, which is called downward drift. It is where certain actions almost get reduced. So big bets become medium-sized bets, medium bets become small bets, small bet situations sometimes become checks. In high ICM environments, you almost are forced to treat your entire range like a bluff catcher in some situations.
Makes
Now, obviously,
sense.
we're not quite there yet. Anti's played this in such a way that he's made sure there's no way he can get stacks in here. Ooh, 2 million though.
Yeah, that's a punishing bet to Anzi's stack if he wants to look this up. And credit to Scott for recognizing that he just has the best hand. I think this could be a touch greedy though.
Yeah, I think Ansi cute enough to maybe have checked back some stronger stuff as well, perhaps, and it is a touch greedy, but against this particular hand, it's a great bet because it's really put Ansi in the blender. Was certainly prepared to call a half potter, maybe even a 2/3. This is just a little uncomfortable. He's thinking to himself, I've sort of played this like I've ace king. Now I've really made myself susceptible to being blasted off at. Going to get a physical read maybe.
Wow,
and
and
does make
Scott,
the call.
just really nice bet. I did not think that larger bet was going to get paid off here.
The beauty of the larger bet there from Scott, and I think he recognised it too, was that he figured his hand was good and he figured
looks bluffier,
maybe more likely to get paid with the big one. Of course, pushing against that is the fact that the more pressure he applies on Ansi, the more fault he may have gotten.
That's a
given
good question.
how under the cosh he is. But
I don't
yeah,
know.
really interesting little hand,
Like
that one. Just goes to show how
There's
tough this
6 there
is.
and 5 here, right?
Yeah. And I think when if,
You are hovering in that sort of middly stack zone. Just desperate for us to go final table now is someone like Ansi looking at these 10 to 20 big blind stacks over on the other table.
Yeah, he's in a unlucky spot right now for sure. With just surrounded by big stacks that can take chances against him, and he's just max punished for doing the same.
20+ K page, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Fair. But any other day, no.
Moorman with ace-9 suited in the cutoff.
800.
Opens it up.
Oh, interesting one for Scott here.
Yeah.
Certainly a hand that can go both ways. And again, Yeah, everybody
Played
content
safe.
to play small ball.
Jonty with a pretty dusty hand in the big blind. Queen 4 offsuit. Probably not even worth the extra blind. Lets it go very slowly.
Is this Jonty's third different outfit
This was last time I
of the
thought
feature table?
Is it? I haven't been noticing his costume changes.
I feel like he's got like a box of props offset.
4-3 deuce, 2 spades. Chris with the gut shot to the wheel. Scott with backdoor spades.
Yeah, like king of spades in hand for Scott now. May force a call. Certainly could be ahead. King queen has some showdown. I like it.
Not handle the windmills for some reason.
Yeah, Scott does have like the bull in a china shop kind of. He just knocks a stack over a bunch. 3 pairs the turn. Both players with a little bit of showdown. Checks through.
Yeah, and I think both probably feel like they have enough showdown here. Just about. Scott maybe giving some thought to turning his hand into a bluff on that spade. Yes, he is. He's going to use the spade.
Not too large. That might even look more milky.
Tough spot for Chris here, who's going to have to give some thought to maybe some hands like 6-7, maybe a hand like
Lets it go. Wow, Scott
suited.
gets it done for cheap.
Nicely done, sir.
Scotty trains full steam ahead.
Choo-choo. Do you know, if
Don't be.
Jonty does all this
by the
money that he's
size
won
like a
this
move
weekend
from a big man.
in quick order, you could just get him into the booth.
That's certainly moving the right way.
No one would be able to understand. Like, we could put Jonty in the booth if we can provide subtitles.
That's what they used to say about me. In fact, that is what they're saying about me right now. I knew that line about the meth lab was going to get me in trouble. Chad is coming after me. Leprechaun.
Chat,
this.
get him. Chat, get him. I'll read the meanest ones from the chat.
The first time I played with
I'm
him,
gonna treat chat like it's a teleprompter and just
then
read all of it.
I was trying to get him to make me
dear.
famous. He was already famous. I was trying to get famous.
Do you know what you should have done? Written a book.
No, somehow I'd lose money if I wrote a book. Find a way.
It's just words, no?
No,
Hi to Angela
they would
Jordison.
charge me for how bad it'd be.
Just tuning in.
Angela provided one of my favorite stories from the $5 million free roll by Club WPT Gold. Her daughter won a seat, and she won a seat.
all full circle.
And
Chris Savage
she was
there.
coaching her daughter who knows nothing about poker, and some of the quotes that came out of her were so much fun. Like, she just said,
Weird fad that was. with
my
Mannequin
opponent
Challenge.
made a flush somehow with only one card. like she was gonna get like a floor ruling. Like, can you do this?
This doesn't seem right.
And that's how she busted. But also she said, I thought that straights and flush were a tie. The people who got to play poker for the first time in that free roll, there's just so many good stories. People had so much fun.
You have to explain to the listeners what her nickname was at the table as well.
Oh yeah, is it on me? They said she said it so often that they just started calling her, hey, is it on me? It's on you. Queen 5 deuce 2 clubs, a little piece for each. Jonty with top pair, backdoor straight draws. And Z with second pair and backdoor straight draws. It's Anzi who bets out when it's checked him, 400K. Jonty's going to make the call. I'm not good at reading the chat and then coming back to a hand. I think I need to not read the chat. So you guys, if you just will directly tweet at me, I'll read the meanest things later. Get him.
I remember when Jamie Kerstetter could make up her own mean lines.
Oh, I'm holding back. Jack of spades on the turn. Jonty checks his top pair over to Anzi, trying to draw out another bluff. Anzi with enough of a hand to check back, try to show down. Deuce pairs the board. Jonty with the decision to either bet his own hand or to check over to Anzi and hope that Anzi has missed draws he needs to bluff.
Yeah, both seem like good options, to be honest.
Sure.
And looks like he's fallen on the right one in game here, because he was going to have to do his own dirty work to get more chips into this pot. Poor old Anzi being put in the blender again. Yeah.
Very nice by Jonty.
Pays him off. Jonty Willis just finding it right now. All the vibes. Doesn't seem to ever lose a pot right now.
For real.
Either. It's just one direction.
Just thinking about if Jonty were to take this down, we might need to chaperone him out, make sure he doesn't die. Jonty with $3 million in Vegas, dangerous.
Yeah, I might stay here over Christmas if he takes this one down.
My friends were giving me shit for wearing a Dodgers cap on stream.
Nah, you're just a Dodger fan.
I'm not.
I know you're not. I left the Blue Jays hat at home.
I can't wear that anymore. It's too embarrassing. The Jays are just...
I'm born and raised in Southern California, so I'm a Dodger fan, and people are like, "Oh, you on the bandwagon?" I was like, "I was born there."
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not a Dodgers fan. It's just a cool looking hat.
Always on the winning team with the blue cap.
I love it. King of Beers.
like
They should
that's,
sponsor
kind
him
of
for this
more of a
final.
local
Makes
thing.
the final table.
But like...
Jonty min raising ace queen off.
Dear me,
Oh
I think
man,
this is trouble.
unlucky.
I think this is trouble.
It should be 22 bigs. He should be happy to be 3-bet ripping this in Jonty's face, and he's up against it right now.
Oh, what a rough passage of play for Ansi. In it goes. He's effectively commit here. Jonty going nowhere, we know. Bang. Now we've just called, so...
Can we do some recon?
Or did he have enough? No, he has actually put him in. I think that's like a 20 stack. Yeah, okay. So these time banks will get burned.
Yeah, you guys, if you want to chat with us, now's the time.
Yeah, I think we got about
few minutes.
6 minutes. Of,
well, I will say, last year, one of the funnier things that happened at a feature table, a guy was...
Oh,
he just does it. Okay.
Well, I don't think we saw a bust out on the other. Maybe just deciding he'd like to have some time if things go well. Keep
Sure.
these time banks for later. Big moment for Jonty Willis as well to get up to 42 million. But Ansi, the man whose tournament life is on the line right now, just 25% here. Pretty much the worst case scenario up against the ace queen.
King.
Oh, in the window.
Wow, sick. King, king, 10. Just like that, Anzi pulls way ahead. Jonty is not dead yet. 4 jacks in the deck.
Oh, that is a body blow
really brutal.
to Jonty here. Ansi gets the double up. He's now up
Sorry.
to 10 million.
I wouldn't have said
but
it.
that has taken most of the progress, a big chunk out of Jonty's day.
Well, it's just funny because like it's the
And
window.
Ansi's way back in this tournament. I think he's going to have about 18 million.
This is unwinnable.
Yeah.
Now, huge moment now for Jonty to sort of rebalance himself.
Jonty, put the Santa cap back on.
There you go.
You know, for 4 days it worked, and then you switch to a ball cap. What are you thinking?
Really nice. That's a
Nice hand. The biggest lie ever
Nice
told in
today,
poker.
Blue's my favorite color.
Body blow. Going to have to regroup. Crucial in moments such as this to sort of just take a glance down at the stack in front of you and sort of reset to that stack. He's in great nick here, a great position. Obviously been pushed back into maybe 4th place, maybe 5th place with that bad beat, but still very much at the races here.
Sam Renshaw in chat says, Scott Stewart cooks SpaghettiOs in a can in the microwave. These guys have no chance. He does look like a SpaghettiOs kind of guy.
What are SpaghettiOs?
Oh my god. We're going to educate you today in the booth, Mr. Lappin. We eat some real trash in America. It's as if pasta is like so hard to cook, right? It's canned, cooked pasta in tomato soup.
So that's like a sugary tomato thing.
Probably, yeah. There's
like
probably
dessert.
sugar in there. There's
It's
sugar
dessert
everywhere.
pasta.
Dessert pasta. Ew. The concept of that. I would try it. Anzi, right away. Ace-Jack suited on the button.
Seems to be ace fan, right? No matter what. It always seems to be
When I
ace
think of
fan.
America, I think of people like Anthony Bourdain, sort of broadening cultural horizons with great taste. And then
Rest
you're telling me
in
about
peace.
SpaghettiOs.
Yeah. We contain multitudes.
Do you know what? We do have baked beans, which go into that sort of nasty tomato sauce. And I will put baked beans on a breakfast on occasion.
On a breakfast.
That's part of a breakfast. On occasion. So...
Get 'em, chat.
Probably in the same area there. Why are they called SpaghettiOs?
They're little circles.
Ah.
Yeah. Not much mystery there.
Makes sense. Cheerios.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. America's making more sense to me now.
Hands with ace-7 offsuit. Raising up the cutoff. I think Jonty left to go get a drink at the bar.
Yeah. Very good timing to just take a moment away.
Jonty.
You've got someone on the rail.
Classy move by Scott Stewart telling Jonty it's his big blind.
Really was.
Thanks.
But also not unexpected at all. The camaraderie
Sure.
was something very notable actually on the Prime final table a few days ago, and we've seen very similar levels of care and maybe an appreciation of what they're all going through together as well.
Pocket 7s for Ryan on the button.
I'm just going to say pipe down kind of England here.
What is she saying?
The Irish lad talking about terrible American food.
Oh.
Have you never had boxty or coddle?
No.
Oh. Yeah, they're not great.
Those sound made up.
And
Jonty in the big blind, king 9 suited. Nice hand to defend. King Jack 8. 2 diamonds and a spade. Jonty way ahead with his pair of kings. Find it's critical after you lose a big one like that in a disappointing way to just win a little one.
Yeah.
Take yourself right off tilt.
Tough board to c-bet here for Ryan.
Sure.
Looks like he is going to keep the betting lead though. Something small.
650.
Just hoping that Jonty defended the big blind with, you know, 5, 6 suiteds and stuff like that.
Just hard to miss this King Jack 8
Sure.
texture.
And when you do miss it,
Yeah, Paul,
7s are way
pressing
ahead
it
of what
more.
missed it. And Jonty goes for the check raise.
Okay. Nowhere to go for Ryan here. But
yeah, surprising check raise.
a little surprised by that raise. Jonty sort of going for almost like an old school informational bet with that one. Always dangerous that you
check
get
raise
told
to
the
see
wrong.
where you're at. Yeah.
Yeah, always dangerous that you might get told the wrong answer.
Yeah.
Lad. Is that a British word? Do they use that in America?
Lad? No.
It is a British word. Yes. Have you ever been to Great Britain?
I have been twice.
Where did you go? Did you go to London?
I don't know.
This is
It was.
Jonty
Did
from
they have
the,
like a 15K main event? Let's call it 15 years ago. It was at
Lake
some
District.
smaller casino.
It's quite a nice part
Where
of
they
the
had
UK,
like the
actually.
World Series of Poker.
That's
Europe.
Grants. I don't know.
At the Empire Casino.
Yes.
Empire.
Chris from
Oh,
Essex.
Right next to the Empire.
Did you?
I'll tell you the first pub I went to, and it's probably a shithole. It's called Yates.
Oh, you went to Yates?
That was the first pub we went to.
Yeah, that is.
For you.
Oh, here's trouble for Chris Moorman. Opening the ace-10 here. Maybe he doesn't get in too much trouble here. Probably gets away to a 3-bet versus this action. Yeah. Oh, it's a good price, though.
Yeah, I like it. Just 5 big blinds.
This is something I've seen a lot of, actually, this past fortnight here in Vegas. A lot of smaller C-bets that I'm used to
In position,
Europe.
for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a standard size in the U.S.
Yeah.
In position. And then when it's from the small blind, it tends to be like 7 or 8x instead, the big blind. Yeah.
Although, but in Europe, I tend to see this one be maybe a little bigger, and then the out of position a good bit bigger. That's
Oh, really? More than 8.
The
like
change I've noticed.
Okay,
yeah.
interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
we're street poker players here. We're
Yes.
like, go
No,
ahead,
no.
call me, let's go.
Yeah, like let's. Yeah, often in Europe would see this be much more like a 2.7 to 3,
Gotcha.
and then out of position, you'd almost quadruple the open.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, what I'm saying, I was like 8x the big blind. So if someone
Yeah.
goes min on the button, that kind of, we're saying the same thing, I guess.
Okay. Tough one for Chris here. If that was a suited ace-10, we'd certainly
for
be
sure.
in there. But maybe, just maybe, considering the frequency with which Scott has 3-bet, he's actually played quite a pot control sort of game. And look at that, just instincts.
Devious thoughts, eh?
Well, I had a big hand.
He did?
Hold his big hand to there.
Jonty had king 4 suited, right? I think. He's holding a big hand to you there. I think. And our Club WPT Gold poker is back in America. Go to clubwptgold.com. Sign up today. It's free. Use code YouTube. We just put on the largest guarantee of the largest free roll of all time, $5 million, $1 million for first. And we got some plans for the future too. We're going to be launching mid-January, Sweeps Coin site. So yeah, check it out.
What's back in America?
Poker's back
Where's poker back?
in America.
Poker's what?
Someone listening with headphones is like, please stop. Ryan waking up with pocket kings and the hijack.
Yeah, I love these Django's. Oh, and back-to-back big hands for Scott here. This one could get a little messy. Probably just comes
He
with
says
call.
no, he's just chilling. He's playing small pot after small pot.
Yeah.
This toilet breaks terribly.
And he's still incentivized to take time off the clock here. Chris gonna flick in a call with the suited Queen 8. This one's developing. Let's see 3. Decent amount of interaction potential between these hands.
Ace, queen, jack, 2 spades. That kills everything.
Does a little bit. Wouldn't mind seeing.
Checks all around.
Yeah.
Deuce on the turn. Boring dealer.
Yeah, this could have been fireworks, but instead we're probably just all going to try and get to showdown.
Barely a sparkler.
Does Ryan maybe fire something small, take control? No, he's just going to probably try to get to showdown with this one as well. Tough for Scott here. Does feel like he's being pot controlled by Ryan at the very least.
Just tough three ways, yeah. Checks it back. 8 of spades completes the board.
Yeah.
And now it's Chris Moorman who backs into 2 pair. Cracking 2 beautiful hands. Does he value bet this? Can he throw out a little one, a little block bet, maybe like 750 or so?
I don't even think that's small. I think you can go for some value
Yeah.
here. Yeah, because like nobody's shown much interest. It's very unlikely there's a spade draw out there, so you're not so worried about that. You're really just targeting a hand like Ace-5 now that's decided to get the showdown.
Yeah,
a hand like Kings.
1.6.
Yeah. Very unlikely to see too many bluffs out of Chris in this situation on this board texture. So Ryan probably super conscious of that.
2 pair.
Really nice bet, Chris.
Yeah, awkward for Ryan there because he does, of course, beat a sliver of value there, given how passively played it was. It was possible that Chris was playing a Queen X in that fashion. Fortunately, it was a Queen 8.
I'm just joking about the dealer ruining it.
I'm not
This dealer's been great. You know how good they've been when you do not even realize they're there. There's been just 0 mistakes. Super fast. Win's great though. Win, I don't think I've ever had a bad dealer at the Win or a bad floor person or floor ruling. I just feel like they all are the best of the best and they try their best too.
Yeah, I interviewed Ryan Beauregard about a year and a half ago before the last edition of this festival, and he told me that they got hundreds upon hundreds of applicants and they only took about 60 of them because they really do need to pass the test to be a Win dealer. Like that's, you know, don't want to throw too much shade at other operators, but it
I do. Let's go.
It does occasionally feel like, you know, the dealers are just brought in from a bus from a facility somewhere on the outskirts.
That's what I got for calling it all in without the hat.
Should have put it on before you called.
I'm gonna.
See, Jonty came to the same conclusion finally. Said that's what I get for calling all in without the Santa hat on. That's all you can do is learn from your mistakes.
Really spoiling the audience with these strategic insights, Jamie.
And Ryan lets a Jack-8 offsuit go.
22, 23, 24.
Oh.
All right.
Any other edge-finding fashion choices you want to share?
I don't know. I'll think about it.
Are odd socks lucky or are they unlucky?
When you find out.
I only say that because you seem to be so comfortable in this booth.
I am so comfortable.
You've actually taken your shoes off.
I have. Yeah, I'm wearing Valentine's themed socks too around Christmas time. Doesn't make sense. Don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I was going to say fashion things. You don't want to ask me. I'm a comfort over style person.
But even Moorman folded, so.
That was the biggest fold of my tournament.
No, it wasn't. That's utter rubbish.
He's like, King 8
yeah.
can't flop a straight.
They've been like, I don't know. Nice
And
MC
Z
on the
raising
go.
up Queen 10 offsuit from cutoff.
Mark 7 suit is always a call, right?
Chris Moorman on the button, Ace Jack.
$2.1.
3 bets to 2.1 million.
Yeah, up we go.
Disappointing.
Now, if Scott was to get totally out of line here, this would be an interesting candidate.
He's playing very carefully, knowing the value of his stack if he doesn't implode. Let's it go. And Anzi with just not enough of a hand, I think, to do anything but fold.
Yeah, bottom of range really from the cutoff here from Ansi. Not a lot you can do, even if you think Chris is at it some frequency.
Wonder how AJ Kelsall's doing in the seniors event right now. Think he's got like 5 stacks already in the 10K?
Wouldn't be surprised.
I would buy a piece. After watching him play,
I bet he's run a bluff already. %, he's run a bluff already.
Definitely.
Like either all in or he just doubled up.
especially, I don't know about you, but if I bust deep in a tournament and then I just go start another tournament, I'm like a wild man.
He does.
Pew, pew, pew.
Oh, those are green. Those are green.
He was down to like 5 mils. He was down to like 4 or 5
Yeah,
mils.
he was short.
What are these little
Exactly. Like, what? These aren't all... Each big blind isn't worth like 50 grand? What's the point?
800.
Moorman raising king, queen off in the cutoff.
Yeah, Chris playing the rush now, and always interesting to see a player like him when it does get into this 5-handed, 6-handed phase. It's a real opportunity for the better players, with those blinds and antes whipping around much more often, to just pull away ever so slightly. It's a time to ramp up variance if you do back yourself to make these top 3 spots. Jonty with a
loose
call here.
Suited though.
Suited at least.
Yeah. Ace 10, 9, 2 diamonds and a heart. Jonty outflops the ace 10 of Moorman, but we're going to the outer table real quick. Looks like Brian Yoon's chips are all in the middle.
Queen 10.
Versus ace deuce.
GG.
And it looks like the ace deuce made the nut flush. And Brian Yoon, very accomplished player, absolute crusher.
Yeah.
A shame we didn't get to see him at the feature at all.
Yeah, he was quietly under the radar, making a lot of progress through this tournament. Certainly would have been a big talent on our final table, but not to be. Falling just short now. 10 left. Now between 10 and 9. The only time we won't have a financial jump.
Yeah.
Everyone guaranteed 310k now. My goodness.
Catching back up with the action. Jonty check called 700k on the flop. Moorman continued for 2 million on the turn. His gut shot.
Okay,
but
so this is
obviously
crucial.
with range advantage.
Yeah,
Yes?
big range advantage, and this is a crucial strategic point there for Jonty with the 9-4 suited. Yes, it's suited, and suitedness is kind of important and does sort of drag into the calling range in chipsy environments. But in ICM environments, it's very different, and you can't realize enough. And when that's the case, that's the kind of hand that's going to flop an awkward amount of equity. It's basically going to flop one pair and a bad kicker an awful lot.
It's going to be second and third pair often too.
Yeah. And I think against someone like Moorman, who is going to put you in the blender, is going to find those bigger turn barrels. That's going to force you to fold most of your range then, even when you've hung on flops. Jonty may be well advised to shave off that portion of the range, I think, going forward.
Next payout, 8th place, 400k. We're getting real now.
It's getting very real. You can see in picture there Brad Willis overseeing the action here, as is TD Matt Savage.
And we are hand for hand. Got any new people in the chat? You just wait. You make sure that each table plays the same number of hands, because the pay jumps are so large, and it really makes it so there's no reason for people to stall, so it actually makes the viewing a little bit better.
Yeah, much better for everybody. Also, a relevant factor as well, that if there was a pay jump, which there isn't actually, but if there was, it would be shared. The gap, the gap would be shared.
Yeah, this is funny.
It was on different tables.
No pay jump, but there is a lot of incentive if you're a short stack to want to play at a full table rather than a short-handed table.
Oh yeah.
Where the blinds are coming around very quickly, and especially big blind ante. It is so expensive to play a round of poker right now. Oh wow!
Oh my goodness
10,
me!
8, 6. Ryan with top pair, top kicker. Anzi just flops the joint. Nut straight. Against a good hand. That's some run good.
This one could get very messy. If Ansi finds the immediate raise, which he's likely to do, then Ryan already in an awkward situation. Oh my, how does it feel? Sometimes when I've got these little gappers, I do just say the board over and over again in my head.
Daydream it.
That will be the nut
You're
straight.
a big manifester?
No, but I just say it just because, but it never happens. So I guess I'm a reverse manifester.
And he does go for the check raise, 3.3 million. Very awkward spot for Ryan.
He's 12 million behind.
14.5.
Is there a danger Ryan just sends it here?
Yeah.
Wow. This could be a monster. We are dangling over the precipice of the unofficial final table here in the WPT World Championship. 10k buy-in. And
That's
that
going
might
to
just
help
save
a lot. Wow. And credit to Anzi for finding the check raise on the flop. Get some money in there
Yeah, you gotta do
before a
it.
turn card like this.
Yeah, he's cursing his luck now, hating that card, knowing that it might cost him getting paid against a hand like queens, kings, ace 10. Also means he probably has to go a smaller size than he maybe would have otherwise. 5 into 9.
Which, I don't know. I guess you don't really see very small turn size leads, but it would have been cool. 2.5 or something, just. But I guess that's not really a thing. Tell me, Solver Man.
I'm like Fabian, I get people to do it for me.
Yeah, it's the right way to do it. And I don't know. With this sizing, I just feel like Ryan's kind of put in a place where he's going to find a fold.
Yeah, I don't think we can find a call here. This is a wicked texture. Understandably giving it some time.
Yeah, he
Nice.
gets away cheaply.
Yeah, I feel like Ansi a little bit unlucky there with the 7 on the turn. I think probably getting one more street was very viable from his opponent. Maybe not getting 3 streets, but one more chunky one would have been nice. He now nurdles his way into that sort of 25 million zone alongside
He does
Jonty.
what? He does what now?
Nurdle.
What the heck's that mean?
You don't know nurdle?
No.
Just an education for you, Chris Better. To nurdle is a oh no, I can see what's going to happen now. Cricket terminology for when you accumulate runs slowly. You just sort of nudge and nurdle your way.
All right.
You could nurdle a base maybe in baseball if you like bunt it and you kind of nurdled one base. That would be.
I learned something new.
That's what you get for having a DEI hire in the booth. That's your American event. Better than a DUI hire, I guess.
I will.
You'll know. It's got to be a good karaoke spot here as well. It's go quite a lot.
Yeah. I can.
It's got to get drunk.
It's like I'll do like a really funny Wonderwall. Otherwise, a funny song.
Question for you. With short-handed play and the big blind ante, we're not seeing a walk even with 4-3 offsuit, are we?
I think you can just always complete here.
Yeah.
Chris has one of those hands that's sort of
1.2.
possible to navigate as a check back, but also wanting to just apply pressure because it is that ICM pressure that he can apply on Ansi here. Just feels like it could be free chips.
You got to see the replay. My hands are all like.
Really, really good. Yeah.
Chat is also learning new words from you.
Oh no! What else?
Nurdle.
Oh yeah. Nurdle.
It's a marathon.
No doubt.
Getting put in difficult spots.
You know this is going to be easy.
You like chose to take a piss at the perfect time.
Why?
Because it's going to be a while for 14 hands to go.
Oh, you still...
You gotta go.
No, it's hand in hand. This is perfect for you. You can just fucking...
Get a good jog in.
Well, Scott Stewart got a little bit of practice getting a jog in. He was in the free roll and also in day 3 of Prime and had a run back and forth between his two tables. Scott having King Queen in the hijack now, raising it up. Jonty with Queen Jack offsuit in the cutoff. Lets it go. Discipline. Anzi, Ace 10 on the button. Did they shuffle this deck? It's like a royal flush among the 3.
Makes the call. Could bring Chris in here with the 6-7 suited. Chris might also have ideas of a
3-bet.
A squeeze here sometimes. Probably wants to have the high card blocker in the squeezing range. Maybe just comes with call.
Yeah, I like it. And Jack 10 for Ryan.
Yeah.
Are we going to have a 4-way pot?
I think he's going to get dragged in here for this price.
Scott Stewart, if you're trying to run to the bathroom, now's the time.
Don't know about you, Jamie. I'm only able to go in the bathroom at 5 minutes of the hour. My bladder just won't do it otherwise.
You've been trained.
Well trained.
This is the first today, boys.
Scott was in the hand. I'm so silly. Ace 9-7, all spades. Wow. A little bit of something for everyone. Scott with the king of spades. Anzi with top pair. 10 of spades. Got Ryan with the gut shot. Chris with a pair. Can't be too happy about those hands, though.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of checking on these monotone boards, but if you are going to bet, small size here from Scott is really nice. Nancy, I think, probably has to call once here with the top pair and some potential. It's awkward, though. Sort of not super strong top pair, not super strong draw. Always a little tricky.
Less
Don't
awkward
quite know
now that it's heads up.
what happened. Yes, that's true.
King of hearts on the turn. Scott now improves to a pair to go with his nut flush draw.
Scott may come with a very small bet again in this situation. Obviously, he wants to basically not put any more money in the pot, but he doesn't want to check call a bigger bet, so, and can't really get raised ever. So may just decide to bet really small again himself. No, he's going to check it, take his chances on getting this one to showdown now. And see, with no real reason to bet this one.
I kind of like the check, I think, because you're going to be up against some worse flush draws that you want to let them get there, right?
Sure.
It does. 5 of spades. Let's go.
Soothsayer, Kerstetter.
Wow.
Sneaky, sneaky. Oh, and it's interesting for Ansi now.
Do you think the 10 of spades should bet? I know Scott's checking.
It's really
the
close.
Queen
Like
of spades and the jack of spades are available.
You're certainly going to bet the queen.
Sure.
I think you probably bet the jack.
And he's going to...
And then we're going to try and extract value from the 10 and absolutely hate life in a moment. Wow.
Nice
Scott.
play, Scott.
Sort of a dead read by Scott that his opponent had something like ace jack with the jack of spades or ace 10 with the 10 of spades. Has to be careful not to overact this spot now, Scott.
8.5.
Oh, such a sinking feeling when that happens.
Yeah, when you're first like begging for a call and then you get raised a call, man.
And as he's just going through the possibilities of King of Spade X, because he's just wondering to himself, why wouldn't you just bet it yourself?
This is definitely a strange line. But does Scott? There just doesn't feel like there's natural bluffs in Scott's range.
No.
It's hard to bluff through this like this. It was 4 ways on the flop. He put out $1 million.
Yeah, I think you say to yourself, from his perspective, he could be check raise bluffing into the nuts here.
Sure.
So
yes,
why would he risk that?
Yep. But Scott does get a few more chips in on the river.
Just show us. We're gonna see in like.
We just show every hand then?
No.
That would be fun.
That was a fun little hand. Not for that man.
Okay, cool. Just me and Scott then.
Whatever the opposite of fun was.
I got bluffed that hand. Sure of it.
Yeah, that was a very opposite card than earlier. We're like, oh, there's 3 hands that could really match up, and it's the like cleanest board of all time.
Yeah.
This one, dealer's dealing out blood.
Thanks, Coach. Thanks.
Everyone doing a post-mortem of the hand. This is such a different experience than most 10Ks deep in them, where people are playing for $3 million. It just has such a lighter feel. These guys are just having fun. Jonty opening the hijack king 3 suited. Scott defending the big blind with 7s. Jack 4, 2 hearts.
Yep.
Flush draw for Jonty. Decent board for 7s as well.
700.
Did they do 9 at this table or the other one there? Oh, so it's not an 8-handed table.
Scott check calls
No, it's not.
700K.
It's 9. There's actually 9. There's boxes that aren't used.
6 of hearts. Yeah. Flush comes in for Jonty.
$2.2.
2.2.
Yeah.
And I'd like you guys to notice that Jonty put back on his Santa hat and immediately made the king high flush.
Oh.
Yeah, it's still a decent looking board for 7s with the jacks paired. Oh, my
dear.
goodness. Oh no.
Do you still pursue value? I don't think you do anymore.
It's hard to do.
Yeah,
and he accepts his fate.
Oh, gross one for Jonty Willis
Jonty's
there.
had a bad hour or so.
And a pat on the back from Scott.
I mean, just look at what happened to Jonty in the last hour. His ace queen versus king queen. If he holds, he would have been over 40 million. Instead, he's really regressed like middle of the pack.
Doesn't want to pot in 4 minutes.
Thanks, Coach.
Seeing the lighter side must be sad.
The hat's coming off.
Yeah, sorry, Jonty. I feel like I jinxed him.
I mean, you're giving presents for Christmas, aren't you, Santa?
Needle the guy who just got sucked out on. Brutal.
No, king 3 suited, sorry.
Before you're up here, we're making a little thing is if I make it to tomorrow. Maybe I'll
Wheels
wear
coming
that
off
and
the
dye
was
one
here.
horse open sleigh right now.
It's all meshing together. How many of those did we play?
Yeah, it was. I was like, I just got here when you started talking about that, though.
Sigh. Well then, peak tolerance.
I'm going to call it, you're not running great.
Gonna run better.
Yeah.
You know what? I ran good up to today.
Yeah, that's fair. Me too.
Good pass.
Here we go. Jonty with the
Jonty, yeah.
hand he will
nice
probably
hand.
raise here. And Scott with the hand he probably calls with. Although it is a big sizing from
Yeah, he goes 1.5.
Jonty here.
Gonna heat check.
Heat check announced.
3.4 million in the middle. Scott and Jonty, round 2.
King 8 deuce 1 heart.
Yeah, feels like a must-see bet spot for Jonty
Sure.
here.
King more
1.2.
likely to hit him as the razor.
Gonna go back in my hole.
Nice hand, Jonty.
Play tighter.
Good pass.
Hand for hand's going by pretty quick. Not too many long pauses at all.
Oh, I forgot it even was hand for hand.
Yeah,
That's
no,
a
you would
good
have
point.
no sense.
Yeah.
That's because they're folding every hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's walk in each other.
There's so many shorties in that table.
Yeah, you were over there a few minutes ago. And you took one of the biggest stacks off it.
Yeah.
So many intrusive thoughts, you know. But fucking the jack comes, I'm like, eyeball the aces, the kings, the queens, the jacks, then the tens. We could make it 7 million here.
Scott raises up
Seems like a
ace
weird
4
one,
of spades from the button. Yep, gets through. 3
Ace
deuce
high,
off, not good enough. If Nicholas Rigby were here, it would be good enough.
My son.
Oh,
I
that's
haven't heard the
diaper,
dirty
right?
diaper in a long time. Yeah.
And then if I
Yeah.
don't get
The
there, I just
wrong
get there.
brand, right?
I don't know.
What's that? I got that first.
Yeah, you got there and then
You got there.
yeah.
Rigby was here, I'm pretty sure. He won a golden passport. I was
Oh,
excited
okay.
about that.
7 of hearts was out there too. That could have been a turn. Ooh, boy.
Okay, give us a little bit,
Too
inside
spicy.
baseball about what happened there with the concoction of this
That's really
$5 million
No, I
idea.
didn't say I didn't say I wanted
Crazy
it.
company
It was
owner
crazy.
says we want to make a big splash. We want to announce that we're opening this new online site to Americans. It's going to be safe, good
Simple
security,
American. I like chicken
sweeps
tenders,
coins
too.
model.
Oh my God,
How
that's
do you
such a
guys want to tell
benefit.
everyone about it? And they
What
said
is
your
this all
marketing
for?
budget is
Like
this, and we're like, let's just give it away.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like,
And then we
God,
did.
my good.
So really,
Contenders winner.
really high level
Yeah,
stuff
with the
here that we were planning.
Any truth to the rumor that you
no,
tried to make
I
it a
mean,
3 million
no,
free
they
roll?
have
Yeah.
good food here.
Because I said,
believe
when
it.
I heard about
believe
this, I was
you.
like, that's an incredibly high
every
amount of
day.
money. That sounds crazy.
Every day,
3 million
yeah.
also sounds crazy
Couple
to me,
chicken
a
and,
peasant.
chicken tenders. Yesterday we
And
ate
they were just like, oh, no, it's fine. 5 million's fine. So there we have it.
Which your mate ate half of.
Extraordinary splash. An infusion of real dollar bills into the poker economy.
Oh, yeah. And a really nice introduction for a lot of people to poker, to live poker. There are tons of people who play their first live tournament like that. And I just feel like it had like a charity tournament feel where people are just like happy and laughing and not taking it all that seriously.
Well, going to be taking it very seriously here is Chris Moorman, who has flopped up and down on this 7-6-4 texture. He's also got a backdoor flush draw working. He's up against Scott with middle pair, top kicker, and well, Anstey's with this one completely. Certainly
900.
reason to believe that more chips get into this one. Scott now 52 million. I blinked
Crazy.
and he got up to that stack. Obviously going nowhere here. Chris recognizing this is the kind of texture he could lead at as the big blind. Scott obviously can't really ever raise on this texture, so just makes the call. Yeah, the hand that wants to call anyway.
Deuce of diamonds on the turn.
Very interested to see how Chris proceeds here. Still up and down. 9 high, obviously never good, so probably wants to fire a shell at this one.
Yeah, and in the big blind, he can credibly represent all the 2-pair combos.
2.8.
He's got straights.
Going with about 60% here. A little uncomfortable for Scott.
For sure. Second pair, you're not feeling too great about it when your opponent goes for 2.
I think I'm inclined against Chris to probably call here and reassess rivers. That 2 has changed nothing really, unless maybe you're up
Makes
against
a
the
fold.
40s.
Wow,
Wow,
nice
he
play
does
by
get
Chris.
us through.
Moorman.
Amazing stuff from Moorman. using the board texture against his opponent there.
And with Moorman, there's just always this feeling of a third barrel's probably coming.
Yeah.
He's earned that reputation.
For sure he has. And has not put a foot wrong on this day 5 yet.
Oh, definitely. Yeah,
Chipping up.
The ace-10 just folding, no problem. He
Yeah.
just gets 3-bet,
So
small
does the
sizing and
bubble-
everything,
or
just
does
mucks.
the FT bubble break before
just
the
so
break
good.
Good
starts?
discipline.
Yeah.
We have 50.
You love these fucking.
Yeah, I know.
these.
This? No chance.
He like
No, you
loves
think
to
no
like.
chance?
No, I mean, there's a chance.
Did you win $100 the other day on one of them?
I think there's a decent chance. 15 hands?
15. No,
It
it's
was
not. They're doing
15.
2 minutes a hand, no?
They stopped at 30, so it was. We've already done
right,
a
right,
whole bunch.
right.
Yeah, 15 hand total.
Are they moving the clock down?
It's gonna be
Yeah,
tough.
2 minutes hand now.
Are they actually moving it down there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Going to kick things off. This time is Ansi with the pocket 8s. Chris in the small. Quick fold. And Ryan probably going to defend the honour of this Jack 9.
That's cute. Defending its honor. Like it. Ace, queen, 4, 2 spades. It's a whiff from Ryan and range advantage for Ansi.
6.
Gets it done.
Yeah, always nice to take those down with the small bet.
Does anybody have like 5 or 6? Or are they all like at like 10?
Looks like 8's the shortest maybe.
Is that the one? Is that this shot with the show with?
Huh?
He's got his black chips like this across the front. Which is
Yeah, I can't really see. Oh no, not him. No. I think the guy
like
with the sunglasses.
7 hole, yeah.
No.
Right? Blue hat?
I think like 5 seat, 4 seat.
Oh, okay.
It's got 7.
Or something maybe like that.
Still 20 bigs, isn't it? This could be a while.
To wait for him to blind
Could
out.
be, could be not.
5-handed though, it's like shit just happens.
Just give me ace 5 suited. Let's get it over with.
Yeah, should have done. You should just call forward with that like.
Jonty is such a refreshing mix of very good player and very live fish tendencies, like rubbing his card on the table to make it better cards.
She got in there.
Handsy raising up king 9 of
These
hearts.
are my time bag chips. That's a tough decision. If I got out of line, yeah, I need to get out of line.
Should get through.
Out of line plays rewarded.
Live on the edge.
It's too boring. Man. It feels very.
No stranger to the occasional out of line plays, Jonty.
I'm not getting any. Oh, king 3 hearts was a little bit out of line actually. Maybe. Was that out of line? Ooh, it's under the gun. It's also the hijack.
We've played a
My
quick
button.
one here on this
Hey.
table. I wonder if we'll have a little pause now before
That's why.
action resumes.
All this time.
Disrespectful.
Just.
You're lucky I had 6 free R.
Yes, coach. You folded a 3, scumbag.
A reminder to anybody wondering what's going on right now. We are playing hand for hand. 5 and 5 here. Outer table just beneath the stage. I'm going to wait for them to complete their hand before we
So there's no one short over there. Did not know
either play
that.
another hand
There was,
or
like, a couple
if there
under
does happen to
20.
be a bust out reset for the final table. We are going out to it now. Don't want to get you too excited yet. I don't think there's too many chips in this pot as of yet. I don't think we're going to end up in a big showdown. But you never know.
Check.
Much different atmosphere out here. Much more serious table.
Yeah, these guys seem to be all business. And they have been given a sort of a gift from the poker gods here of being put on the shallow table. It can't be understated how massive that is. If there was to be a sort of clash of big stacks now on this feature table, how maybe they, sitting there playing their 20 bigs or whatever, get a real bump financially.
8.
Brian raises queen 9 of spades from the button. And gets through.
Oh, sorry.
Wow.
That good?
What?
That good?
Wait.
Said wow.
Yeah, you opened 6-2-6.
No, I wow that I got.
I used to love watching the late night
fold.
shows with Mike Sexton
Not
and
that.
Vince Van
Wow,
Patten
that
commentating.
hits.
Says
Coach told
chat
me to
member
fold it on the
Farty
bottom, so
Towels.
he folds it on the bottom.
Do you know the reference?
Chris
These
doesn't want to
look.
play.
No.
There's no
I'm
coaching.
Pretty sure that's
I
a
don't wanna
Faulty
play.
Towers
Coaching
reference.
allowed
Oh.
They used to
like,
reorder
in the middle of the game.
letters of Faulty Towers
Oh,
to
okay.
make up sort of
said
funny
pass me
words
money.
at the beginning
That's
of
pretty
each show. We all used to love those shows with the dear departed Mike, of course, and Vince.
Vince cashed the
800,000.
championship event.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, Mike Sexton, truly one of the nicest people I've ever met, not just in poker, in my whole life. Just such a caring, nice person, and when he passed, not a single person had anything bad to say about him in poker. To be in the poker world for decades and no one is your enemy is pretty much impossible. But he pulled it off.
Okay. Maybe it's my favorite number.
Yeah, I believe you had some particularly special moments with Mike
I didn't.
toward the end of
I
his
didn't
life.
know he was sick because he really kept it close to the vest. He basically just told, I wasn't working with WPT.
I've
His
seen
closest
there,
coworkers
like,
and
attention.
family and
You
friends.
look down at 64 and be like,
And he was just
Yeah, I've
giving
seen
me
the guy that
like
did that. He would
comments
hang
on my
so often, and
commentary.
once
Just,
his,
you're
like,
doing a
cards
great
got
job. Keep it
exposed,
up.
then it
Whatever.
was, like, Jack
And
3 off
you
or
know,
something.
he was
Yeah, but
like
some people play,
gravely
like,
ill at the
the table
time.
presence game,
And
aren't
so
they?
I
They're
like
like-
have those messages.
Oh.
I'm tearing up. Why'd you do this to me?
They're balancing.
They're gonna die.
I do
early.
remember getting messages from Mike around the
Those
same
people
time where he
die
was
early.
concerned about how poor your commentary
It's
was.
insane though. I'm
So
just
I
like,
think
bro, what the fuck?
despite
Jack
his
3,
ill
you were
health, did
sitting
feel
there
the
with
need
on
to
day one, like.
chat to you about it.
And,
give me someone's sunglasses.
I've got some. Because these lights sometimes cram me out.
Yeah, man.
Scott raising the button. King 9 offsuit, running into it.
I'm gonna
To
play a
Anzi's
like
King Queen off in the big blind. He's
Oh,
just
you-
going to defend.
He's going Euro style for the hand.
Queen 7-7. Anzi well ahead.
Like Chidwick.
Check, check. Deuce putting a third club. When it checks through, do you feel like you need to start betting your own hand if you're Anzi? Feels like showdown in your opponent's hand.
Yeah, it feels like it could be a bit of showdown, but also feels like you need to charge the one club hand
Sure.
too. So certainly like to see a bet here. Ansi very aware of the appropriate procedures. He's a very well studied player. Scott.
With the slow-mo Tom Dwan kind of behavior.
It was like a
That is.
Timex
Crane?
depth charge.
That's a good.
Remember that Timex used to do the depth
Yeah.
charge? Yeah.
And
Okay.
a queen on the river.
Well, dreamy developments for Ansi here,
Sure.
who now probably believes his opponent might station him off with ace high again.
King high ever station off? Possibly.
Not unreasonable.
Yeah, you're still beating some of those one club hands.
Deuce has been counterfeited, probably a small factor in all of this, but
Sure.
not totally irrelevant.
How heroic is Scott feeling?
It's a very small size. It's very tempting to just almost like a curiosity call.
Sure. Yeah, nice bet.
Ansi sort of made sure he got paid there with that size.
Never doing that again.
I literally just wanted to do it one last time, and that's why I call. He might have.
Even Ansi cracking a smile.
It's hard to do.
Slovenia, you have a read on me when I was like that?
Great to see.
One of these guys fucking bust.
That was the worst. Tom Dwan did that on Poker After Dark, and he also did the extra deliberate,
a
slow
good time with
everything, and then
y'all, but-
everyone started doing it. And I was like, you've ruined
really
everything.
enjoying this
Because
five-handed.
people wanted to be like him, so it's like, okay, it's cool to take way too much time.
How does someone sit like that the whole day?
I know.
It's crazy.
Pause.
Scott raising ace-8 offsuit from the cutoff. Anzi, nice queen-10 suited from the small blind.
Yeah, I'm always interested in how players proceed with this kind of hand category, the queen-jack suited, queen-10 suited, king-10 suited.
I feel like with no ICM pressure, it mixes 3-bets a lot more, but with the stacks as they are, I feel like it's just better as a call.
Yeah, that downward drift idea again,
Sure.
just sort of forcing everything neatly into the call node.
Yep. 9-6 deuce.
Ooh.
All hearts. Really nice board for Scott with ace of hearts.
Yeah, and just as bad
One
as
of
you can
each.
get for Ansi.
Pretty good card.
Yeah, a lot of love for this particular table in the chat. It must be said, one of the best I have ever seen at this late stage of a tournament. It's just such a nerve-wracking time. The pay jumps are really getting quite steep, frankly. It's already, you know, a big buy-in tournament where we're dealing in multiples now of the 10K and 3.1 million looming up top tomorrow. You're just trying to find your way there. There's obviously different routes. Bish bash bosh your way to a big stack, maybe.
Yeah.
It should be said too that they're all having fun and they're not making mistakes. So it's not like, oh, they're loose and they're chatting and that they're splashing too much or anything. It's very good poker being played, but actually people enjoying it as well.
Yeah. You know, gentle ribbing.
Yep.
The occasional needle. Lots of
Yeah, these are my people.
banter. Yeah, it really is a special environment here in the win.
There's, you know, like
John Deere's the king-queen offsuit from the cutoff.
Not being funny though.
Chris is having fun.
You do induce this sort of atmosphere, I think,
He's actually-
here in
he
this
actually didn't do it.
particular venue. Above and beyond so many other places I play poker, when people are happy, when people are enjoying their poker and they feel looked after, there's a few little perks here and there. It's all the lovely thing about just being in a property like the Win as well. Just puts people in a good mood.
Sure. I think this felt different than the other 10Ks I've even played here, though. Having 100 players win their way in for 10K seats, a bunch of them new players who don't usually play 10Ks, that just changes the starting fields a lot, too. Because it's like a couple new people just having a good time playing poker, where I feel like when it's all pros, you like forget that you're supposed to also be enjoying it.
Back to the other table now. These guys playing a longer hand.
Check.
Looks like we have a board of ace, deuce, 3, 9, and then 4 on the river.
Check. You check.
Roberts wins the hand. Little ripple from the...
Yeah, he's got a rail of some kind. Wow, Roberts is wearing the, or is using the card protector we gave at the mug. So I wonder if he attended the meetup game and got the little Club WPT Gold card protector.
Nice.
Because that was the morning of day 2 also. So he's just playing a mug the day 2. Amazing.
Just because it's like, you know, the
This is kind of what I'm trying to get at as well, is like organising something like that 9 till midday for players to come down, meet some of their heroes and you. And you know, how nice it is for people to experience that closeness with some of the big names in poker.
No,
I think you guys have done a tremendous job. And if there are any poker fans out there watching these scenes, if you're not already
49ers.
tempted,
Barry Bonds.
You dominated.
I promise you, even if you play kind of lower buy-ins, 10k seems a bit steep. There's a great side event schedule, particularly this year. I feel like that was the one area, if I had to make criticism in previous years, I would have said maybe not quite enough there for the lower stakes guys. If you had satellited in and you bust the main, that there was enough of it, but there was so much on. Every day there was a 1k, a 600, an 800.
Tons of satellites too this year.
Oh, and the satellite milestones were kicking off every, twice, 3 times a day. There was loads to play.
Gretzky has like...
Yeah, because I think that's part of it too. You want to keep everyone at the property as well if you can.
No, it's definitely him or what's it called though? The guy we were just talking about, Barry Bonds.
Oh, yeah.
Those like 4 seasons or whatever with the Giants, like those 4 seasons will never. I don't think that.
It's just crazy because he just didn't need to juice. He was that good, and he just juiced. I guess that was the thing to do, right? He just juiced.
So
honestly,
it looks like by virtue of this 2 minutes off the clock each time, we are going to play just one more hand before the break. It's going to be a 20-minute break, guys, after which we will switch it up. As much as we love these guys, we have to share the love. We're going to
swing the way
the lights, camera, and action on the guys who are currently down in the pit. We're not on the stage, although what I will say is one bust out and they'll all be together on the stage, so you won't be missing these guys for very long, I predict.
Like silky.
Yeah.
And I wonder when we do combine to a final table, if the chatter is going to continue. Like if tomorrow they're going to come back or if it starts to really sink in, it's for so much money.
I think he's not.
I think it already would have if it was going to. I think these guys are just naturally gregarious, fun to be around.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it just looks so good.
What a great advertisement for poker.
It's just a literal swing.
I'm folding 8s on the button, guys. I'm letting you know. Playing tight, gotta pee.
I gotta say that the $5 million free roll from Club WPT Gold, the winner, Chase Bricker, it made me very happy how emotional he got.
Oh, yeah.
Just like every interview, he's so excited. Because I think some people want to pretend they've been there before, but you haven't. You haven't won $1 million for 0 before. And it was just refreshing to see him like so excited and not try to hide it. I always find it funny that you could watch like a game show where somebody wins $10,000 and they're like jumping up and down crazy and so excited, and then in poker someone pulls like a 200K and they're like, eh.
Oh yeah, I gotta pee so bad.
Like, you're allowed to jump up and down. Like you don't have to pretend this happens to you every day.
Jonty Willis.
Oh. Whoa, he's getting after it.
He's really getting after it. Look at this sizing.
Like 19.
Properly dropping the hammer here.
Yeah.
On Chris's open, Ryan's flat. Now, again, maybe Jonty quite intelligently picking up the fact that Ryan's been 3-betting away here over the top of Chris and is now thinking, well, if he's only flatting, when he's already set up that dynamic to get Chris to start 4-betting, that can't be anything that continue here. If I put in this 3.8 million, I really stick it to Chris, and Ryan just almost never has a hand he can call with.
Chris is thinking about a 4-bet right now.
He actually is. I suppose he does have one of those hands that does sometimes mix it in. This would be adventurous, though, given how Jonty's been sort of signalling that maybe he was going to come off the rails and start a bit of fancy play syndrome, but really hasn't. If Chris picks up on this, this is extraordinary.
It's extraordinary, and just with the sizing, it's gonna cost a lot if he decides to make a 4-bet here. And I know the 4-bet doesn't have to be that large. He's in position. He can basically leverage all of Jonty's stack with a small 4-bet, but the fact that he's even thinking about it, is he picking up on something from Jonty?
Is he picking up on the sizing?
Yeah.
Is he picking up on the 3.8 being
Never
the kind of sizing that
nutted.
wants to get you to fold?
Yeah.
And that, like, maybe if this was aces or kings, this would be 3.2.
Wow, he goes for it. Let's go.
What are we watching here? This is savage from Chris. Unbelievable
Very
awareness. Nice. Wow. Oh, that's good. That's really, really good from
and
Chris
he
Moorman.
shows it. Let's go. Oh, my God.
I could tell you what you kept.
Unreal. That's how you get here 2 years in a row. Unbelievable.
He's an extraordinary talent. His name is Chris Moorman, and with that, he is up to 42 million. just behind Scott Stewart, who's had a very good frame. He's up to 48 million. Ansi, well, he got very, very lucky. Managed to dog Jonty Willis to stay in this one, and he's chipped up since then. 42 big blinds, 21 million. Jonty Willis, well, that will feel like a bit of a crushing blow, it's got to be said. I wonder if he can gather himself. These guys are going to go off stage now along with Ryan Yu, and we are going to swap them out. Looks like it's going to be about 18 more minutes. Please stick around. Myself and Jamie Kerstetter will be taking you through the action until we get down to 6 one way or another. Y'all come back now.
They told us we were not allowed to chop.
I'll in.
Oh my God.
Oh.
There was a brief discussion of it when we all made it to the final table. One guy, I forget who it was, sent me a text, but the chip leader tweeted out no chop, we're playing for it all, so it kind of set the tone coming into the final table day that there wasn't going to be a chop. They told us no chops when we got to the final table, so we never really was discussed heads up, and it only lasted one hand, which lucky for me.
Oh, is he going to be okay?
Let's go!
That is it. Chase Bricker wins $1 million. Becoming the first $5 million Invitational free roll winner.
$1 million. And Jason Christopher played his heart out, finished in second place. $250,000 from his $0 investment. Nothing to be ashamed
look
of.
Look what it means to chase. Oh, overcome with emotion.
For most Americans, their memory of online poker is stuck in the past. A desert filled with unsafe options or no option at all. Well, not anymore. Club WPT Gold is bringing poker back to America. It's a sweepstakes model website, sweeping the nation, and it's available to try out now. Sign up now using code YouTube and enjoy the return of safe online poker to America. The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Liu, and Wolf Game Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, sweeping the nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold Meetup Games.
Oh, this is trouble. Son with jacks in the cutoff.
Just flats.
Just a call.
Wow.
Oh,
Did not
interesting.
expect this.
Andrea opens the door for him to squeeze if he'd like. He's got a beautiful hand to squeeze with ace-5 suited.
I wonder what
Everyone's
he's making of that
favorite.
flat. That flat from San is a little bit suspicious. It has juiced the pot up to a sort of amount where this ace-5 suited going all the way in is tempting now.
I would like it. I'm looking at two really nice hands that aren't going to fold, but I like this spot for a squeeze. Moorman's going to be opening very loose. If you think Sen's the type that's just like, hey, I want to C3.
Yeah, it has that sort of king-queen kind of vibe to it.
Sure.
Definitely didn't expect something as strong as Jack's here. Is there somehow a pathway to San getting away here?
Andrea with the nice folds. I think that would have been my last hand of the tournament.
So the ace-5 suited gets there.
I think.
That's why we like it so much.
But they only sell it in teeny tiny bottles.
No, they have it. They have it.
Oh,
7-5-4, two spades. This is not the kind of board that Jax finds a fold on.
Yeah, I gotta say, Italy.
Yeah, one has to put themselves into the mindset of San here, choosing to go with flat off that 22 big blind stack, probably just deciding I want to fade an ace or king high flop, and now probably will feel much better about it. Stack to pot ratio is only 3 here. It's very hard to imagine a way out.
Very passionate, yeah.
Moorman C-bet 725.
Beatles?
Vito,
Vito.
the player.
Yeah, Italian guy. You know, it's a friend of yours.
We saw that raise earlier with the king-queen. He is going to send it upstairs here, and this is probably curtains now for San.
So many,
I don't see Chris doing anything other. Do you know what he might be just thinking? Do I call and let him put the rest in himself, or do I just stick it in now? I think he's just going to stick it in now, recognizing that San has a hand he likes.
Sure. Yeah, San can definitely have hands like 8s and 9s also that love this board that go, okay, I have a lot of equity. And those hands often face a big card on the turn and no longer like their hand. So yeah, he just puts it all in.
Gets the bad news. We expected this one to go in pre. It has gone in on this 7-5-4 board. Backdoor spade possibility for San, but it is looking a little bleak right now.
6 of spades.
Spicy one.
King of clubs. It's going to be a jack and only a jack for San. It's 8 of spades. Really great story for San, though. Wins his golden passport at the lodge. Comes out here, plays the free roll, cashes it, plucks a 10K out of the consolation draw.
Yeah,
and
he did just jam in the end. Makes sense. Ansi, I think, falling on the correct decision in the end. Does have a dominating spot over poor old Andre.
There's the 6.
Wow.
Of course. Ace, 6, deuce, 2 clubs. Andrea's backdoor clubs, 2 9s. His only outs. Now just a 9 will do it.
Make 10s and 6s.
It's not to be.
Thank you.
Nice run, Andrea.
The K6.
A frustrating little cameo for Andrea on this feature table here today.
Good game, man.
Busting in 15th. What an incredible
13th place, 2017.
Cheese on it, huh?
Why
He's got quite a few six-figure scores.
That you fold.
But honestly, I know him from him
8-5
dominating mid-stakes poker. Like, he stays in his lane a lot and just absolutely crushes these, like, 1K, 2K tournaments.
Just being able to fall back on that kind of experience in a spot such as this one is huge. We've got guys like Jonty in there. Obviously, he's made final tables. In fact, he has won a tournament this year on the WPT circuit. But this is another tier. And if you've been there, done that on a few occasions, had a $500,000 score, like you said, or whatever, you really can lean into that experience in a way that maybe others who haven't been there can't.
It's also what makes it easy to be loose in this spot with, like, okay, I'm just conversing. You know, you tend to be able to, like, play your game because you just don't feel the pressure that first-timers will feel.
Oh, and this will be a close one for Jonty here. 11 bigs, not even 11 bigs. 10.5. I think we're calling. Yeah, here we go.
Says not close, slams it in.
My own name?
So we're racing. AJ Kelsall at risk. Pocket 9s against Jonty's ace-jack offsuit.
Wayne
Gretzky.
Oh, there you go.
Jonty wins this. He becomes chip leader in this tournament right now. Andrew wins this one, and he is back in business with around about 10 million.
He's not going to beat me with my own name.
Where I first ever played like poker.
He had ace queen. He had ace queen. I would think he could do it.
Brantford, Ontario.
Ace jack's not getting there.
AJ claiming that the AJ has never betrayed him.
Can we not make it a bit more exciting than that? Can we have like Queen 10-8 or something?
Ooh. That's a pretty fair fight. Jack 10-7, all diamonds. Andrew with the gut shot and the flush draw to go with his pocket 9s. Jonty top pair. It's red, but not a diamond.
It has to be. It has to be a heart.
Diamonds, come on.
Big moment.
Good game, guys.
And that's going to be it. Queen of spades on the river. AJ Kelsall, really nice run.
Thank you.
What a gentleman. What a lovely, lovely person to have on the feature table on a few occasions. Very likely to make back-to-back final tables from here. Obviously, no foregone conclusions, but 12 left.
He'd ask for clarification.
Unofficial
because
FT of 9. We're going to play to 6, I believe, today.
A small cabin and like the French Alps with like 2 other people.
Yeah, it's really incredible.
Shout out.
Shout out. Okay. They're so glad you're not there yet.
Yeah, that's it. They're loving it. When I was like, I missed my flight, they were like, thank God.
Yeah.
Peace and quiet for a few days.
Jonty's staying in Vegas for Christmas now.
In fact, literally,
family have said
I guess so.
Just stay over there. It's fine.
Yeah, he said he usually goes somewhere and skis for like a month. Jonty's life. If you want to look at someone's Instagram and just be very jealous, he basically has like a Kardashian Instagram for a poker player.
That's the Jonty life.
Yes.
I think that's the...
Ollie.
Oh,
hello. Here we go. 30 bigs here, Ryan. Hard to think of hands that you're behind when it's come shove here.
I agree with that.
Got to cap out your opponent here. No aces and kings, probably no queens either. Only fearing one hand, I think, jacks that might do this. Rest of it's going to be things like 9s and 8s. Ace, king, ace, queen.
Yep.
In it goes. Huge flip.
Again.
Huge moment here in this tournament. Might be one of the biggest pots we've seen in the tournament so far.
We need stapes here.
25 million in the middle.
You said you felt it last time. Do you feel it this time?
Oh, nervous
Indifferent.
moments
Actually
for
too
Fabian, you can
nervous.
tell.
Oh.
Right away.
King 10
Torn the
4.
band-aid here.
Ryan way ahead, 97% to win this one. And that'll do it.
Good game. With a pleasure, guys.
Well played by Fabian. $255,000 for his efforts, but man,
Good game. Take care.
so close to the final table you could taste it.
Yeah, phenomenally talented.
Born
Yeah. Yeah, no, I am not a Dodgers fan. It's just a cool looking hat.
Always on the winning team
I
with the
wouldn't wear
bud
the
cap.
blue one, though,
I
but
love it. King of
I feel like
Beers.
that's,
They should
like,
sponsor
kinda
him
more
for this
of a
final.
local
Makes the
thing.
final table.
But like,
Jonty Min raising ace queen off.
Dear me, I
Oh
think
man,
this is trouble.
unlucky.
I think this is trouble.
It should be 22 bigs. He should be happy to be 3-bet ripping this in Jonty's face, and he's up against it right now.
What a rough passage of play for Ansi.
I mean,
In it goes. He's effectively commit here.
major.
Jonty going nowhere, we know. Bang. Now we've just called, so...
I'm gonna do some recon.
Or did he have enough? No, he has actually put him in. I think that's like a 20 stack. Yeah, okay. So these time banks will get burned.
Yeah, you guys, if you want to chat with us, now's the time.
Yeah, I think we got about
few minutes.
6 minutes. Of,
Well, I will say, last year, one of the funnier things that happened at a feature table, a guy was...
he
just does it. Okay.
Well, I don't think we saw a bust out on the other. Maybe just deciding he'd like to have some time if things go well. Keep
Sure.
these time banks for later. Big
here
moment
we
for
have
Jonty
it.
Willis as well to get up to 42 million. But Ansi, the man whose tournament life is on the line right now, just 25% here. Pretty much the worst case scenario up against the ace queen.
King.
Oh, in the window.
Wow, sick. King, king, 10. Just like that, Anzi pulls way ahead. Jonty is not dead yet. 4 jacks in the deck.
Oh, that is a body blow
really brutal.
to Jonty here. Ansi gets the double up. He's now up
Sorry.
to 10 million.
I wouldn't have said it.
Because the pay jumps are so large, and it really makes it so there's no reason for people to stall, so it actually makes the viewing a little bit better.
Yeah, much better for everybody.
Hold.
Also, a relevant factor as well,
One to
that
help
if
Crystal
there
Shank
was a pay jump, which there isn't actually, but if there
You want
was,
shorter, man.
it would be
You want
shared.
shorter,
The
man.
gap,
Sure.
the gap would be
Yeah,
shared.
this is funny.
If it was on different tables.
No pay jump, but there is a lot of incentive if you're a short stack to want to
They're all
play at
coming
a
to see our
full
stacks as
table
well.
rather than a short-handed table.
Oh, yeah.
Where the blinds are coming around very quickly, and especially big blind ante. It is so expensive to play a round of poker right now.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness
10,
me.
8, 6. Ryan with top pair, top kicker. Anzi just flops the joint. Nut straight. Against a good hand. That's some
Yeah.
run good.
This one could get very messy. If Ansi finds the immediate raise, which he's likely to do, then Ryan already in an awkward situation. Oh my, how does it feel? Sometimes when I've got these little gappers, I do just say the board over and over again in my head.
Daydream it.
That will be the nut
You're a
straight.
big manifester?
No, but I just say it just because. But it never happens, so I guess I'm a reverse manifester.
And he does go for the check raise, 3.3 million. Very awkward spot for Ryan.
Is 12 million behind?
14.5.
Is there a danger Ryan just sends it here?
Yeah.
Wow. This could be a monster. We are dangling over the precipice of the unofficial final table here in the WPT World Championship. 10k buy-in. And
That's
that
going to
might just
help
save
a lot.
him.
Wow. And credit to Anzi for finding the check raise on the flop. Get some money in there
Yeah, you gotta
before
do
a
it.
turn card like this.
Yeah, he's cursing his luck now, hating that card, knowing that it might cost him getting paid against a hand like queens, kings, ace 10. Also means he probably has to go a smaller size than he maybe would have otherwise. 5 into 9.
Which, I don't know. I guess you don't really see very small turn size leads, but it would have been cool. 2.5 or something, just. But I guess that's not really a thing. Tell me, Solver Man.
I'm like Fabian, I get people to do it for me.
Yeah, it's the right way to do it. And I don't know, with this sizing, I just feel like Ryan's kind of put in a place where he's going to find a fold.
Yeah, I don't think we can find a call here. This is a wicked texture. Understandably giving it some time.
Yeah, he
Nice.
gets away cheaply.
Yeah, I feel like Ansi a little bit unlucky there with the 7 on the turn. I think probably getting one
A
more.
little bit of practice getting a jog in. He was in the free roll and also in day 3 of Prime and had a run back and forth between his two tables. Scott having king queen in the hijack now, raising it up. Jonty with queen jack offsuit in the cutoff.
Ugh,
Lets it go.
getting Scotty.
Discipline. Anzi ace 10 on the button. Did they shuffle this deck? It's like a royal flush among the three.
Makes the call. Could bring Chris in here with the 6-7 suited. Chris might also have ideas of a
3-bet.
a squeeze here sometimes. Probably wants to have the high card blocker in the squeezing range. Maybe just comes with call.
Yeah, I like it. And Jack 10 for Ryan.
Yeah.
Are we going to have a 4-way pot?
I think he's going to get dragged in here for this price.
Scott Stewart, if you're trying to run to the bathroom, now's the time.
Don't know about you, Jamie. I'm only able to go in the bathroom at 5 minutes to the hour. My bladder just won't do it otherwise.
Been trained.
Well trained.
This is the first today, boys.
Scott was in the hand. I'm so silly. Ace 9-7, all spades. Wow. A little bit of something for everyone. Scott with the king of spades. Anzi with top pair. 10 of spades. Got Ryan with the gut shot. Chris with a pair. Can't be too happy about those hands, though.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of checking on these monotone boards, but if you are going to bet, small size here from Scott is really nice. Nancy, I think, probably has to call once here with the top pair and some potential. It's awkward, though. Sort of not super strong top pair, not super strong draw. Always a little tricky.
Less
Don't quite
awkward
know
now that it's heads up.
what happened. Yes, that's true.
King of hearts on the turn. Scott now improves to a pair to go with his nut flush draw.
Scott may come with a very small bet again in this situation. Obviously, he wants to basically not put any more money in the pot, but he doesn't want to check call a bigger bet, so and can't really get raised ever. So may just decide to bet really small again himself. No, he's going to check it, take his chances on getting this one to showdown now. And see, with no real reason to bet this one.
I kind of like the check, I think, because you're going to be up against some worse flush draws that you want to let them get there, right?
Sure.
It does. 5 of spades. Let's go.
Soothsayer, Gerstatter.
Wow.
Sneaky, sneaky. Oh, and it's interesting for Ansi now.
Do you think the 10 of spades should bet? I know Scott's checking.
It's really
because
close.
The queen
Like
of spades and the jack of spades are available.
You're certainly going to bet the queen.
Sure.
I think you probably bet the jack.
And he's going to...
And then we're going to try and extract value from the 10 and absolutely hate life in a moment. Wow.
Nice
Scott.
play, Scott.
Sort of a dead read by Scott that his opponent had something like ace jack with the jack of spades or ace 10 with the 10 of spades. Has to be careful not to overact this spot now, Scott.
8.5.
Oh, such a sinking feeling when that happens.
Yeah, when you're first, like, begging for a call, and then you get raised a call, man.
And as he's just going through the possibilities of King of Spade X, because he's just wondering to himself, why wouldn't you have just bet it yourself?
This is definitely a strange line, but does Scott... There just doesn't feel like there's natural bluffs in Scott's range. No. It's hard to bluff through this like this. It was 4 ways on the flop. He put out $1 million.
Yeah, I think you say to yourself, from his perspective, he could be check raise bluffing into the nuts here.
Sure.
So
yes.
Why would he risk that?
Yep. But Scott does get a few more chips in on the river.
Just show us. We're gonna see in like.
We just show everything. I like
Sweeps Coins model.
Oh my God,
how do you guys want to tell everyone about it? And they said your marketing budget is this, and we're like, let's just give it away.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like,
and then we did. So really high level stuff here that we were planning.
Any truth to the rumor that you tried to make it a 3 million free roll?
Yeah. Because I said, when I heard about this, I was like, that's an incredibly
newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Liu, and Wolf Game Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, Sweeping the Nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold Meetup Games.
Welcome back to the Win Las Vegas. 2,382 dreams have been extinguished, but 10 still remain in this monstrous WPT Championship. I'm David Lavin alongside Jamie Kerstetter. We've switched it up. Farewell for now, friends. We will miss you.
We may see you pretty soon, though. We just lose one player and then we consolidate to 9, right?
That's right. Scott Stewart, a reminder, 97 big blinds. Wow, what a spot he finds himself in this tournament now. 48 million. Chris Moorman's got 41 million chips. He just bludgeoned poor Jonty there in that last one. But Jonty is still the hero we all need. And I have high expectations. Look at the difference here. Edward Pack, big stack here. He's actually more or less joint chip leader in this tournament with 46 million right now. Christian Roberts, 34 bigs. Rob Sherwood, 22 bigs. Michaelo Lendl, 21 bigs. And Joshua Lisberger, 20 bigs. Completely different game for these guys. They're basically playing tippy-tappy poker, trying to avoid each other, trying to nerdle, dare I say again, their way onto this final 9. It's going to be amazing if they all can make it and somehow there's a bust out on the other table. Yeah. But the 4 shortest stacks in the tournament right now, all going to be here. We're probably putting these guys on the stage because we're going to witness some blood.
Edward Pack, though, what a place to be, right? If he's at the other table, he's just one of the crowd.
Yeah.
And here he's just king of the world. Just being able to take a bite out of everyone else's stack as they're trying to make it to the final table.
Yeah, it's a dreamy situation for him to find himself on this table, able to just, with merely the open, oftentimes, enough to leverage these guys out of their equity.
Jack 9-9 rainbow.
Rob Sherwood with some backdoors, nice high. Looks like he is going to check it back here. Christian, door will be open. Oh,
makes a pair.
Rob trying to get this ace high to showdown. And the fact that he will be in that mode is bad news because his opponent Christian did pick up that 5 on the turn. Will also be keen to show this one. Oh, might even throw a little blocker. Pesky for Rob here. Probably not going to find the call. Would have to be a pure air ball from Christian in a spot where the perception might be that he was being pot controlled. But we don't know the dynamics on this table, so maybe, just maybe, there has been some larceny, there's been some hijinks and skullduggery.
Shenanigans and ballyhoo.
Malarkey. Can we say that for another month?
Gosh, the hat got flipped. I see. See.
So it would have been conventional for the pre-flop raise to just throw out a tiny bet on a paired
now you
board.
gotta wear it all the time.
Worked out well for Christian though.
Yeah, it did work out very well.
It was a giveaway. I don't think I bought
Even better.
In the background, there's like a fake Chris Moorman. Oh, I missed it.
We're going to be going back and forth here, obviously giving the lights, camera, action love to Rob Sherwood and co. up there on the stage. But these guys, wow, did they entertain us all afternoon. Jonty Willis, he was just a card away from the chip lead. Well, just a clean run out away from the chip lead.
And then, man, he got mangled by Chris Moorman the hand before break. If you guys didn't see it, you might want to hit the rewind for a minute. Just made a little too large of a 3-bet, and Chris Moorman seized on it. 4-bet the king-8 suited. Jonty folded ace-7 suited, and that was how he went to break. The bad taste in his mouth. But yeah, it's definitely a fun table, really dynamic people. Edward raising the button, king 4 offsuit. Mihailo in the big blind, jacks. Finds a shove.
Yeah, presumably Edward has been opening fairly liberally with this advantageous chip and ICM predicament he finds himself in. Mihailo just dropping the hammer there with jacks. So on break, I did a little coffee run, as I want to do. Couldn't help it over here, Jamie explaining to our bosses why 5 million isn't cool. Do you know what is cool? $5 billion.
Yeah.
28 more to go.
Here, I have more.
You had a good run, Jamie.
I did. It lasted longer than anyone would ever think in this job.
Way more reds.
It's hard. Transitioning from a poker player to like a real working human being is difficult. I lasted as long as I could.
And greens.
And time banks.
And time banks.
Triple covered.
Triple covered.
And yet some would still say you're a favorite.
Wonder why.
Wonder why.
You have so many time chips. That's insane.
Yeah, I don't think much.
I don't think much is an awesome answer.
True for me in all things in life.
Robert raising up king jack offsuit in the hijack.
Fold.
Yeah, Rob, a very seasoned campaigner. Not wishing to age him too much, but I have been around the block for quite some time, and he has been around since before that on the UK circuit.
And you're about like 62 years old?
We're the same age, Christella.
Oh, God. That's brutal for me.
We're the exact same age.
Yeah, we're going to die soon. Joshua defends his big blind with queen 9 offsuit. 6-6-3, 2 diamonds. Ooh, something's happening in the background. I don't know if you guys could hear the loud cheering.
We do have some outer table action inside events too. I wonder if it's from there or was it from the Chris Moorman Jonty table. I can hear Jonty.
Always.
Almost as clearly from
I can
here.
hear Jonty in my nightmares. Robert takes it down.
We're going to die soon. Your nightmares. We're keeping it light here.
I was trying to match the energy of the new table.
We got a bucket hat.
Oh, yes, please. Yeah, thank you.
You guys have
Brilliant.
pineapple juice? Yeah, pineapple. Have pineapple juice? Yeah, with ice. Yeah, pineapple with ice. Yeah.
Pineapple.
They have green tea, honey lemon, lemon on
My
the
favorite
side.
fruit.
Yeah, and a
Just put the
steak,
Ansi,
please.
right? Not the big blind, yeah?
What is it? 250.
Edward, another raisable one here. Looking to stretch that lead. He wants this FT bubble to go as long as
Forever.
possible in this situation. Could push his way towards 50 million, maybe beyond.
Depending on how active Edward's been, this is not the worst jam.
I didn't play.
Pocket 5, 16 big blinds.
Playing like for 2 years, 2.5 years.
And he does. He goes for it. It's going to be really bad news for Josh.
Oh dear. Well, it's a 17 big blind shove, which won't be super comfortable for Edward, to be honest.
But he's got the chips to be able to afford this.
Yeah, this one is close. It's absolutely close. We don't know the dynamics again. That would be very important.
Makes the call.
He is going to make the call, though.
It's hand for hand, guys.
So don't turn them
You
over.
gotta-
Pull them back.
Put the toothpaste back in the tube.
Nobody saw it. Definitely not sevens. Definitely not fives.
Good luck, man.
Bad news for poor old
so
Joshua.
brutal to know what you're up against and have to sweat it for super long while you wait for the table.
Ace, 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 king, king. I'd be happy with the chop, man.
Joshua Lisberger.
6-5-4 flop.
He was
Take
the
that.
shortest
That would
stack
be
in the
pretty
tournament.
fun. Yeah, I'll take
when he
that.
came back from break.
Really?
6-5-4 flop.
So
Oh, was it action on the
not quite
outside
so
too?
ICM handcuffed. Oh my goodness me.
11 million.
11 million
Wow.
is the bet. So we have a big one in progress here. What is going on? Could we have a double bust out? Good news for Lisberger if we do. We can see there it's Ansi against
Scott Stewart.
Scott. So it went 1 million under the gun from Ansi. Scott 3.5 million from the small. Ansi clicked it to 6.5 and Scott clicked again to 11. Wow. Ansi has about 20 million total, so it's basically do or die now.
All in. I want to
I
fold.
wanna
Wow,
fold.
Scott was up to no good. Unreal.
Larceny there from Scott.
Attempted.
Big one for
Wow.
Ansi.
You don't see people not
somebody
being
busted
nutted
it?
in that
Oh,
spot
wow.
very often.
Oh, God.
Didn't see that one.
So a bit of unluckiness
Oh.
there for Joshua, who had that sweat of maybe he'd be chopping the bubble in a bad spot here.
Eight, six
close.
deuce.
Like I said,
He's trying.
you almost
Just a hint
You
of
can bring a seven
backdoor here with the 3-4,
3 or 4.
I'll give you a 7.
bring a 7.
but not too much.
I'll take a 7.
You take a 7?
He's happy with a 7.
Okay.
Okay.
Ooh, got some outs.
That's
That's not
almost
it.
as good as it could have gotten for
We can count to
Josh,
6,
who's
4,
now got 6
4
outs
or 5.
to crack these 7s.
Little 2 side. We need 2 side. 2 across.
Hey, can I kill like Baccarat?
Oh my god, Johnny.
Uh,
GG's.
Good game, brother.
Hey, good game.
Good game, Josh.
Joshua
Very nice
Lisberger,
playing
we
with
hardly
you.
knew thee.
Last couple
Departing in
don't
10th place. We're going to set things up for
Very
a
nice
nine-handed
playing.
unofficial final table.
Pleasure.
Going to take a little break, I think. Before then, current payout 310k. There will be ladders from here on out. 400k for 8th place.
Good call.
Jamie, give me some predictions here. We saw some devastating stuff from Moorman out there, but we've also seen Edward Pack now take the chip lead.
It's going to be an adjustment for Edward Pack to go from being king of that table to just, you know, he's just one of the guys at this new table, and we've got quite a few stacks that are around 40 million over there. So I don't know. My prediction is just a really fun table. We get all the chatters back, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I can't wait as well. Shout out to Rob Sherwood, who I think will go into this final table as short stack, but he's played tremendously well, navigate his way to this 20 big blind stack now on the final table with a guaranteed payout of 310k. We're going to take a break. We hope you'll join us.
For most Americans, their memory of online poker is stuck in the past. A desert filled with unsafe options or no option at all. Well, not anymore. Club WPT Gold is bringing poker back to America. It's a sweepstakes model website, sweeping the nation, and it's available to try out now. Sign up now using code YouTube and enjoy the return of safe online poker to America. The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Liu, and Wolf Game Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, Sweeping the Nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold meetup games.
Actually, but if there was, it would be shared. The gap,
Sure.
the gap would be
Yeah,
shared.
this is funny.
If it was on different tables.
No pay jump, but there is a lot of incentive if you're a short stack to want to play at a
see our
full
stacks
table
as well.
rather than a short-handed table.
Oh, yeah.
Where the blinds are coming around very quickly, and especially big blind ante. It is so expensive to play a round of poker right now.
Don't worry about us.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness
10,
me.
8, 6. Ryan with top pair, top kicker. Anzi just flops the joint. Nut straight. Against a good hand. That's some
Yeah.
run good.
This one could get very messy. If Ansi finds the immediate raise, which he's likely to do, then Ryan already in an awkward situation. Oh my, how does it feel? Sometimes when I've got these little gappers, I do just say the board over and over again in my head.
Daydream it.
That will be the nut
You're a
straight.
big manifester?
No, but I just say it just because, but it never happens, so I guess I'm a reverse manifester.
And he does go for the check raise, 3.3 million. Very awkward spot for Ryan.
Is 12 million behind?
14-5.
Is there a danger Ryan just sends it here?
Yeah.
Wow. This could be a monster. We are dangling over the precipice of the unofficial final table here in the WPT World Championship. 10k buy-in. And
That's
that
going to
might just
help
save
a lot.
him.
Wow. And credit to Anzi for finding the check raise on the flop. Get some money in there
Yeah, you gotta do
before a
it.
turn card like this.
Yeah, he's cursing his luck now, hating that card, knowing that it might cost him getting paid against a hand like queens, kings, ace 10. Also means he probably has to go a smaller size than he maybe would have otherwise. 5 into 9.
Which, I don't know. I guess you don't really see very small turn size leads, but it would have been cool. 2.5 or something, just. But I guess that's not really a thing. Tell me, Solver Man.
I'm like Fabian. I get people to do it for me.
Yeah, it's the right way to do it. And I don't know. With this sizing, I just feel like Ryan's kind of put in a place where he's going to find a fold.
Yeah, I don't think we can find a call here. This is a wicked texture. Understandably giving it some time.
Yeah, he
Nice.
gets away cheaply.
Yeah, I feel like Ansi a little bit unlucky there with the 7 on the turn. I think probably getting one more.
A little bit of practice getting a jog in. He was in the free roll and also in day 3 of Prime and had a run back and forth between his 2 tables. Scott having King Queen in the hijack now, raising it up. Jonty with Queen Jack offsuit in the cutoff. Lets it go. Discipline. Anzi Ace 10 on the button. Did they shuffle this deck? It's like a royal flush among the 3.
Makes the call. Could bring Chris in here with the 6-7 suited. Chris might also have ideas of a
3-bet.
A squeeze here sometimes. Probably wants to have the high card blocker in the squeezing range. Maybe just comes with call.
Yeah, I like it. And Jack 10 for Ryan.
Yeah.
Are we going to have a 4-way pot?
I think he's going to get dragged in here for this price.
Scott Stewart, if you're trying to run to the bathroom, now's the time.
Don't know about you, Jamie. I'm only able to go in the bathroom at 5 minutes to the hour. My bladder just won't do it otherwise.
Been trained.
Well trained.
This is the first today, boys.
Scott was in the hand. I'm so silly. Ace 9-7, all spades. Wow. A little bit of something for everyone. Scott with the king of spades. Anzi with top pair. 10 of spades. Got Ryan with the gut shot. Chris with a pair. Can't be too happy about those hands, though.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of checking on these monotone boards, but if you are going to bet, small size here from Scott is really nice. Nancy, I think, probably has to call once here with the top pair and some potential. It's awkward, though. Sort of not super strong top pair, not super strong draw. Always a little tricky.
Less
Don't quite
awkward
know
now that it's heads up.
what happened. Yes, that's true.
King of hearts on the turn. Scott now improves to a pair to go with his nut flush draw.
Scott may come with a very small bet again in this situation. Obviously, he wants to basically not put any more money in the pot, but he doesn't want to check call a bigger bet, so, and can't really get raised ever. So may just decide to bet really small again himself. No, he's going to check it, take his chances on getting this one to showdown now. And see, with no real reason to bet this one.
I kind of like the check, I think, because you're going to be up against some worse flush draws that you want to let them get there, right?
Sure.
It does. 5 of spades. Let's go.
Soothsayer, Gerstatter.
Wow.
Sneaky, sneaky. Oh, and it's interesting for Ansi now.
Do you think the 10 of spades should bet? I know Scott's checking
really
because
close.
the queen
Like
of spades and the jack of spades are available.
You're certainly going to bet the queen.
Sure.
I think you probably bet the jack.
And he's going to...
And then we're going to try and extract value from the 10 and absolutely hate life in a moment.
The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Liu, and Wolf Game Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, Sweeping the Nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold Meetup Games.
Welcome back to the Win Las Vegas. It's unofficial final table time at the WPT World Championships. And boy, oh boy, have we been treated to a clinic from Chris Moorman last year. He came fourth in this for 2.1 million. Can he go 1, 2 or even 3 spots better this year? I'm David Lavin alongside Jamie Kerstetter. Well, we're going to have to wait till tomorrow to find out the answer to that question. But what we will find out is if he makes it to the final 6. That's what we're playing down to. And here are the other players looking to thwart him or possibly join him in that final 6, the official final table. Edward Pack, chip leader now, 109 bigs after winning that 7s, 5s hand a moment ago. And there's what they're playing for, $3.1389 million. Jamie Kerstetter.
This is awesome. If you guys are just joining us, we had an amazing first few hours, probably the happiest, chattiest table that is playing for this much money that I've ever seen. Just awesome banter and really dynamic hands. We just saw Chris Moorman throw out a 4-bet to 7 million with King 8 suited, getting Jonty Willis to folds. And yeah, I don't know. I've just been very happy to be commentating this with you.
Yeah, I've been very happy to be commentating this.
Just gonna mute you.
I'm really
Hoarding fucking time banks for nothing.
Small stack.
Not allowed. Mention muting.
It's got to be me.
Oh, and in this?
Yeah, no, it's got.
It's an in-joke maybe not everyone's aware of.
You got the most time banks?
Yeah, for sure.
Have you used any?
Jonty's got the hat on.
Or 4.
Yeah.
But will it be snowing this Christmas?
Good luck, everybody. Good luck. Well played. Long days.
Not like I'm going to do much better with
Yeah, do that, and then you guys will get DQ'd, and then...
What was all this one?
The players that have been playing silently on the side table in a library environment the whole day are about to be in for some shock.
And we've got a little rail
starting
now. It's good to see. If you are in the vicinity,
what was the last hand?
Fan favourites of any of these guys? Come down.
The sickest cooler.
Do some shoe bombs.
Yeah.
We don't do that. We drink out of cups in America.
We didn't know what was going on there.
Well, I think you can get a plastic.
It's probably worse.
You guys have to do it like this. It works better.
Does it change the color?
Oh, chip leader going to get to work here right away.
Raise.
Nah, I didn't change the color.
You still try to squeeze me when I raised under the gun.
Hansi now up to 32 million after that very weird hand that took place at the death there just a few moments ago.
Yeah, it was a click war like back in the day online 10 years ago. Scott Stewart caught up in that one, lost quite a few chips.
Did you partake in the click wars?
Of course, you had to. But actually that favored me a lot. I was still in it back then. And if you have people clicking a bunch pre and you just have it, it's a nice place to be.
Can't believe I played it towards it.
Well,
you still got to change.
Yeah, I was going to say.
There really aren't enough superlatives for this particular back-to-back from Chris. I know he's not in the final 6 yet. But to go this deep in this tournament 2 years running is
it's crazy.
One of the great feats in poker.
He needs to put out a tweet. Oh, God, I should just send it to him instead of ruining it
right
right now.
now.
I'm not
Fourth
effing finishing 4th again.
Has no one mentioned the fact that there's 3 Brits at this final table, and honestly, the Brits might be the new Germans? Is anyone else thinking?
Jonty announcing the Brits are the new Germans.
2 Americans, right? Hell yeah, brother.
I count. Venezuelan.
You count?
Yeah, I'm Venezuelan.
I'm just surprised they're allowed in since Brexit.
New gold major, British poker. Got a defender at home.
I'll defend. You see, these guys try to get tough with you in the hallway. I got you.
We were all playing.
Chris, a local boy, actually.
Yeah.
Obviously from
Now he
Essex,
is.
UK, but he lives
15
in the vicinity.
Okay, 15 years ago.
Probably not 15. I wasn't playing high stakes though.
10-3 deuce, 2 hearts. Anzi with the gut shot. Chris with middle pair. Backdoor hearts for Anzi.
What was it?
What's the rate?
15 points?
It's going to lead into this limp pot.
What a deal.
Going for a raise.
Yeah, deciding these threes need protection. But Anzi with exactly the kind of holding that goes nowhere here.
Sure. So much potential in his hand. In a limped pot, blind versus blind, what is Chris representing when he raises here?
He can have quite a wide range, actually. You know, obviously any flush draws will almost always have something else to go with them.
Wow.
What a card.
Right there, no waiting. Anzi makes a wheel. It also gives Chris an open ender. Sorry to cut you off.
No, it's fine. His two pair combos will be in there as well. And then he's also maybe deciding that a hand like 3-4 does need a little bit of protection, doesn't want to just, you know, be in a dark tunnel guessing game on turns facing a barrel, so would rather bet himself. And that sort of slows the action, and he gets to check back then in that part of the game tree here on this 5 turn where he's picked up a nice draw to go with the 3. That's he obviously going to pursue value now that Chris has check back turn.
We only played 2 levels.
Interesting to see the sizing here.
Yeah, we've only.
I feel like he knows that the bluffs won't call anyway. Maybe a 5-6 is dangling in there somewhere. Probably wants to go on the bigger side.
Yep, and he does. Make it look bluffier, make it look like missed hearts.
That's exactly what he's repping, and it's nice for him to have the ace of hearts in hand when he does that.
There's some chance we get there at the moment. Very unlikely.
Yeah. Awkward for Chris.
What's after 3-6?
Maybe discounting the 1 pair combos, the kind of queen 10s now is not really going to take this line.
he's never had that many chances.
Yeah, I've never made it this far, man.
A more polarizing sizing from Ansi, quite right in this situation.
Yeah, and interesting for Chris to be holding a 4, facing polarized sizing, because you're thinking, okay, I'm blocking some of the straights he could have.
Does he ever raise this situation? I hope not, for his sake.
Makes it tough, right, when you're facing almost full pot. To decide to bluff, it's expensive.
Yeah. He does find the fold. Again, not putting a foot wrong here, Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah, not really able to represent super strength there on river by raising. Partly because of, again, as you said, it's more difficult against the big sizing and very difficult after checking back
so
turn.
Close to getting it through too. You read it on yourself.
Also, when you raise the flop, your opponents, you know, when they call, they're going to be stronger than if it had just gone obviously bet call. It just makes it a little dicier, I feel like, to go for the bluff.
Yeah, those blind v blind spots are so tough. It's got to be said in poker. Obviously, both players with extremely wide ranges. Poker's back in America.
It's back. Go to clubwptgold.com. Sign up today. It's free. Use code YouTube. We just had a $5 million free roll that people just won from signing up for free.
Why should they use code YouTube?
So that we can track that people actually watch this show, despite the lackluster commentary. Four is hitting the muck under the gun at this 9-handed final table. Got to tighten up. That's actually something that I find is a little difficult when you've been playing short-handed for several hours, and then all of a sudden you have a full table. You're like, oh man, I'm going to be folding a lot. Got to sit out and watch some action. Anzi with pocket jacks on the button.
They actually have a store here.
What an hour of poker it's been for Anzi, who was looking
almost
like
out
out
the
the
door.
door in, was it 10th place?
Yeah, it's
and now he's a contender.
Yep. Earlier Anzi got it in with King Queen versus Jonty's Ace Queen. Managed to win that one, and then it's been smooth sailing.
Casual flick in of one chip there from Chris with the 8s. He's going to go to war with Ansi's button range here. Fortunately for him, he's rather high up that range.
Pack enough clothes?
Nope.
Ace 5 deuce, 2 spades.
I'm staying with a
Anzi
friend. He's
with
got to
the
wash
jack
her
of
dry.
spades.
I already had to do laundry.
You?
And in these sort of situations previously, we have seen Ansi fire out a small sort of range c-bet. May well do the same thing here with the jacks, although he will be trying to ascertain how much of Chris's flatting range there in the small blind will contain some ace-x, will contain some Broadway stuff, maybe have some pocket pairs. Harder to target those pocket pairs when the ace is on board. Exciting to check it back here, and Chris wondering now why maybe the c-bet didn't come on the flop. Going to test the water.
That's 1/3 pot.
It's funny in these spots when it's button small blinds, almost like the small blinds range is just as strong, if not stronger, than the opening range. And
sure. 9 of diamonds completes the board. Jacks are good. Checks to Ansi.
Yeah. Unlikely to find a value bet here, but maybe. Not quite sure what he would be targeting.
Checks and takes it.
Sigh of relief there for Ansi. Very hard to know what you would be looking for value from in that situation, and I think probably the correct move there to check back. Well, it's got a little bit quieter, it's fair to say, now that we are on the final table. Rob Sherwood also going for the carotid artery covering scarf option here.
Less festive, though.
Do you feel that's a big telltale sign? Does that give it away?
I don't know. I've heard people say it. I feel like I'm never doing the romantic stare down with people to really like get that feel myself. That's something, if I could ban one thing from poker, the like very close up stare downs would be top of the list.
Oh, really?
It's so weird. Scott raising ace queen offsuit +2. Mihailo defending his big one with king 9 of hearts. Queen 6-3, 2 spades and a heart. Scott with the best of it. Mihailo with some backdoor potential.
Yeah, off deeper stacks, I wonder if this hand would go into the check raising range of Mihailo. He doesn't really have tremendous options along the line here with this stack, and I think that's why it hits the muck here. Is one of those nice double backdoor combos with an over. Likes to find its way into the raising range, sometimes on those slightly disconnected boards where you can rep 2 pairs and your opponent can't.
It's an interesting question. Not an online tournament, but like a live tournament. What's the biggest blind level you guys have ever made it to? Is this it?
This is really big.
Moorman's like, well, actually, he's made it slightly to a slightly higher blind level at the final table of this last year.
Yeah, live.
What's the biggest field? This is one of the biggest fields.
Because we started with 100K, that's why.
Yeah, that's why it's.
And we started right off the bat 355, right?
Yeah.
I wonder what blind level they made it to. 1 million big blind, probably. Moorman.
Party Poker used to start us with 1 million chips.
Yeah. The like live events. Yep.
I wonder what the
Well, I guess
historic.
we skipped the 1, 2, 30 though.
I mean, it's gotta, yeah.
That's why it's so high.
There was that.
It's got to be at the series, right? When there's like 20,000 people.
There was that one enormous WSOP event.
I know you're talking about. Not the Classics.
The $300 one.
The $400 one.
It was special.
Yeah.
The Gladiator.
Gladiator, yes.
I wasn't thinking.
But that one was also pretty big.
But even like the
Jonty raising 8-7 suited plus 2 gets it through.
The blinds were like,
that got like
2 million.
Yeah,
yeah.
No, it was probably like 5 million, 10 million. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Shout out to Donna Morton in the chat, one of our great moderators in poker, both on Twitch and elsewhere.
1 million big blinds.
An all-round great person who was here for much of the festival, actually. She eventually got home a couple of days ago after, I think, 2 cancellations of flights.
Oh, man. I finally got to meet her. I only knew her online until this event. Very nice person.
Yeah, she said she was rather unimpressed by you, actually.
Jonty, pocket jacks plus 1. Min raise.
Got to $1 million in the World Series as well, actually. I'm trying to think now.
I'm trying to think it was the name of the tour that you started with 100K. It was like Party Poker, the millions.
Millions. You start with a million in that as well.
Start with a million or 100, whatever.
Yeah, tournaments like that, you're gonna get there pretty.
My knife is there. Yeah, level 1 of that tournament was the biggest blind level I ever played.
Shit, that game's just starting out. Indiana, Notre Dame.
Edward's going to make a light defend with the 4-3 offsuit.
One more.
We got there.
Ace, Queen, 9 rainbow. Jonty with the best hand and range advantage.
$800,000.
Gets it through.
Yeah, I wonder how much poker these guys have played against Pac. It does feel as though they've been on the feature and he's not been throughout
the whole time, yeah.
Oh,
wait, you went to
wait, I wanted to call it.
Now I'm starting to notice Jonty does seem to have like 4 different shirts. What is happening?
No, this is, I think there's a costume box.
Okay.
Stage left, and he just goes out there.
Yeah.
Every orbit.
He like tests it out for a couple orbits, and he's like, okay, this isn't lucky. Try the baseball hat and the t-shirt combo.
Yeah.
Wonder if he's also changing like pants and underwear too. Yeah. I'm not gonna ask how you know that.
No, there's a banana hammock in the box. I don't know whether he takes that out if he's running badly or poorly, but it gets deployed at some point.
Can't wait.
Budgie smuggler.
Helps me sleep.
More words I'm learning. Nancy raising +2 with ace-9 offsuit. Edward in the small blind, ace-10 suited. Better to flat or 3-bet?
3.75.
Again, this is a spot where it does fit nicely into the flatting range, but when you've got this chip advantage, as Edward does, we saw it with Moorman earlier, sometimes you take these ace-10s, ace-9s upstairs. Pretty reasonable to let this particular hand go now from Ansi.
Sure.
he's chipped up to 36 million. It's kind of been a quiet progression with the exception of that one big double up.
3-outer, and then lots of small pots he's won after that.
Like that?
Yeah. Like that.
Day 4 of the Santa hat, it is starting to look a little dishevelled.
Yeah, it looks kind of gross, actually.
Kind of. Do you remember in Trading Places when he was like sneaking full salmons into the inside jacket of the Santa costume?
No.
Dan Aykroyd.
I saw that probably once a long time ago.
Here's a Christmas movie, sort of.
Christian raised ace queen offsuit under the gun, and +1. Nancy's got the same hand. This feels like a. Wow. Okay. I was gonna say it seems like a flat. Do you think that full ring ace 10's probably not even opening right? Ace jack might be the first hand he opens with.
Yeah, I guess what's nice about this is it certainly gets an honest response out of everybody behind.
Sure. Yeah, it looks very strong.
And it does leverage Christian's
And
stack,
Christian
even
snap
for a
folds.
small size. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just creates a bit of discomfort there. And if he gets 4-bet, it's actually the perfect candidate to fold.
Oh, yeah,
So
you
it's
don't feel
using
bad
those
about
blockers
folding.
really nicely.
Mhm.
Flatting's tough because you flat the hand like ace queen, then maybe it brings in lots of callers. You end up in a very murky spot where you're sandwiched. You don't really want to fold it either. So actually, I quite like the 2.6 there.
Most of us know what it
We've seen Nancy show tremendous discipline. So it's not like he's going to send good money after bad.
Sure.
If he gets the wrong response.
Jack deuce.
Again, he's been really impressive, to be honest. Not just because he took our chips, Jamie, but because
It's not that hard to
he's
take our
taken better
chips.
players than our chips.
True.
See how it works? I like it.
Get any good juju. I haven't missed this since
Edward in the cutoff, pocket 4s. It's going to raise it up. Scott on the button, ace 8 of spades, the decision. Putting together a 3-bet of 2.55.
These lads are battling.
Oh, yeah.
Scott took his turn at the top of our leaderboard today. Just about an hour ago, sitting around the 50 million mark. These guys are deep enough that it's certainly reasonable for Edward to consider a set mine here.
That's what he does.
2.55, right?
Scott with position and the betting lead here.
King 10, 9, 2 spades. Really nice board for Scott, nut flush draw.
Yeah, also a flop that kind of smashes the raise call range too, so I wonder how he's going to proceed.
Check.
Snap fold.
Faking that he had a really strong one, screaming check after the snap fold. It's actually a really good outcome.
Okay,
Yeah, nice pickup.
I don't wish that.
Yeah, there were worse.
So we get a sumptuous close-up of
You're right, Coach.
Chris Moorman,
Yeah, waking up.
Yeah.
who
It's that time you normally wake up, isn't it?
It's about a round.
has bludgeoned his way into
We
a
were
very
playing the other day.
favourable position here
Bullshit
on
at
this
the table. Chris looks
unofficial
back
final
and
table.
he goes, "Oh, Chris, why you listen to our conversation?" He goes, "I'm just bored." Playing for 2-3 million, I'm bored.
It's just another.
Chris was playing an online tournament yesterday as well.
Wait.
Yeah.
On day 4?
Yeah.
What? Excuse me?
Yeah, this happened.
For his sponsor. Maybe he had to?
Perhaps.
It's possible.
I'm not aware of the website or whatever was going on, but he definitely was playing and was told at the break, you're going on feature table, you can't bring your phone with you.
Oh, no.
And he just happened to bust out at the break, so there was no tilt from that.
I was like, no way. Yeah.
Yeah,
It was 5-0 for first last year.
It's 40 mil guaranteed.
Because sometimes playing for 3.1 million isn't enough action.
For people who are used to playing online, who are always multi-tabling, it can feel really slow to play one live table. I understand getting on your phone and firing something up. Keep yourself out of trouble, you know?
Yeah. Well, possibly not keeping himself out of trouble here is
Oh, interesting.
Rob Sherwood, who's opened the 8s and basically been pounced upon by Ansi, who recognises the ICM misery that Rob is in. He's very much got the handcuffs on right now. He's tied to the bed, and Ansi's just able to pummel.
Gross. So, Robert's our shortest stack, correct?
Yeah, Rob is the shorty, so I guess in that respect, less ICM on him, but still, when there's stacks similar around you, you know, getting that 1 ladder, 2 ladders, maybe. We saw Steiner do it the other night. So important. Robert just working through how often Ansi's doing this with a smaller pocket pair. That's the really important part of this conundrum. If it is with all of them or with maybe 4s plus, this does start to become a little more tempting, but it's not a comfortable spot.
We're all here for your friends. My friends had a $35 food comp at Palms.
Cool.
Makes the call.
He makes his stand here. Huge moment. Rob Sherwood just deciding if he's going to get his engines going, he maybe needs to take this spot. This one will be mulled over. Either way, I feel. A big turning point, perhaps, in the fortunes of Rob Sherwood here on this final table.
How many time banks did you need?
He's 7-6, 2 spades and a heart. So far, so good for Robert to survive this. 4 spades, excellent card. Taking some more outs out of Anzi's holdings. Queen 10 of spades no longer good. And that's a nice double up for Robert. Really gutsy call.
And I don't know if you caught that comment from Robert just as it was coming out. Rob said, biggest river of my life.
Wow, I mean, huge.
Huge moment for the veteran.
I wish you all luck.
Yeah,
I wish you all luck.
absolutely. Just
Thank you very much. Thank you.
if your friends are anything like my friends, and I said this is the biggest river of my life, and a queen came,
It would have been a meme, yeah.
oh, they would have just.
9.4.
for free, bro. You're the rent-a-rail.
I love that. Bit of raw emotion there from Sherwood.
Pay you $100.
Recognizing what a huge moment that was for him.
Yeah.
Obviously, if he were to bust here in 9th, a phenomenal run, but my oh my, there's big paydays up top in this one, and he's got a real chance now.
In the tournament, mate.
I like his call. I'm sure that people will go over this hand and
It's
tell me I'm
proactive.
wrong. It's proactive. It's seeing the future and looking at the people and how aggressive this table is, and knowing that you're going to be forced to take a stand at some point. This is a pretty good spot for it. Yeah, you might miss out on 1 pay jump from a big hand matchup, but I just like it. I mean, he's back in this tournament now instead of just waiting.
Oh, I'm not going to lie to you, Jamie. The moment he said biggest river of my life, I got chills.
Damn American, right? I got an American flag bandana. Do you want to wear it in my backpack? Nope.
Oh yeah.
I know you don't, but we got to represent.
Yeah, we have to represent.
Lots of Rob love in the chat here.
Yeah. Brother.
The man from Manchester, residing in Birmingham, has been playing poker on the UK circuit and all around for 20 years plus. A lot of experience, but maybe none with quite so much at stake.
How much have?
18.
18.
Yeah. How much do you have, Coach? Doesn't matter.
Double, yeah.
Jonty raising the cutoff. Chris defending the big blind. Queen 8-7. 1 spade. Chris flopping middle pair. Jonty with nothing. Chris now improves to trips.
Like, I'm pretty sure Jonty is done with this hand, but what a lovely development there for Chris Moorman.
Too good.
Just call me Frankenstein.
Yeah, some agreement in the chat here for what you said there, Jamie. Not going to win tourneys by folding, and I suppose he might have been thinking to himself, if I have to keep edge passing, I'm really not giving myself much of a chance at these top 3 spots. Sure, I might get a ladder or two, but maybe, you know, it requires a little bit of bravery sometimes to sort of look at those really big paydays and think, I want to be in the mix for those.
You also have to, it cuts both ways too. Like, you have people who are all going to play aggressively, so yeah, you might make a couple pay jumps if they battle each other. As a shortest stack, unlikely though. But also, you might never get to ever win a pot. You might be opening and getting jammed on over and over again. And pocket eights is just such a good hand, especially versus an opponent like Ansi, who's going to be aggressive.
Yeah, without being able to obviously run it in game here, it does feel like it was a maybe a somewhat optimistic call, but it was a very, very brave call.
Sure.
And I think did factor in exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I like Raising Canes, personally.
Raising Canes is good too. He's probably never had that.
Nope.
He's a chicken tender master.
You never had Raising Canes?
What are you saying?
Raising Canes.
Raising Canes?
Yeah, it's a chicken. They specialize.
Have you had it, Lappin?
Oh man, you gotta try that.
You gotta try
yeah,
it.
we gotta.
We gotta get
so
that's our
I am going to have to admit something. Is this chicken related?
Yeah.
I have a weakness for fast food, breaded chicken type restaurants.
You will love this place.
Oh.
Raising Cane's is very good. I don't like fast food that much.
No, I don't either, but that's my
excellent.
exception.
It's good.
Like, you know, KFC bucket is my
You'll like this way
weakness.
better than that. It's way better than that.
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
They'll deliver to the final table. Yeah,
They'll deliver to the final. Will
Are they
going to
get it? Yeah, seriously, I'll text them.
Send in a couple of drumsticks, please.
It's they're like chicken tenders.
Oh no!
And no, they're so good.
Okay.
For real.
Chicken tender god here.
Is that not just where they like pulverize chicken bone into a
We don't want to
nugget?
know. It still looks like chicken. Like if you bite into it,
chicken shaped pulverized chicken bone and slime.
It's not like the frozen dino bites.
Okay.
It still looks okay. Whatever. Chat will let you know that you're making a grave error by not trying this.
No, I would like if they send them into the booth, I'm hardly going to say no.
Yeah, if you're saying KFC is good, then you'll love Raising Cane's, or your taste buds are broken. It is the Club WPT Gold mystery hand. Edward, +1. Raising, Mahalo. Defending the big blind, Queen 3 of hearts. King, Queen 9, 1 heart.
Okay. Feels like we have a check call so far. For Mikhailo, but Edward
900.
Coming from +1 here. Not easy to range him yet, I'm going to be honest. His hand.
You're telling me you don't know exactly what he has right now?
Is there like...
Why are you in the booth?
Do we get points or a bonus if we get it right? What does WPT Gold do for me if I solve the mystery hand?
They let you continue the shift.
Oh.
Mihailo check calls. 5 of spades on the turn.
It's a spot where Edward, obviously uncapped, could even have the 10-jack here. So has all of it right now. Very tough for Mihailo to call a second barrel. But it goes check, so...
4 of hearts completes the board. I don't know how to solve this mystery.
I think this is one where I block. If I'm Mihailo, I probably come for
800?
maybe $1 million. Yeah, something like that. I'm going to check it though.
Excuse me?
And...
Yeah. 4.5 million.
Edward just gonna put max pressure here on exactly this type of hand. Checks back turn, big bet river.
What's your guess?
Could be dealing with like an ace-jack or an ace-10 if we've got that sort of bluffy stuff. I assume he goes for continued value on turns with sets and 10-jack, but maybe feels like his opponent is somewhat capped. Could even bet an ace-king at this sizing. Look for max value. This is tough. I'm going to go with the bluff, and I'm going to go with ace-10 here.
All right, I'll take ace-jack. Can we go for
brave.
one bluff and one value combo? I'll go with ace-jack and, I don't know, pocket force.
Oh, that's a nasty one. Yeah.
If he opens +1 with them.
Yeah, that's a nasty one. Get blindsided.
What's your value guess?
I'm gonna go with No, I just think he's bluffing.
He only has bluffs here. Wow, it should be easy to call then.
Ace-10 all day.
Okay. I got ace-jack and pocket force. I got 2 shots. What do we got?
Oh, it was a bluff.
We were so close, Lappin.
Wow.
Dang. Wow, he didn't continue through the 5 when he actually picked up some equity. Interesting.
Yeah, but it was a bluff all day. That I knew.
It was a bluff all day.
That part I knew.
How are you not out there?
Because I overplayed bottom pair with a flush draw.
I liked it. King 4 spades. You just ran into the absolute worst combo. It was fine.
That hand has been much analysed in my WhatsApp
in your
groups over the last few days.
Oh, bummer.
No, why? No.
It looked fine to me. Is it fine?
The best line would have been a very tough to navigate line for me, but flatting would have been better than raising.
For those just joining us, Mr. Ansi at the final table right now knocked both me and David Lappin out and Matt Berkey within like an hour. So our terrible play has propelled him to this wonderful moment. You're welcome.
Yeah, I wonder if he even remembers.
Probably not. He probably knocked out like 50 people. At this point, he's like, whatever. Some girl and some funny accent guy. That's like what he remembers. Edward under the gun with ace-king offsuit, raising to 1K. Christian makes the call with ace-10 suited. Robert, not too nice of a hand, decides to lay it down.
Yeah, Edward with the real one this time.
Jack 7-5, rainbow. Backdoor spades for Christian. Not a lot going on for Edward.
Yeah, sort of all the backdoors here for Christian. He's
Yep.
got the 8-9 working. He's got the king-queen working. He's got the spades working. He's got an overcard. Very hard to release to one bet here, especially when you're handed some showdown too. Does let it go.
What do you think of the flat pre?
Yeah, it was from fairly early position, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably not a huge fan, to be honest. It's just awkward because there's so many players who can wake up behind or even find a squeeze behind. Plenty capable.
Probably not doing too great against the openers range too.
No, unless you have a dead-on read that he has been taking liberties, and obviously they were
Chip
both
leader,
on the
one of
last
the chip
table together.
leaders, Sure.
Yeah, he asked, but I
these
didn't.
positions for the tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. We're locked in.
We're locked in.
Jonty with a nice looking Jack 10 suited, just too early position for it. Jonty has lost the Santa cap.
Yeah, okay, so the Santa's off, but the sweatshirt's on. The banana hammock still in the box. But he's now shoeless. So we'll see how that goes as a combo.
Very Esfandiari of him.
Well, let's just hope he knows where the bathroom is.
Forgot about that. Ryan raises and takes it with ace-10 offsuit. Woo!
If you need it, you gotta pay him. You gotta pay him, but they'll do it.
Oh, comment of the week here in the chat. Our announcer, David Lappin, is a DEI hire. Delightfully entertaining Irishman. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Jamie Kerstetter.
Right here. Oh, when we were down there, or?
Well, I was just sat with
when
the
you're-
rail, like,
when
I was
you're
just
in
wondering,
Oh, I see, I see.
All this time I was like squinting at the car trying to work out what the word.
That's live, is that? Yep. It's totally live. Didn't they have that issue at the WSOP main? They started showing hole cards on that. I think they did, yeah.
What was the issue with it?
That's fucking crazy.
Oh, you started showing whole cards on it?
Yes.
Oh, right.
Noteworthy that Ryan
It's a little
clearly
issue.
went into reverse
Like a
in that
Doesn't
short
sound like
passage
a
of play
issue.
before we went to final table. Let's chip down to 16.9. Haven't mentioned that. So very much bunched in the middle of the pack here. Look at Robert Sherwood. 10-9 suited, getting after it here. Love to see it. Scott defending the King Jack. Big swing and a miss for both, but Robert with the betting lead probably feels like best way to win this one is a C-bet.
Perfect. Perfect. Alex coming back. Yeah, he's. Oh, tonight? Oh, really? He's on the way.
Scott. Oh, Scott.
Says that's a big blind board. I'll take that.
Have some of that, says Scott. Robert studying his man here. Looks like he will release, but he's giving some consideration. Bully boy Scott had the best hand.
This is a trick here. Up here, I can't lose. Down there, I'm stupid.
This is a good spot to never be able to lose.
This is where he wanted to.
Yeah.
All the
Yeah, that's a bit more
juju.
fair.
Well, I mean, I disagree.
By the way, I step out for 30 seconds. I hear Lappin reading a nice comment about himself from the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I have a lot of different YouTube accounts, so I wrote that one myself.
I figured you had to scour thousands of messages before you found a compliment.
That worked last time.
Lily Newhouse, hi, Jamie and David. You guys are my favorite new booth combo.
Aw.
Oh. Guess it's hard for either of us to attack that particular
I know,
combo.
wow.
Like, simultaneously, I agree and disagree.
Lily's having a heck of a year. She was on the big game. I won't spoil it for anyone who didn't watch it yet, but superstar Lily Newhouse.
Oh my gosh, she played so well.
She's a boss. She's really good at poker.
She played better than anybody else on that table. Got body blowed early on by Sam Grafton and just grinded.
Don't spoil it.
And then, no, I'm not going further.
10-10-5. One heart, Edward with backdoor heart draw, and Jonty with the best of it for now.
600.
Jonty might get put in a weird spot in this hand. Makes the call, really small bet. King of spades on the turn. Jonty improves to a gut shot, but Edward now with 2 pair. Sorry about that. I didn't even realize he had 2 pair on the flop.
Yeah, 3 pair now.
It's been a long day.
2.5 million.
Awkward for Jonty.
Very awkward. It's just he's so short right now that any kind of speculating he does right now is so expensive. He's out of position.
Cash back.
Unafraid.
Yeah, and that's what I love about Jonty is he isn't afraid, even though the stakes have got rather high here as the days have progressed.
Ooh,
he has continued
baby. Wow.
to go with his read. Obviously was wrong in that spot, but actually against range, probably reasonable to
Doing
make that
okay,
call.
yeah.
And now gets to show down a winner.
Just so happy to turn it over. Please give me that pot. Yeah, healthy again.
Let's go, Jonty.
The mood has definitely shifted. It is not as much fun in games going on now, but...
You were right, Jen. I suspected that these guys had the sort of vibes where we were going to see chatty all day, but you said, oh, I don't know, when it gets to actual final
the money
table.
gets to starts to get very real. It's hard to just be as cheery and happy and...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's business time.
90K pay jump right now. It's crazy.
Business time.
Wait, that was a
yes.
Flight of the Conchords?
Yep.
Oh my god.
I didn't know if you get it. But
oh my god, it's so good.
I have another commentary gig in Cyprus that I do on the regular with Andrew Headley and Ali and James Dempsey. And whenever anyone says business time, we break into chorus and verse and chorus of business time. Completely disregard at least 2 hands while we play out the entire
Baby Blues.
song.
Fair enough.
Sparkling.
That's not even their best song. The Humans Are Dead. Flight of the Conchords, best thing they ever did. When they do binary solo, 10001. Anyway, poker's happening. And it folds to Jonty in the small blind with King 4 offsuit. It's going to raise to 1.35. Christian in the big blind, ace deuce offsuit. 28 big blinds deep. And he makes it more. Goes 3 million, gets the insta fold from Jonty.
Yeah,
Christian with the rail.
I like that click from Christian there. Ace 2 very hard to navigate down the streets. Doesn't flop great. Sort of a tricky hand.
Yeah, man,
Better
playing
to put it into that 3-bet fold range. Really like it.
Right as the level started?
Yeah.
Yeah. Broke my final table pot cherry. We're good.
You dirty dog.
Stop.
Funny, I know my rail's still asleep from last night. I'm just like, ah.
Oh, they were partying last night?
Yeah. My friend that.
What's
you know,
the
I only swapped in the tournament. I got 33rd. And
Your rail is still asleep at 6 p.m.
he was like, oh, I gotta get back to Harris.
Wow.
Like, I'm gonna drive.
Burning
you
it at
back.
both ends.
It's not very far, but I don't trust you.
Chris Moorman getting to work here with the ace-queen suited from under the gun.
How's it going, coach?
Good. He has played flawless poker today.
When doesn't he? I can't remember like a big Chris Moorman blow up.
I know,
ever.
right? Because it's like that error-free poker, isn't it? Yeah. Isn't that what we all aspire to?
He thinks you should have given the action.
Timing on point.
That would actually be really funny as like a YouTube compilation
Chris,
where it's
how
like
much fun are you having?
Helmuth's biggest blow up, Mattisau's biggest blow ups, and they're like 40 minutes long, and Moorman is just blank. They just play like elevator music and it's over.
Just like a, you know,
He had an opportunity
ordinary
to say
C-bet.
6.9.
Yeah. He missed a C-bet once. Devastating.
I thought it was going to be like, yeah, like 5.8.
I mean, for a 9-handed, it's pretty fun.
Yeah.
You always have a hand under the gun.
Well, I had this first hand I've raised.
It's long range steals, bro.
First time you've raced since the last time you raced.
Gotcha.
Yeah, let's do this before I look at it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Asher joining the rail. I'm pretty sure that's for Moorman.
Raise.
Gotta say, I'm loving this guy, Edward Pack. We didn't get a huge amount of attention on his procedures as he has grinded his way to this more or less chip lead here in the main event. But
Yeah, he got to navigate on the outer table without much fanfare.
You ever played tournaments now, eh?
looks like a good front runner.
Oh, actually, yeah. I do. Yeah. Sometimes at the bike, commerce. This guy's a crusher over here.
I crushed him, I think. Did it? Who busted you?
The guy with the green hat, the Homer Simpson hat.
Oh, I love that hat. That's
a nice hat.
What a hat.
When you say green, is it like sitting, going into the bush?
Here we go.
Yeah, it was a pretty sick ass. I can't lie. Even though he busted me, it was a sick ass hat.
We're back.
It was just a fucking fluffy green hat with Homer just like.
Homer like backing into the bush.
Insane.
So good, bro.
One of the sickest hats I've ever seen.
Yeah. He was Australian, I think.
I think so, yeah. Something like that.
Cool kid. I liked him.
He was alright.
Crazy.
Too bad he came in third.
I don't remember playing with either of you, and I lived there.
You ever play at the bike?
Yeah.
Really?
I'm just dusty and old and.
I only went the one time.
Relatable.
Oh, you only.
Oh, really? Oh. And only got second, right? That's it.
I can't shatter my record now. I gotta stay away.
What was it, a quantum?
This one was the circuit main at Common.
Yeah, I was probably there. I just didn't cash.
Christian raises ace-10 offsuit in the cutoff.
We might have, and we just
Probably had, yeah. There's a lot of Asians in.
Gary, you won't forget me though. I never shut up. I can't help it. Winning or losing, I get it.
Gets through. Nice
I have
pickup.
the funniest track record. Anytime I cash the bike main, the circuit main, I'll get 13th or 17th.
Conducting.
Always.
Conducting a cheer for a raise and take it.
Yeah, it's nothing. I just been cashing for nothing. But I did it. I remember I got.
They're here to tilt you.
As believable as Bradley Cooper's performance.
17th, and I was like, how does that?
The sad thing is, they'll cheer when you get it through with aces, right?
Yeah.
They don't know. You got it through.
I think if you never got into poker, you'd be like a snooty film critic.
I moonlight as a snooty film critic. To be fair, it was a very good performance in Bernstein, but it just apparently the conducting was all nonsense.
Thanks.
Wait, was it?
Your boy Stu. Your boy Stu.
Scott's got pocket queens under the gun too, raising it up. Mikhailo with King Jack offsuit in the big blind on 12 bigs. He's going to defend. Seven, 6-4 rainbow.
You have 4 of these?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Check.
Mikhailo very short now. Scott hoping he caught a little piece. Tosses out 1.25.
Does it feel like a little bit of a large c-bet? Especially facing, especially up against a short stack?
I guess you're almost trying to induce the shove more with a slightly bigger one because the risk to reward is better.
Really?
It's a board of small cards, which I guess means you can go a little bit bigger. I don't know. I think it's okay. You like smaller?
I was just curious. I was thinking smaller, but
Is that what you look like?
Yeah.
mostly because of the stack that you're facing. Like, I would like that person to think they have fold equity a little bit more, that I'm not as committed.
Yeah. Nine-handed poker tends to be the cagiest phase of a poker tournament. Everything gets a little bit tippy-tappy, small bally. We have seen an all-in so far. Rob Sherwood's double up with 8s against Queen 10, but we have seen
It's a good fold.
a couple of cheeky 3-bets as well, but for the most part it has been small ball.
Such a sloppy fold, too.
And you're raising up Queen 10 suited from the hijack. Mikhailo lets the Ace 5 suited go. Robert in the big King 8 offsuit.
Yeah. Such a big difference between King 8 and King 9 in this spot.
What is big bet mix?
I don't even. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't even know what the fuck that
Being
is.
able to flop straights is cool.
Yellow 8, maybe.
Maybe big O?
Maybe pot limit triple.
Gotta say, Ansi has been very, very impressive. I know he got it in with the King Queen bad and managed the cheeky double against Jonty, but you couldn't fault him for that play, and he really has gone about his business in a very, very impressive way.
Yeah, and the King Queen that he got in bad was just kind of a standard 3-bet jam, button raise, King Queen in the small. I think he had
That's the check.
16, or maybe 20 big blinds at the most.
21, I think,
Okay.
yeah.
That one's like.
Yeah, it seems
probably
pretty
the most
standard. It's not like that
prestigious
was even a mistake. It just
'Cause, yeah, really
ran into it.
Yeah, that's crazy too.
Scott raising Ace 10 offsuit
Someone
under the
that like,
gun.
runs over no limit can play just limit games. It's almost all limit games. There might be PLO, but everything else is limit.
Yeah, it almost comes across as a feeling out period. This early dynamics being set up.
No. Huh?
Oh, a fun one here for Edward.
Yeah. 8-7 suited in the big blind. He defends.
2 big stacks. Going to war, potentially.
Queen 9, 6-1 club. Open-ended for Edward. Not a lot going on for Scott.
These are interesting boards where you tend to have to go a little bit larger because of how it's very hard not to have at least a gut shot.
It's a nice card for Scott.
Yes.
Queen pairing.
Yeah, Scott likely to stick around here. Plenty of potential draws being bet here by Edward. As we can see, he's up and down. Does feel like a spot where Edward knows he has to maybe bet twice, although not necessarily
anymore.
now.
Edward making 2 pair on the river.
Yeah, so
Check, check. Takes it down.
Bitch.
That's small one.
Yeah.
There are these kind of little sort of Tourette's moments.
So good.
So brilliant. Love it.
He's just saying the things that you think at the table.
Yeah.
And so just Rivers like, oh.
Love it. Lots of these guys wearing their hearts on their sleeves, it must be said. Rob Sherwood talking about the biggest river of his life just a few moments ago. Jonty has been playing by the seat of his pants.
I like football.
Yeah.
Scott's been a ton of fun.
Yes. Okay.
Letting his emotions show as well.
Indiana, they're playing right now in the bowl game.
Fair to say a couple more robotic players in nature.
Yeah.
I always wonder what the robotic type of players are thinking when it's just like a party around them. If they're just like these American idiots. Don't they know it's $3 million for first? Why are they, why aren't they just thinking about their ranges? Or are they like impressed people can do both?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, where's the Brits really?
There's
You guys are three
definitely
of you.
a lot of different ways to play, and it's like some people just do better. This is how they always are, like they're always jovial and always chatty. They may be uncomfortable at the very serious, like robotic table. May play worse at that kind of table.
Huh?
Queen 4-3, Scott flopping top pair. Robert's got him in bad shape though with pocket kings.
Yeah, this is a great spot for Rob here. Obviously, his opponent can have loads of Queen X. Possibly some 4X, 3X as well.
Queen 9 on top.
Three pairs the turn. Really nice card for Robert. Again, Scott's particular holding.
He's going to go for a little bit of pot control here, just on the off chance his opponent has a 3.
Yeah, which he can. He's the big blind. He's going to have a lot of suited 3s. Does Scott go for value himself now?
Presumably. And the question is, if he goes quite small for value, does Robert ever find a raise? He's gone big, so I think that makes it pretty easy. You just call this one.
Really great start to this final table for Robert with that massive double up. 8s versus Queen 10 suited, and now Kings to Queen 10, picking up another nice pot.
But I did.
Yeah, if that bet had been a little blockerier,
probably gets raised.
Then I think you can kind of go again. But yeah, versus that sort of slightly bigger than half pot sizing. Rob, obviously,
I will. I know you will.
Understanding that
you will see.
Chips gained worth a little less than chips lost.
Sure, especially considering that Michaela is very short at this point.
Yes,
the $90,000 pay jump looming.
You'll have another chance.
How do they do you 2 kings on the button? That's crazy.
Yeah, that's not allowed.
Yeah.
It's because I didn't do this. That's why I lost.
You would have queen if you did that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Won a lot.
Play a little differently.
Yeah, the presence of Mikhailo a little pesky for these middling stacks right now. We're going to have a mystery hand.
Yep.
Scott going to limp in here. Quick knuckle back from Jonty, who has the ace-4 and flops. 2 pair.
6-4, 2 diamonds and a club.
Scott probably just tries the old limp stab here. You see, it's not going to work. It's just a question of whether Jonty wants to go with a raise right away or keep in some of the bluffs. Looks like he is going to just call, hope that Scott has it in him, which we know he does. to potentially barrel off here.
Jack of clubs, second flush draw out there now.
Oh, and Scott going with the Uri Reichenstein-esque.
Oh, shuffling his chips on the rail.
Uri's the only one I ever see do that.
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Yeah, Jonty in a sort of a never can go anywhere spot here with this hand. So strong. Basically playing possum now, trying to feign as much weakness, as much like I'm hanging on with 7-6 as he possibly can. Maximally keep in all the bluffs.
Santa hat, let's go.
Is that a tell? Mid-hand, we haven't seen a costume change. Mid-hand.
Seven of clubs.
Backdoor clubs, but Jonty does have ace of clubs in hand. Not sure he'd ever want to turn this hand into a bluff given how much value it has, so going to be interesting to see here, and I guess we're going to have to decide what Scott has. Jamie Kerstetter.
Oh no, it's my turn. Oh man.
Ho ho ho, Larry Bird.
Oh dear, that looks a bit too small. I might be losing.
3.3.
No, you beat some two-pair combos here, Jonty. That's the issue.
5-3
oh,
diamonds.
He is losing.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Nasty. Well, it could have been worse for Jonty.
It could have gone in on the flop. Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Amazing. It hurts, but also you have to realize you could be exiting right now.
For sure.
Yeah.
You'd have run that on the flop, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Of course he would.
I think everyone at the table would have.
Damn you, Santa hat.
Just a sick setup.
Yeah, that was nasty.
Yeah, Jonty's got to feel like he's on borrowed time now.
Yeah, with that Jonty, one of the shortest stacks. Does or do the bells jingle for Jonty?
Sorry, I was reading a chat and I wasn't listening to your joke. I can tell I missed a clever joke because Lappin just kind of looks at me, like stares blankly, like, come on. It was so funny, come on. And I just didn't hear it. I'm sorry. I'm sure it was extremely clever.
It's just like being on my own in here.
Mihailo.
Go back to Instagram or whatever you're doing.
Mihailo waking up with pocket queens with just over 10 big blinds. And
Oh.
Scott with pocket sevens. 10 bigs, probably going in, right?
Yeah, you can call here. Probably you have to commit to Jonty if he was to wake up and fold to the big blind. Seems pretty reasonable to just call. Like, you're not loving it. Seven's probably not going to be like miles ahead,
yeah.
but it is profitable.
Crazy. I know. World Series would
In the long run.
Nobody home
Not
in the
right
blinds,
now.
and we're going to run it.
You folded either way.
Here we go.
Queen's in very good
How do you
shape.
guys get dealt those cards over there? Shenanigans. Yeah, calling shenanigans.
Sir, you just made a straight blind versus two pair. No shenanigans.
Yeah, Jonty not feeling like there's a huge amount of shenaniganing going on.
Chop it up.
Mihailo in really great shape to double up his short stack with pocket queens versus sevens. Ace, jack, deuce. So far, so good.
Let's take a walk, Chris.
Cool story, bro.
You're in fucking timeout.
You gotta love this table.
5 on the turn.
98% sure I'm not gonna hit it.
Scott needs one of the 2 sevens, or Mihailo's gonna double up.
I'm in my brain.
Close, but no cigar. 8 of hearts.
Heart no good though.
Heart no good.
Heart no good. Good hand.
Thank you.
Nice double there for Mihailo. For the second time, the short stack survives at this final table. Three players now, relatively short, but also not super short anymore.
Wouldn't have called free if that's...
This could well be a 9-handed war of attrition here. Playing somewhat into the hands of the big stacks who could probably lean on the middling stacks. Chris Moorman just thinking, oh, I'd love my phone right now and be able to 4-table online.
That's what he's dreaming about.
You call that fives, what I call it queens.
Yeah, brutal.
That's one bad one.
Somewhere out there saying, "Oh, Cherokee nuts." I wonder how many people actually at this table have been to Cherokee.
I'm not.
So maybe no one.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Christian, maybe. You never been?
Raise.
Scott raising up Queen 9 of
Time
spades from the cutoff.
Like incredible in the Smoky Mountains. It's very, very beautiful.
Looks like he's going to get through.
Mm-hmm.
Does. What Scott's saying is true. I don't know if you probably haven't been to Cherokee, right?
I have not.
It's an interesting place to play poker because you can either stay in the casino or you could rent cabins. They're all over the Smoky Mountains, and a lot of them have very treacherous roads up to it. I rented one with a 2-mile road that was only to this house, and it's like very steep and rocky and scary. But when you get up there, you're like isolated, just in the woods, hiking trails and stuff, and it's just very peaceful. So you go play a tournament, you know, the whole thing that goes along with poker, probably rage tilting, losing, sad. 2 miles up a mountain, you're like, oh, retreat. It's really cool.
Lots of temptations on those windy roads.
Oh, definitely.
If you
I
have taken a
survived.
particularly nasty beat.
Yeah. I count that as another positive. You have options.
Yeah. We're fucking window.
And can it be snowy up there or wrong
I never went when
area?
it was.
Okay.
Yeah. That would probably be too dangerous. Ryan under the gun raises up ace-10 offsuit. Christian with king-queen offsuit on the button. Just lets it go.
Yeah, looks like a raise and take it here as interesting.
Welcome to the
We've been fixating on the apparel and fashion choices of some of these players and maybe how much run good can come with various choices, but somebody very
everyone has one
neat and tidily spotting here that Jonty ran best when he was eating strawberries.
Very sharp. Poker is back in America. We are launching a sweeps coin site. Should launch around January 15th on Club WPT Gold. Go to clubwptgold.com. Use code YouTube. You can sign up for free. You'll get all the information about the new site launching. Great security. We got actual poker players, who elite players that are on at the helm of the security. So you actually have people who are checking for collusion and bots and things that some other sites maybe don't care too much about anymore.
Are you going to be on there playing?
I'm not sure I'm allowed because I'm
So there you go, guys.
marketing. Yeah.
Even softer.
I'm not going to be there, I said, and you said it.
I'm being nice.
Oh, well, that's weird.
I know, I can throw you.
That's really weird. But yeah, if you guys like the Golden Passport $5 million free roll, we'll have some more stuff in store. Scott raising up ace-9 of spades from +3.
Any truth to the rumor there will be billions of dollars being given away?
I've heard that said today.
I heard it.
Somewhere. Ryan, a 7-6 of diamonds in the big blind. Nice hand to defend.
Yeah, clearly getting worried about being kind of dragged into a medium-sized pot here. Obviously, he's one of these players under the ICM cut more than others. Well, big whiff here. Likely C-bet coming from Scott anyway in this spot, and Ryan, well, just nowhere to go. Hand over.
I'm saying, you put it on like in big spots, or?
No.
Okay.
Jamie, you talked about site security there. That is a topic close to my heart. I think you're right. I think maybe it's an area that a lot of the sites and various scurrilous apps don't put too much effort or resource into. Can you talk a little bit more about the kinds of
You borrowed it?
ways in which they do bot detection, figure out collusion?
So our
figure out RTA?
head of security is John Andrus, who was an elite poker player himself. He still will play on Poker Go and stuff like that. He's head of security, and they actually will like examine hand histories. There's a bit of frustration for some other sites I may play on in Nevada, where they just have rules like you can't be within 30 feet of someone, but they don't. I was like, well, you could be on the phone with someone. Can you check people's hand histories and stuff like that? Or with GTO Wizard, you can check if someone has run a hand at the same time.
Of course.
But it doesn't seem like that's really enforced all that much on other sites. So, yeah, we actually having actual poker players who are invested in security being very good in this site is very helpful for us. And there've been he's been on podcasts before on Sell for Wise podcast, Only Friends, and discussing it in depth. But yeah, tech things, not exactly my forte. So I just listen to the smarter people on our security team.
Pesky one here for Mikhailo. He's obviously one of our shorter stacks here, 21 bigs, but maybe, just maybe, the suitedness of this ace drags him in for one more big blind.
Don't blame him.
No.
Jack 9-3, 2 hearts and a club.
Does have some backdoors here, Mikhailo, but again, the stack depth is a little awkward. Christian with the betting lead, 2 overs and a gutter, probably a much easier situation to fire out a small c-bet here. Mikhailo, it's awkward. Oh!
Goes for the check, though.
I guess maybe feeling like he doesn't get some ace-x to fold, decides that he would rather play some pot control with the hand with showdown. Interesting now how Mikhailo proceeds, immediately feeling a bit pot controlled here. Maybe, just maybe, the delay c-bet works, or maybe the same sort of idea applies here for Christian, where he feels like, well, it's not necessarily ace high there in the big blind. Maybe my king queen is good. Just come with a bet that sort of functions in an interesting way here. It's sort of an equity denier to some hands. It charges draws sometimes too, and actually could get an ace high of this nature to fold. So quite a bit of utility with this bet. Gets the job done. Yeah, I spoke on my podcast, The Chip Race, with Bardal, who used to be the head of security for Poker Stars and is now basically running the show at iPoker. And he's a veteran in the world of this sort of stuff. And we talked quite in depth. Actually, I don't want to reveal everything I know about the tricks of the trade, because it's so important for the security teams to have methods and ways that they can detect things that maybe aren't known to all of the would-be abusers. And of course, we want those sort of bad actors to fall into traps and be caught. But it is a fascinating part of our industry as it becomes, of course, much more technologically driven.
I will say that we may give out billions of dollars, probably not. We probably won't have a contest to see if you could run bots on our site. That probably won't be part of the marketing budget, just a spoiler.
In fairness to the people who did that, it did take a would-be bad actor at least 45 minutes to win that competition. It was not immediate.
Ryan raising the button, Jack 6 suited. Getting it through, letting Israel know. I just got away with murder.
You see, the only person happy for you is me, so you gotta give me some chips.
But you are truly happy. No one's truly happy for someone else when they win a pot at this table. Let's be honest.
Summer where both
you guys are friends.
You cheer whenever anyone won a pot. It's amazing. Good Murrow.
Yeah, that's great.
Will you guys at club, WPT Gold, be deploying the same fair play software? The cash game widget.
I don't know.
Sort of separates the field.
Oh, I see what you're saying, where they only allow one pro per table. Not entirely sure yet how that's going to go. I don't want to misspeak. There's been discussion.
Had a lovely chat with Joanne Liu on the show, actually, just ahead of coming out to this event. She sort of explained exactly how that worked. And it was very innovative, it must be said.
Give us 17
I think it's long-term very smart. I think it's sacrificing some short-term gains for the company for long-term health of the site, and not having recreational players be completely cannibalized by sharks immediately. It's a better experience to be able to play at a table where you don't feel like you're the target.
Yep. Here we go. Robert taking it upstairs with Queen 10 suited. But look at Edward lurking behind. And it's kind of awkward already.
It's very awkward. I think, yeah,
Flat
he goes
call.
for the call. This is interesting.
Chris now could sort of set mine this one.
Very expensive set mining, but yeah. Now that Edward's in the mix.
Needs to call 2.5 to generate a pot of 11 here.
This is a spot you're not going to be in very often, this decision.
Yeah, it's funky.
He says, all right, show me a 7, dealer.
Yeah, right. Because it's a huge turning point in the tournament if he can flop a set, get a double up, maybe even a triple up. Now it's suddenly, you know, you're risking that 2.5 mil, but the upside is huge potentially.
Nope.
You would also have a lot of confidence that Robert has a real hand here. Wouldn't anticipate he was at it as we see he is.
Ace, Jack, 2 clubs, and I think Robert's aggression is going to pay off, his pre-flop aggression. Edward can't be feeling too good about pocket 10s on this board. Chris is flat. I mean, I guess he can have ace-jack in that spot, ace-jack suited, but...
Robert has checked it over to Edward here. Robert, obviously, with some ace-kings and things of that nature, may well have decided he was going to, you know...
He could have pocket jacks too, right?
Yeah.
There's his check doesn't necessarily mean weakness.
Oh. Robert wondering if there's room here for something. Obviously, it's such a narrow range being represented by Edward with this flat. I guess it could be an ace-king, ace-queen suited. That's all it looks like. Well, maybe jacks too. Maybe jacks too.
Would you expect... I guess jacks could bet out here. Once check too.
Such a pity that Robert didn't just fire out a 20%er there. It might have worked.
I think it would have worked for sure, because Edward would be sandwiched between, you know, pre-flop 3-better and Moorman. It's not like you're going to be like, oh, I feel good about my 10s.
Yeah, I feel like psychologically, Rob Sher would just sort of like makes that 3-bet, got called about spots.
And he's like, oh, darn
damn
it.
this hand.
Yeah. So far, correct.
10-7 diamonds,
Me? Just what it's so far.
Good flat.
4 or 5 of spades or 7 flat.
That'd be sick.
That was an interesting one.
Trying to figure out what
you guys will see it.
he had lurking there in the big blind. Representing that sort of narrow range of 9s, 10s, jacks, maybe an ace.
Crazy
king
to
off,
get
ace queen.
a board like that and you just get to win.
Yeah.
You just get check 2, bet, and win. It's not what you'd be expecting.
Yeah, definitely a funky hand there. Pretty sure in Solverland there probably are no flats.
From the big blind? Yeah, I think that'd be pretty rare. Maybe traps only. Aces, are you really going to put in more? Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't see any hand that would do it in a sort of vacuum. But of course, we're navigating here. We're in the streets with these boys.
Do you guys need
He raises ace queen offsuit +2.
Looks like it's last hand, guys,
Keep
getting
him
up.
on, brother, I trust him.
So we may have played out the entirety of this level with no bus out here. Well, have I spoken too soon?
Jinxed. Jack 5-3 rainbow. Scott with the best of it with his middle pair.
I already checked.
700,000.
And CC bet 700,000. Scott going nowhere with middle pair. Four on the turn. Interesting card. Ansi now having a gut shot. Scott as well.
Yeah, definitely hitting Scott's range harder is this 4. Sometimes you see a lead out on this kind of card from the player out of position. Scott obviously has a decent bit of value and a draw.
He was already there, but he gets there even harder now. The 6 on the river giving him a straight.
Yeah, and every reason to believe that Ansi may have checked back turn with a strong hand, playing some pot control, maybe with an overpair on occasion, maybe with a hand like ace-jack or king-jack, so can target those hands for some value here. Not out of the realm of possibility his opponent could have a hand like pocket deuces too, but much more likely to be targeting here the ace-jack, king-jack. Tight for a solid fold, I should say, from Ansi, and that will be that. These guys are going to go on a 20-minute break, after which we will be continuing cards up coverage of this 9-handed, unofficial final table at the WPT World Championship. Jamie Christetter is dancing beside me right now. Just want people to
It's
know that
dancey music.
This is what I'm being put through. Edward Pack, 63 million. He is playing very, very well, it must be said. And he is maybe the only one edging his way clear of the chasing pack right now. Scott Stewart, Chris Moorman, bunched around that sort of 55 to 75 area. And then, you know, down the bottom, we've got Mikhailo Lendl, just got the double up. We've also got Rob Sherwood, just got the double up. Jonty Wills, things not going great for him right now, but he's still got 12 million and a chance. Please do come back. We will be back, I think, in about 18 minutes. See you then.
For most Americans, their memory of online poker is stuck in the past. A desert filled with unsafe options or no option at all. Well, not anymore. Club WPT Gold is bringing poker back to America. It's a sweepstakes model website, sweeping the nation, and it's available to try out now. Sign up now using code YouTube and enjoy the return of safe online poker to America. The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Liu, and Wolf Game Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, sweeping the nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold meetup games.
The website or whatever was going on, but he definitely was playing and was told at the break, you're going on feature table, you can't bring your phone with you.
Oh no.
And he just happened to bust out at the break, so there was no tilt from that.
I was like, no way. Yeah.
Yeah,
It was 5 mil for first last year.
It was 40 mil getting no guaranteed.
Because sometimes playing for 3.1 million isn't enough action.
For people who are used to playing online, who are always multi-tabling, it can feel really slow to play one live table. I understand getting on your phone and firing something up. Keep yourself out of trouble, you know?
Yeah. Well, possibly not keeping himself out of trouble here is
Oh, interesting.
Rob Sherwood, who's opened the 8s and basically been pounced upon by Ansi, who recognises the ICM misery that Rob is in. He's very much got the handcuffs on right now. He's tied to the bed, and Ansi's just able to pummel.
Gross. So Robert's our shortest stack, correct?
Yeah, Rob is the shorty, so I guess in that respect, less ICM on him, but still, when there's stacks similar around you, you know, getting that 1 ladder, 2 ladders, maybe. We saw Steiner do it the other night. So important. Robert just working through how often Ansie's doing this with a smaller pocket pair. That's the really important part of this conundrum. If it is with all of them or with maybe 4s plus, this does start to become a little more tempting, but it's not a comfortable spot.
We're all here for your friends. My friends had a $35 food comp at Palms.
Cool.
Makes the call.
He makes his stand here. Huge moment. Rob Sherwood just deciding if he's going to get his engines going, he maybe needs to take this spot. This one will be mulled over. Either way, I feel. A big turning point, perhaps, in the fortunes of Rob Sherwood here on this final table.
How many time banks did you need?
He's 7-6, 2 spades and a heart. So far, so good for Robert to survive this. 4 spades, excellent card. Taking some more outs out of Ansie's holdings. Queen 10 of spades no longer good. And that's a nice double up for Robert. Really gutsy call.
And I don't know if you caught that comment from Robert just as it was coming out. Rob said, biggest river of my life.
Wow, I mean, huge.
Is that not just where they like pulverized chicken bone into a
We don't want to
nugget?
know. It still looks like chicken. Like if you bite into it,
chicken-shaped pulverized chicken bone and slime.
It's not like the frozen dino bites.
Okay.
It still looks okay. Whatever. Chat will let you know that you're making a grave error by not trying this.
No, I would like if they send them into the booth, I'm hardly going to say no.
Yeah, if you're saying KFC is good, then you'll love Raising Cane's, or your taste buds are broken. It is the Club WPT Gold Mystery Hand. Edward, +1. Raising, Mahalo. Defending the big blind, Queen 3 of hearts. King, Queen 9, 1 heart.
Okay. Feels like we have a check call so far. If we're Mikhailo, but Edward
900.
coming from +1 here. It's not easy to range him yet, I'm going to be honest. His hand.
You're telling me you don't know exactly what he has right now?
Is there like...
Why are you in the booth?
Do we get points or a bonus if we get it right? What does WPT Gold do for me if I solve the mystery hand?
They let you continue the shift.
Oh.
Mihailo check calls. 5 of spades on the turn.
It's a spot where Edward, obviously uncapped, could even have the 10-jack here, so has all of it right now. Very tough for Mikhailo to call a second barrel, but it goes check, so
4 of hearts completes the board. I don't know how to solve this mystery.
I think this is one where I block. If I'm Mikhailo, I probably come for
800?
maybe $1 million, yeah, something like that. I'll check it though.
Excuse me?
And
4.5 million.
Edward just gonna put max pressure here on exactly this type of hand. Checks back turn, big bet river.
What's your guess?
Could be dealing with like an ace-jack or an ace-10 if we've got that sort of bluffy stuff. I assume he goes for continued value on turns with sets and 10-jack, but maybe feels like his opponent is somewhat capped. Could even bet an ace-king at this sizing. Look for max value. This is tough. I'm going to go with the bluff, and I'm going to go with ace 10 here.
All right, I'll take ace jack. Can
Oh,
we
wow,
go
how
for
brave.
one bluff and one value combo? I'll go with ace jack and I don't know, pocket fours.
Oh, that's a nasty one. Yeah.
If he opens +1 with them.
Yeah, that's a nasty one. Get blindsided.
What's your value guess?
I'm going to go with... No, I just think he's bluffing.
He only has bluffs here. Wow, it should be easy to call then.
Ace 10 all day.
Okay. I got ace jack and pocket fours. I got 2 shots. What do we got?
Oh, it was a bluff.
We were so close, Lappin.
Wow.
Dang. Wow, he didn't continue through the 5 when he actually picked up some equity.
Yeah. It's totally live. Didn't they have that issue at the WSOP main? They started showing hole cards on that. I think they did, yeah.
What was the issue with it?
That's fucking crazy.
Oh, they started showing whole cards on it?
Yes.
Oh, right.
Noteworthy that Ryan clearly
issue.
went into reverse in that short passage of play before we went to final table. Let's chip down to 16.9. Haven't mentioned that. So very much bunched in the middle of the pack here. Look at Robert Sherwood. 10-9 suited, getting after it here. Love to see it. Scott defending the King Jack. Big swing and a miss for both, but Robert with the betting lead probably feels like best way to win this one is a C-bet.
Perfect. Alex coming back. Yeah, he's... Oh, tonight? Oh, really? He's on the way.
Oh, Scott. Oh, Scott.
That's a big blind board. I'll take that.
Have some of that, says Scott. Robert studying his man here. Looks like he will release, but he's giving some consideration. Bully boy Scott had the best hand.
This is a trick.
I figured you had to scour thousands of messages before you found a compliment.
That worked last time.
Lily Newhouse, hi Jamie and David. You guys are my favourite new booth combo.
Aw.
Oh, guess it's hard for either of us to attack that.
I know.
Combo.
Wow.
Like simultaneously, I agree and disagree.
Lily's having a heck of a year. She was on the big game. I won't spoil it for anyone who didn't watch it yet, but superstar Lily Newhouse.
Oh my gosh, she played so well.
She's a boss. She's really good at poker.
She played better than anybody else on that table. Got body blowed early on by Sam Grafton and just grinded.
Don't spoil it.
And then, no, I'm not going further.
10-10-5. 1 heart, Edward with backdoor heart draw, and Jonty with the best of it for now.
600.
Jonty might get put in a weird spot in this hand. Makes the call, really small bet. King of spades on the turn. Jonty improves to a gut shot, but Edward now with 2 pair. Sorry about that. I didn't even realize he had 2 pair on the flop.
Yeah, 3 pair now.
It's been a long day.
2.5 million.
Awkward for Jonty.
Very awkward. It's just he's so short right now that any kind of speculating he does right now is so expensive. He's out of position.
Cash back.
Unafraid.
Yeah, and that's what I love about Jonty is he isn't afraid, even though the stakes have got rather high here as the days have progressed.
Ooh,
he has continued
baby. Wow.
to go with his read. Obviously was wrong in that spot, but actually against range, probably reasonable to make that call.
Yeah.
And now gets to show down a winner.
Just so happy to turn it over. Please give me that pot. Yeah, healthy again.
Let's go, Jonty.
The mood has
one of the shortest stacks. Does or do the bells jingle for Jonty?
Sorry, I was reading a chat and I wasn't listening to your joke. I can tell I missed a clever joke because Lappin just kind of looks at me like stares blankly like, come on. It was so funny, come on. And I just didn't hear it. I'm sorry. I'm sure it was extremely clever.
It's just like being on my own in here.
Mihalo.
Go back to Instagram or whatever you're doing.
Mihalo waking up with pocket queens with just over 10 big blinds. And Scott with pocket sevens. 10 bigs probably going in, right?
Yeah, you can call here. Probably have to commit to Jonty if he was to wake up and fold to the big blind. Seems pretty reasonable to just call. Like, you're not loving it. Seven's probably not going to be like miles ahead, but it is profitable.
Crazy. I know. World Series would
a long run.
Nobody home in the blinds, and we're going to run it.
You fold it either way.
Here we go.
Queen's in very good
How did you
shape.
guys get dealt those cards over there? Shenanigans. Yeah, I'm calling shenanigans.
Sir, you just made a straight blind versus two pair. No shenanigans.
Yeah, Jonty not feeling like there's a huge amount of shenaniganing going on.
Chop it up.
Mikhailo in really great shape to double up his short stack with pocket queens versus sevens. Ace, jack, deuce. So far, so good.
Let's take a walk, Chris.
Cool story, bro.
You're in fucking timeout.
You gotta love this table.
5 on the turn.
98% sure I'm not gonna hit it.
Scott needs one of the 2 sevens, or Mihailo's gonna double up.
I'm in my brain.
Close, but no cigar.
Whoa.
8 of hearts.
In the 1954 classic on the waterfront, Marlon Brando's Terry Malloy yelled, "I could have been a contender." Well, we've got 9 contenders here at the WPT win, all in with a boxer's chance of this WPT World Championship title. Some heavyweights, some welterweights, a couple of lightweights down the bottom. Kylo Lendl, 16 big blinds. Jonty Willis, 21 bigs. They're going to have to get to work to fend off the looming portentous cloud hanging above all short stacks, as is often the case. I'm David Lappin alongside Jamie Kerstetter, and well, it has been engrossing stuff, it must be said. 3.138 million up top. Next out gets 310k. Does that feel like a decent consolation prize, or does that feel earth-shatteringly terrible when you think of how life-changing 3.1 million could be?
I'll take it. At this point, what did you cash for? Minus 10k? Me too.
I satellited in for 1k, so I'm factoring that in.
I mean, 310k is a huge amount of money. Most people have to win a tournament to get a sum that large, so
that's true.
I feel like it's one of those things, it hurts when you bust in this spot and then the next day you wake up and you're like, all right.
Edward opens it up here with the 10-4 suited. Jonty defends the jack-7. Uh-oh.
Yeah, big matchup. 8-7 deuce, 2 spades. Jonty middle pair, Edward flush draw.
Jonty would do well to tread carefully here.
All in.
Oi.
Gonna count.
Big shove from Jonty might actually deprive Edward of the right price, perhaps. It's a big shove.
10,900,000 total.
Looks like he needs to call another
You reset the clock?
9. Is that about right?
Hey, he's not really getting great odds, especially sometimes you're against a better flush draw.
Needs 36%, could be up against a better flush draw. In fact, I agree with you, Jamie. That's actually a really strong likelihood given Jonty's rather clunky shove here. You're even behind 9-10.
10.9.
The only thing working against Jonty is that Edward just has so many chips.
Yeah.
If he does feel like, maybe I'm getting the right price, doesn't hurt him all that much. Makes the call.
He's making the call, my goodness me. Jonty at risk. Wow. So many outs here, Jamie.
Surprised he made that call. Very unlucky with Jonty making a really good shove there. So many outs that Jonty has to fade to get this double up.
Oh, it feels like an uphill climb, even though he has 54%. Oh.
Right there. Oh, king of spades right on the turn.
Oh, that's a deflating moment.
Best luck.
Extra spade for good measure. Really well played by Jonty. One of the most fun players to watch also. Just really dynamic player, really fun guy.
Yeah, what an epic journey, a heroic performance. He will bow in 9th for 310k. He has entertained us no end on these feature tables for the last couple of days. He's played out of his skin. I'm very sad to see him go.
For sure. And I'm sad that we likely will not have a Santa hat featured at the final table on TV.
Confirmation of that bust out there. Jonty Willis, 310,000. All of these players now guaranteed at least 400k. Good news for those couple of short stacks. Michaela, Lendl.
Yeah, especially them being all in recently. Michaela fading a 2-outer to make this $90,000 pay jump. That's when it starts to sound surreal, a $90,000 pay jump.
Yeah. Oh no, it is absolutely massive. And I think from both perspectives that hand is going to be reflected upon. There are going to be people who determine that Jonty's shove was a little rash. He wasn't shallow enough maybe to just go with the I flop equity, I have a pair, I'll go with my hand type of spot. And then I think there will be others who think wasn't a great call, maybe not quite getting the right price against range.
I wouldn't fault the call even if it was a slightly better flush draw.
Yeah,
if it was like
precisely.
Queen high, anything. Just 10 just seemed a little too weak just because Jonty can be shoving better flush draws. When that happens, you find yourself just digging for a pair to try to win. It's not the best situation. Oh, wow. Ace, queen, deuce.
Oh, my goodness. What is
That's
happening?
Insane. Bottom set versus top 2.
Well, Christian in the box seat to get a double up here. Jonty's chips may not stay in Edward's stack very long.
Or if he finds an ace or a queen, he just kills 2 people in 10 minutes. Oh, wow. Just a call.
I guess the value portion of the range will continue betting, and you want to keep the bluffs in. If you're Edward now, you are eyeing up stack and thinking, is there a way to get it all in? This is certainly part of the plan here. Setting up a pot-sized river bet.
Did you already cut them off?
Christian just going to do his best, let's say, Golden Globe
Hollywood
performance here. You want to certainly appear to be mulling over your options in a spot such as this. Again, for the very simple reason that you know your opponent knows he has a big range advantage and could just triple off in a situation like this. The value portion of the range will do its own dirty work. So you may as well just appear a little bit conflicted. Gotta say, I do like this from Christian. I think you do have to sell it a little bit. Conscious not to oversell it, of course.
This is definitely a spot where if I'm Edward, I can't believe I'm behind when these hands finally show down. You're just dying to get the chips in.
I'm just wondering if he doesn't go with all in here, which is just 1.1x pot, and instead... Oh, he does.
All in a call, and Christian with a huge double up.
Cold deck. Huge double for Christian. 35 million now. He joins the middle of the pack.
Just cooler.
12 man suit.
Anybody cocktails?
30.
They have green tea and lemon, lemon on the side.
What a flop. What a flop. Small blind.
Yeah, that's all. Don't forget to put honey there, please.
Well, what a difference a couple of hand makes. Jonty Willis bowing out in 9th, sending his stack over to Pack, who doesn't hold on to them for very long.
Through no fault of his own. Such a cooler top 2 versus bottom set.
I missed the action. I just heard a snap call. I don't know who called who. But
yeah.
I just heard that. I was like, oh, shit.
It's hard to figure out who called who either way.
I mean, yeah. Could be either way.
Did Scott like run and get a drink and come back to that?
I can only assume. Robert playing 26 bigs here.
With his new favorite hand.
Oh, gonna open it up.
Oh, very large. Wow. Accident?
3.5x?
An accidental or... I'm curious.
You haven't gone for a larger open size at any
Because
point.
I'm wondering if he was trying to... Yeah.
No big deal, though. Everyone folded. We're all good.
It's like, what did I do?
He tried to put out $1 million in 2 red and put out $2 million in 1 red. Oh, God. It worked out.
No
it's all
harm,
good.
no foul.
Ace, queen,
It's fucking ace queen deuce with the backdoor club. It's like
with the club, yeah.
Choose a, just choose a
Clean ass
flop.
run out for you.
Choose a flop. You chose it.
Just give me a club for some, you know, on the turn or something.
No, that's only when you're all in.
Muted start to this final table for Chris Moorman.
Yeah, which
What a setup hand though, huh?
Just biding his time.
When you
Has a sort of predatorial glare.
Everything's different.
Just waiting. Those nature documentaries.
Yeah.
The lion
He's
is
looking
just
at the
hiding in
gazelle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just all having a little drink in the watering hole, and he's like, which is the slowest one. Edward keeping the foot down here. Back on the horse. These pocket fours. Easy game.
Dream flop for you. Couldn't ask for anything better than that. Miss spades.
No, like at this stage in the tournament, to be snap called and still think you're good is tough.
Pack saying
I thought
what
there
I
was
was saying.
Small chance I was good, but then I realized obviously it's deuces. Maybe 3-5 of spades.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, it was a rough price on the turn.
Yeah.
Just see how many chips you've got. Sorry, yeah, thank you.
I feel like that hand would have played out differently if I had the deuces. I just feel like, no, it's like 700K on the flop. I feel like I just would raise an ace-high flop, just thinking, okay, like, they're not going to fold. There's 2 spades on there. Like, I don't know. I think I'm very optimistic when I have bottom set that I can get paid by a lot of different hands. So I just try to get some money in early. It's different if you have top set, you know, you have the board locked.
I don't think you're allowed to have any Again, this is sort of in solver land, but I don't think you're allowed to have any raises on that board.
Because you're supposed to be, like, your opponent has the good aces and you don't.
Yeah, because you think about how often on those boards where your opponent has such a range advantage, you just have to hang on with so much. So actually everything almost gets shoved into that calling node.
Yeah, you're just...
Even the absolute best hand you can possibly have, which was, of course, 2s there.
Coming from a very chicken standpoint, too, of just like, oh my god, what if the turn's a king of spades?
Nothing chicken about this. Chris Moorman heading north here to the tune of 4.2 million. He has been rather quiet of late. Christian looks like he might carve out a call here. Take this one to the streets with a suited gapper. There we go, 9 million in the middle.
Rough shape right now. 6-3 deuce, rainbow, 1 spade out there.
Chris, you would assume always coming with c-bet here. And Christian has missed this one. Casual 3 million, 1/3 pot. And unless he has some wild notions here.
Let's it go.
Nice execution, as you would expect from Moorman.
I feel like with hands that look very nice and that even though I'd be able to play it in position, I would not be dying to play pots with Chris Moorman. Definitely inflated ones especially.
Oh, I was asking for change.
Oh, sorry.
Nice move.
I saw what he did to my friend Jonty with the king 8 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happened last night. I gave him just a 20 and he gave me 1. I was like, 1 more please.
Oops.
Yeah.
Santa Claus got hit with a spade.
Oh.
Imagine
It's a rather brutal review
really
from the chat.
That's funny. Oh, no gifts for anyone this year.
No. It's going to be Cole.
I wonder how many drinks Jonty's had so far. He's going to sleep straight through Christmas. Scott getting a little spicy, raising the queen 8 offsuit +2. Chris on the button with king 9 of diamonds. Putting in the 3-bet, immediately punishing the light open. And he's getting punished by Mikhailo.
Wow.
Pocket kings in the big line. What a great spot for the short stack to wake up to.
We're even.
And is Moorman priced in here when it gets back? He's only got to put in 5 mil.
5.4. Yeah, and with the initial raise also.
I suppose the best case scenario is maybe you have 30%. There's some worse scenarios of
more.
which this is one.
More for sure, given the stages of the tournament.
Yeah, not a ton more.
Mikhailo is doing his
14.5
best salesman job now.
Yeah, he's going to get like 2.7 to 1 or so. He's probably going to have to call, I assume.
It's super pesky for Moorman here, who is going to have to do a bit of maths.
9,200,000.
He put in, what, 3.5?
5.6 more to win 20.
Yeah, he's got to call. He's in really terrible shape.
Worst case scenario, really.
Yep.
Going to need some diamonds or maybe straight cards here.
Standard flip.
How's your luck today, Chris Moorman?
One card.
A little bit unfortunate with the timing there. Obviously, would have worked against the target opponent.
One diamond. For 1 diamond.
Jack or 10 of diamonds is true. Woohoo.
I would have bet a lot of money Scott was going to shout that out.
10.
No fun if it's not a sweat.
Always sweating.
Surely not, Chris Moorman. Surely not.
Mikhailo can breathe.
And 20 million, what
Yeah,
a
he's healthy.
uptick from, what, 5.7
Yeah.
just a little while ago?
He got pocket queens and pocket kings at the most perfect times possible.
I wonder if he ever just peels my
Neil Farrell
my raise. Big one. I had a queen.
cutting a fine shape on the rail, it must be said.
He's great.
There's a chance, bro.
He's one of the funniest people in poker.
Yeah.
I especially appreciate that he's like not a tryhard. He just is genuinely funny and doesn't really.
Would have been.
Yeah, star of a
Were you ever
recent
just
BBC
peeling my
documentary
razor, big
about the
one?
travails of a couple of Scottish poker
I
players.
had a queen.
The 4 rules of the Poker Kings. Check it out.
Okay.
If you've got the BBC iPlayer, you can watch it. And it might be on YouTube by now, I'm not sure. But yeah, kind of a 1 year follow the life of Neil and David Doherty as they battle it out at the World Series and various European stops. And a stop in Dublin. I even make a cameo at that one.
Well, then I'll definitely watch it.
I was just
Definitely didn't get enough of you today.
It's actually all you really get of me is about as much as you're getting of Neil right now. It's just me somewhere in the background while he's on a final table. You're absolutely right, though. He is great value at the table. Loves the game. Has a party atmosphere. Doesn't take life too seriously.
Very Jonty-esque.
Yeah. Also, like, Triple Crown winner.
Yep. Just sneaky good at poker.
Yeah. Second youngest Triple Crown winner after Jake Cody. Won his EPT in Malta. His WPT by accident. I don't think he even realised it was a WPT.
What?
And a bracelet a few years back.
Is there like a second place Triple Crown?
Oh.
I'm 2/3 of the way there. What's the third part? I'm second WPT, second WSOP. What's the third one?
EPT.
EPT. Oh, okay, I got some work to do.
Yeah, you're going to have to
I
actually
gotta
travel
lose.
to Europe.
I gotta lose to somebody in Europe now. Oh man, that's so sad.
Do you have a WPT second?
Oh, duh, I'm thinking of.
Not even gonna look.
No, not a good one. Doesn't count.
That was a great
Sixth
story.
in the
Thanks,
ladies.
Jamie. Really appreciate your
No, you never
making it all about you there for a moment.
I learned my lesson.
Instead of that very thrilling documentary story where you were in the background of it.
Not anymore.
Look.
Listen, they have the most.
That was deemed BBC worthy. I don't know what
the
your
most
story was deemed worthy.
narcissistic booth in the world. Anyway, there's other people playing poker right now. Christian under the gun, ace queen offsuit. Mikhailo in the cutoff. He's like, look, I'm getting queens, I'm getting kings. I don't need to play any of these suited broadways. Just wait for aces.
That's it. I suspect Robert lets this one go. Oh. Well, what do I know?
He's going for a 3-bet.
Stepping out here, Robert.
3.3.
Little awkward for Christian against this particular opponent who has been fairly snug, but, you know, showed different gear a few moments ago with the Queen 10 suited. And
All
now...
right, wow. Nice play, Robert. Robert, who was actually just trying to call, we got the colors wrong.
No change, fine.
Thank you.
Take water as well.
Thanks very much.
Ryan's turn. He is one of the shorter stacks here, 25 bigs. There are a few hovering around that zone.
Raised 1.2 million.
After a really nice start to the day, first couple of hours where he chipped up with ease, it's been an uphill struggle, but looks like this one will get through.
Okay. Welcome to the table, guys. In the corners, it's
Came back now.
Yeah.
He wins everyone he plays.
What's that?
He wins everyone he plays.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? It's a good idea. How
So
long
this
did they stream
statistic,
30 minutes or 1 hour?
I'm not sure. I think it was an hour, but
Hey, do you guys know, what's a stream? Is it an hour or what, half hour delay?
44 minutes. 44.
If you have Pocket Force to stand, guys, I would highly recommend playing.
So
Okay.
right now we're at the unofficial final table. The official final table, it's in a different ballroom, completely different set, huge TV set. They're producing the final table for TV, and that's where we're going to be casting from tomorrow. Pretty interesting to be on the other side of it now and just see how much preparation goes into a TV production. It's truly incredible how much planning it takes, and how many people are involved with putting it together. It's really crazy.
This is what I love about the WPT, and I think always have when I watched it on TV, probably before I even played poker, was that level of pageantry, that sort of sportification.
Oh, Adam Plisko
is so
loves
fun.
it. It feels like a Cirque show.
Yeah.
Before these, sometimes you always get some amazing. Last time there was a electric violin.
I watched that. That was your final table.
Yeah, with like the women in like awesome warrior outfits. It was really cool.
It's class.
Ace Jack 8,
Ooh,
2 hearts,
interaction.
big matchup, top and bottom for Scott, flush draw for Anzi. But yeah, quick shout out to Locke Sondheim, who works with Sharehan, makes these amazing productions. And also for Adam, just for putting together a really cool show before all this, making poker seem like an even bigger deal than it is. Ansi makes the call. Deuce of hearts right there.
It is.
Nancy now 91% in really good shape to take down a big pot. But Scott shutting down. And a fourth heart is definitely going to slow things down.
Yeah, that's pesky for Ansi.
Scott thinks he's seen a bad river. It's going to save him a lot of money.
Hard to pursue real value now if you're Ansi, either coming with blocker bet or happy to check. Goes for the ladder, and Scott sort of simultaneously annoyed and relieved.
It's one of those lucky, unlucky situations.
Yeah, that show is such a force for good in the poker industry. The fact that those shows are on TV. It's so weird when you're in America, actually, as a European. I know I've done a lot of like slagging off your food, which was fair. But I do love that, like, you're in an airport or you're in a bar and there's poker on TV. And that's just not a thing in Europe. You would never, ever see that in Europe.
Oh, interesting. Are there just stricter laws?
No,
or
it just
no interest.
Nobody cares. Nobody.
Oh, wow.
What
do you guys show? You have, like, darts and stuff?
Yeah, there'll be
cricket?
Some darts, maybe some cricket, certainly football. And that's what you just expect to see in the sports bars. But poker, very much just considered a sport in that sense, and it's just always televised, and whether it's reruns of old ones or more recent ones, they're just part of the culture here in such a lovely way that as a poker player, I do love that part of it.
It definitely gives it importance. It's really funny to, like, hear from a college friend or something like, oh, your little cash game was on at our bar. Just like you'll have a WPT 2550 game, you know, and hear from people, because it gives it a sense of, like, importance. Oh, it was on TV. It must be really cool.
Yeah.
To some extent, that's how we all started watching poker, though.
Exactly.
Like, it was on ESPN, and we're like, oh, wow. And you learn about it, get an interest in it, and yeah, it's definitely good for the game.
Interesting now for Chris. Obviously has to construct a minimum defense frequency when he takes the more passive lines. His hand could be good right now, so can't really go anywhere, even though you're not loving this texture. You're feeling better about it now. Edward possibly wondering how often Chris calls with a
2.4.
Queen Jack or Queen 10 of clubs, diamonds or hearts, and would continue the story in this situation. That's the hands he's trying to shake right now. Get them off a chop. Feel like Chris probably has one more call in him before a tough, potentially tough river decision. He's so good in these spots, though, at just figuring it out sometimes. Gets one wrong for a change. Not easy. Not easy there.
No. Especially if you think you may be facing another barrel from the chip leader. But I don't know. I still think the graphics must be wrong. If Moorman made a mistake.
Is that, have we found the highlights reel of all of Moorman's worst ever most misplayed
one
hands?
hand. Your turn, Lappin. Tell us about poker in America.
Okay, so there's a game. It's called poker, and it's back.
Where?
In America.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Where it's been gone, apparently. But WPT, and specifically Club WPT Gold, are bringing it back. If you sign up today using code YouTube, that's YouTube, and not YouTube, you can, I don't know, good things happen, I guess. I don't know, you didn't give me the ad copy today. She gave me a lot of ad copy.
Good things
for that
happen, he says.
Yeah, I got sent like an essay from you when I was doing the stream the other day, and I did forget to read out most of it.
Yeah, those still apply.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
but that's okay.
Sorry.
You said code YouTube.
Tube.
That's ridiculous.
That's what we say.
Yeah, new sweeps coin site coming to the U.S. around January 15th, coming to Canada a few months later.
Sweeping across America.
Sweeping the nation. Oh, that's a much better ad. I wrote really crummy ones.
No, that's in the ad.
Oh, it is? Then I wrote a good one.
On the break, they say that. I've been tuning into the show, Jamie. I know you're producing this stream and haven't really paid much attention.
You've been tuning into the show?
Tuning in. Wow.
Anzi on the button wakes up with pocket queens. Chris in the small blind. Enough to get him in trouble?
Certainly. Yeah, we could be watching a...
yeah, he's reaching.
A downward spiral here for Chris. 2 in a row. These chips not likely to come back here. Don't think Ansi would play this one slowly ever. Question is just, does he click or does he shove? Probably enough in there to just shove. But click is kind of nice too. You are click inducing though, and you're not sure Chris is going to 5-bet wildly here.
It's scary to click with queens. It's different feeling than aces or kings. You're just going to face an overcard too often. I'm a nit, but I go for the very many chips. Oh, flat. Wow. It's actually really nice for Moorman to be able to realize his equity here.
This is interesting. Part of the plan here, though, from Ansi is that he's going to sort of get Moorman with the light part of the range to barrel off now.
Yeah. 8-7 deuce, 2 diamonds. A little bit of connection for Chris with the 9 of diamonds. This is definitely an interesting pre-flop decision by Ansi.
Yeah. These guys have virtually the same stacks, and there are 2 players shorter than both of them.
Yeah.
So it is a little bit of an ICM fiasco here.
Chris putting out 4 million. Not to oversimplify it, but is this a little bit, I'm going to go for a safe flop? Like if you're worrying about ICM with your queens,
possibly,
and it comes out clean like this.
But I do feel like you have to let Chris bluff here as well.
3 of clubs.
Like obviously we all know that feels a lot more comfortable with aces, even pretty comfortable with kings. Queens just
That's what I mean. Like Ansi's playing like a boss because I don't think that this is, you have to be pretty courageous to let the hand just play out.
Chris Moorman. Does he shut down here, or does he eye up hands like 6s and 5s for folds, potentially maybe some diamonds? So he has the 9 of diamonds in hand. That feels like a significant card, Jamie. 9s might be one of the hands he could maybe shake at this point, and he's got a 9.
Yeah, this does seem like waving the white flag for Chris, preserving his stack.
Nancy is going to...
There's a lot of chips in the middle there. You don't really want to give Moorman that free equity, I guess.
Little tickle.
Yeah, oh man.
Yeah, so Moorman now down to just around the 20 million mark, I think. Frustrating passage. Obviously, just kind of ran into it there.
Ansi willing to gamble a bit. Ends up getting 4 million more than others might.
Yep. Yeah, one of those spots where, you know, any extra chips he makes, we all go, wow, he sort of trapped his boy there. He did really well. But if that one goes sideways on
Ace
you,
high, you're like, ugh. It's so, yeah.
Yeah, heart and mouth stuff. But
1.2.
You got to give a lot of credit for that moxie shown. And Ansi now up to 35 million. Bear in mind, King Queen into the Ace Queen of Jonty. Not that long ago.
He's making the most of it.
It's been a fairly smooth upward trajectory since, with that one blip, of course. The Queen 10 suited against Sherwood's 8s. I feel like there's some wordplay with Rob Sherwood. Sherwood Forest, Robin Hood. Could do something with that.
Think on it.
Steal from the rich to give to himself.
Yeah, take a few hands off. Think about it.
Well, when you're basically on your own in here, trying to come up with some fun stuff. Ansi with the King 7.
I thought he was like, let's see how many in a row I can win.
Chris with the much more legit Ace Queen here in the cutoff, playing just 30 bigs now.
It's a little frustrating when you kind of like probably need a few hands off. You're forced to play. But a raise and take it helps. If it's going to be one. 8-6 defendable, though.
Yeah, again, two similar stacks potentially going at it here. Rob, I think, is probably going to find a fold here. Maybe the 8-9 cut off for him in that spot. So much final table experience. It's almost hard to imagine how many final tables someone like Chris Moorman has made between online and live in his career. It must be in the tens of thousands.
If you include online, probably, yeah. He's been at it a very long time. One of the most decorated online players.
Author, of course, of a best-selling poker book too, Book of Moorman. Very good read. Haven't read it in recent years, but for its time, and I'm going to guess a lot of the stuff holds up pretty well. It was a really nice way of putting a book together. Chris basically got a, I don't want to say plucky amateur, but sort of a up-and-coming player that he knew well to analyse the hands first, and then he critiqued the analysis.
Oh, okay.
So it sort of had a way in for players of a lower standard as well. And yeah, really nice. Really
I
nice
would
book,
like
worth picking
it.
up.
I would like if Moorman would do that with our commentary.
Well, I think that might mean
hurt our feelings.
You or I be Shepherd's crooked right out of the booth in one fell swoop. Bring back Jesse and Ashley.
It's very enjoyable yesterday. Enjoying all the commentary, all the coverage.
Pesky one here. Rob. Very pesky indeed. Hoping to limp in with the disguised ace. In fact, he's going to be forced to put more chips in and didn't really like that possibility. Obviously, a threat bet to his stack could be imminent on turns or rivers, given the depths in a raised pot. Oh, is that someone with a white claw on the rail?
Is that your drink of choice?
In America, it is. It's because of your big portions of food. I'm always watching my calorie consumption through booze, and it's one of the lower.
Oh, that's how you cut down. Okay.
That's how I shed calories. Mikhailo, very openable. Good image has Mikhailo too. Only been in there with premiums. Speaking of premiums, Robert, ace queen off. Feels like a mandatory 3-bet. Quick fold by Scott of the King Jack. Back on Mikhailo now, who I think surrenders here.
That's cool.
It's possible at this stage Mikhailo has seen a couple of Robert's step outs here. The Queen 10 suited. Something else maybe were more than an hour ago. With that extra knowledge, do you ever just think that there's a big enough gap between the 3-bets, call and fold?
Oh, he seems like a pretty careful player.
Yeah.
Tell me later. Sorry.
With the departure of Jonty Willis in 9th place, has got a little bit quieter.
Understatement.
We miss Jonty.
Yeah, he's great.
Can't have the phones.
Oh.
Ryan now 25 bigs and 9s.
Ryan raising the pocket 9s +2. Folds all the way around.
A screen name I can't pronounce, but it looks a bit like Sidden Run Roll. Says David, luxury Lappin. I think I know the reference. I think I may have given away my knowledge of the reference with that pronunciation of luxury.
Luxury.
I did want Fabian to be on the final.
I hope I have anyway. It can be just our little in-joke between me and that chat box member.
He's chatting all the time with 2 tables.
That's your job.
He Razzie jacked me up, man. It was funny. He was on my lap all day. It was funny.
Getting advice on my drink of choice here. Apparently I should try Loyal Lemonade.
I don't know what that is.
Coach. I'm going to guess it's some sort of hard lemonade. Back-to-back wired pocket pairs.
Wired is something you don't hear that often.
Little throwback
like
to the days of Mike
rounders
Sexton.
too.
Should bring back some of the old lingo.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever call a flush a blue?
Excuse me?
Never
heard that.
A flush has never been called a blue.
What's that?
That's just what my nan would have called a flush. She'd call it a blue. Back me up here in the chat if there's anyone a little bit older maybe. Have you ever heard a flush being called a blue? That's not even old school. That's like the school that burnt down so that they could build the old school.
There's every now and then that I hear a poker term that I'm like, I'm going to use that. And one of my favorites was somewhere in the Midwest. I was playing split pot game, and someone goes, "That's a hogger," meaning they get both. They get the whole thing.
Okay.
But it was perfect.
So that's a scoop.
Because immediately I was like, okay, I know what this means. Like, I don't need any context. Like, it's perfect. Robert +2 raises up the king queen offsuit. Chris Moorman in the big blind, jack deuce suited.
That's 64.
Yeah.
Let's it go.
Ryan Tongan in the chat here asking if you and I would do a duet of business time. Maybe later.
It's great. I just haven't heard that song in a while, so I don't think I could really do it justice right now.
No, could have been worse. Yeah.
Could have been worse, like the 8s didn't hold.
Well, that could have been way worse.
Could have been worse.
Oh yeah.
I had 8s again when I missed clicks actually.
Really?
I did have 8s when I missed clicks too.
Oh wow.
I guess you were ready to get it in again.
Yeah, probably.
Hell yeah.
$1.2.
Edward. Getting after it here. Cheeky little one here from early. Moorman.
6 is in the small blind.
Probably looks to call. Oh.
Thinking about
Trying to
all
work.
his options.
A little bit of inventory there, just checking what stack he has before deciding doesn't like it anymore.
A little deeper maybe would be more interesting of a spot.
Exactly. I think at 40 he probably calls, and at 30 he just feels like it's a bit wonky, not closing the action as well, of course. Ryan.
King queen suited in the big blind.
Yeah. I'm just going to send it.
Gets through.
Really? I fold.
Chris delighted he didn't add to
Sure.
that pickup.
Oh, no, I didn't save you from anything. I mean, you can save yourself from anything. You would have won the hand.
Oh, saying if Moorman would have 3-bet, he would have folded his king queen suited. Such honesty.
Rob has nudged his way into the lower end of the mid-pack here. A certain amount of plus and minus to that. Obviously, more chips is more chips, but a few more ICM constraints. Look at Edward here. Queen 7 plus 1, 7 for the last hand.
Yeah.
He's just decided to take this one by the scruff of the neck, I feel.
Your prize
pulling away nicely.
Go to the blackjack table. So
What's
keep
the deal with
giving
that?
you two.
Buddy gave it to me at the start of this tournament. Figured I'd put it away.
Two nuts.
Yeah, smart. Bag big every day, right? You're a smart guy, man. Put it in my bag every time.
He's got the Club WPT Gold bar card protector, and he just said he's been putting it in his bag every day.
Oh.
He's still around, so why stop? That's kind of how I don't feel like I have any strong superstitions, but if things are working, I don't mess with things. You know, like if you just go to Starbucks and get a coffee every morning and then you find yourself in a day 5, like you go the next day in the morning. You have anything?
No.
Nothing. Wow, you're just so logical.
Do I have any? It's sort of fun to have silly ones that you don't really mean. No, I don't think I do, though.
There's some in poker that are just kind of universal, like the picking up your bag. Like, oh, you're almost out. You pick up your bag and you feel like, oh, I'm walking away. I'm going to get there. I feel like so many people do that.
Well, they've seen it work on TV so many times.
Jack 8-6, 2 hearts and a diamond.
Yeah, Rob Sherwood defending the 7 deuce suited here.
Ryan at top.
Does have one of those double backdoor hands, but it's not an attractive version.
Yeah, it's rough when one of your good cards is a 9 and might even improve someone else to a better hand. You just don't really want to commit too many chips in those spots.
Yeah, I wonder if Rob better served to shave off those uglier connectors.
Sure.
Or not connectors, suited sort of.
It's hard to connect that one.
Not connecting at all ones. We did talk about the 9-4 suited, I think, earlier, and obviously the 7 deuce. Similar category of maybe just the worst of the suited connectors that you can maybe find. Suited hands, I'm sorry, I'm saying connectors.
Oh, of course not.
You know what I mean.
Sure. We need a coffee and to like run around.
That's it. They supply us with a couch, which is very dangerous in the booth. Certainly been a cagey passage of play, which I think has been recognised by Pac, who's decided it's just the perfect conditions for him to stretch out his lead.
Oh, and a walk.
Just getting walks now. It's an easy game.
What a life.
What's next for WPT? Obviously, schedule for, I'm going to guess, the early part of next year must be out already. Got some fun stops.
Check it out for you. I wasn't thinking past this month because this was the most planning ever. I was like, wait, there's life after this month? That's cool.
Those eyes of like just junk.
So currently there's a 3K going on at Win. And then February 14th, WPT Prime Cambodia.
Nice.
And the championship in Cambodia. Then a Prime at Gold Coast, at the Star Gold Coast in March. Heard that one's beautiful.
Oh, yeah. And poor old Australia starved for a bit of live poker, it must be said.
Yeah,
It's
what
great
really happened? Because there used to be a lot of poker.
Yeah, the Aussie Millions was sort of hibernated maybe 5 or 6 years ago, or was it about that? Yeah, about 5 years ago.
Heard
maybe.
rumors it may return.
There is rumours it may return.
Ryan came alive in orbit.
And that's a great series, actually, well worth checking out. But credit to WPT for bringing poker back to Australia, too.
Every time you raise, you just take credit.
They have two locations, I think.
There's something called fear
Gold Coast
equity.
and in Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you're so
They've had
respected
events
as
on,
a
and
player,
I believe they've
like,
been
you
absolutely
get very
brilliant,
little
although I
action.
haven't been to either. What I'm really trying to do here is suggest that maybe a WPT Dublin or Malta.
I think
would
the
go down well.
focus is going to be on US WPTs for a little while at least. I know there's talk of adding some more and adding back some of the old favorites with the help of gold.
Great.
Be really nice.
In fairness, there are some great European stops, and I know Matt Savage travelled with the tour last year. They were in Madrid at some point. They were in Liechtenstein. There might have been a San
I saw
Remo
they
in there.
hung out with llamas in Liechtenstein, and I was like, that looks fun.
Wow.
But I want to interrupt you real quick for the Club WPT Gold mystery hand. Scott Stewart's got it. What does he have?
It's blind be blind. It's a limp pot. We know he stabs at these, but he doesn't this time. So what can we read into
He has
that, Jamie?
a 6. He's got the board locked. And that's why he didn't stab.
If he calls here, I think we can maybe put him on a rag ace sometimes. He raises, though.
Check raises.
So what do we do now? Maybe you're right about the 6.
It's very possible.
This is very awkward already for Christian. I'm going to put Scott right now on the 7-9 of hearts.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh. Queen of hearts on the turn.
Now he bets again if he has the 7-9 of hearts. And he bets 4 million.
But then I think it's going to be at the end of the hand.
2.4. So tough for Christian here. Just in a very guessing game type of spot. Is going to be sticky. And that will be balanced with some 6x that Scott's got to be wary of. 3 pairs. That makes bad full house for Christian. Is this going to be a shove? Is this why this is the mystery hand?
I don't know.
$4 million.
Huh.
Oh, interesting. 7-5.
Ooh, I was close.
Oh my.
I was close.
Sure. What do you get for that?
I got that fanfare.
Yes.
That was for me in the
Makes sense.
mystery.
So Scott check raised the gut shot.
Thank you, sir.
And continued on the turn. Got kind of unlucky on that river because I feel like maybe you shake a 3 by the end.
Sure.
Their excessive celebration. I try to be.
I don't know, brother.
Yeah.
You know I'm not the one that.
I know you're not the kind of care.
It's a big pot. It's fair.
Yeah. Has to come at someone's expense, right?
Good guy, Scott
That is
Stewart.
a true statement.
Yeah, carries himself tremendously well. Good attitude.
Sure.
Whether he's winning or losing.
Moorman under the gun with ace-10 offsuit, raising it up.
I think Moorman has ace-10.
Mister hands are so hard. It's like real poker. Once you see it, you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. After we guess 48 other things.
Again, I want to point out that I did call both as bluffs.
Wow.
Kind of got the bluff combo exactly right, but the spirit of the hand, which is that I would have
have to
called.
get the bluff combo right. It's very important. We don't award partial credit.
I see.
They said we're playing till 6 p.m., right?
All right, later, guys. It was over an hour and a half ago.
Oh, shit.
The time actually just flies on these like multi-day
It
tournaments.
really does. Yeah. It feels like 4 p.m. or something.
What time is it? Day one. It's 7:30 already. Whoa. Yeah. Does it feel like that?
No.
No, not at all.
Started at 12.
Big slick.
We've been playing for 7.5.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, 7 hours.
Day one, it feels like, what, 10 hours feels like
Christian
30.
gonna ignite here. Going for larger open
Because you're
size
so in
here
the
on the
moment.
button.
Yeah. Now, day one is just like so standard. You're
Probably
not paying attention to everything.
a
Like, no one cares. Exactly.
Player-specific adjustment.
Yeah,
against
I
Moorman.
don't hate it. I would like to
7:30.
raise small against people I think I could outplay and large against Chris Moorman.
And that's the entire list.
Yes.
Because that's
it.
how
It's the only
good
guy.
Jamie thinks she is.
Yeah. If I could somehow make it 1.5 big blinds against your big blind, I would.
Good for you.
All right, Norm. Good for you.
The tough thing is that my rail's so shrill, right? Because that really...
There's a call from the chat to bring WPT back to Borgata.
Yes.
That's your old stomping ground, right?
Yep. That was my home base. I played, probably still played the most cash game hands there of anywhere.
Definitely
That's
not
all I used to do
the poker
as a
I
little
like
baby
to play.
poker player.
Oh.
There's one
But
that
yeah, I still love it there. I still have that like nostalgic feeling when you know when you're first starting like and everything's exciting and nervous in poker. I still have that when I walk in there. So I'm just like, oh yeah, I remember when I was like literally gambling for all of it, like when you're new. Edward raising ace jack offsuit. Christian making the call with ace jack offsuit in the cutoff.
Yeah, I think everybody recognizing that Edward has stepped out a little bit. Probably Christian thinking, well, I don't want to put myself in an awkward spot here with the 3-bet. Can't face a 4-bet. And feel like I could
Round
probably
3?
keep in some hands I dominate here by just flatting 2.
Round
Edward
3, just
so wide though from all seats at the moment that
No, let's
not
play it
necessarily
slow.
dominating. Could actually have some live cards.
5-3 deuce, 2 hearts and a spade. Each player just ace jack, got the gut shot. Christian backdoor hearts. Edward stabbing for 1.3.
Yeah, and pretty easy call here for Christian. Obviously, can make the wheel. 2 overs could be good already.
Deuce pairs the turn.
Interesting to see how Edward proceeds here.
Check.
Edward checks. Does Christian feel like he needs to bet? Or is this one where you just strap in? Yeah, you try to realize. And another deuce on the river. We're going to have a chop pot unless something cool happens.
Yeah. Edward might just blocker this one or
just checks.
Check it over.
Both of them have enough showdown value.
Yeah. Edward could have sneaked a teeny bit of value out there, maybe against the suited aces or ace 10.
Sure.
Eked out just a tiny bit, but
thinking about sorry, no, I was just thinking about WPT stops. I wouldn't mind if we came back here again. Having nice. 2 a year at Wynn would be really nice.
Oh, you mean not to come back at December? But
I assume we'll always be here in December. I just feel like we live here in December now.
I think you own December now, I gotta say.
It feels like it. I mean, this is just such a good series, and well, just look at how Prime opened up. Had almost 10,000 players again. It's crazy. To play a 1K and a couple people leave with about $1 million, it's really insane.
That's such a great event. I
It's
really enjoyed
nice.
calling that one the other night.
Yeah.
And Zach was a great winner.
Oh my God, I felt like his rail and the excitement, it felt like way more than a 1K.
Yeah.
Felt like a championship event.
Well, when there's $1 million up top, it
Yeah.
sort of is in a way.
Sure. And having beaten almost 10,000 players, it's probably somewhat more satisfying than some of the championship events. But yeah, it would just be nice to be here. Oh, this is me unbiased, a Vegas local now, to just have another WPT at the Wynn at some point.
When would you have it?
Like, I feel like there's always kind of a gap in May.
Okay.
When people are kind of just all preparing for the summer, but I feel like that's when I want to play the most. You're like,
Actually, 14.
965 Rainbow 1 club for Mikalo. Gut shot for Edward. Any floor people or anyone dealing that's watching right now is probably like, please not. Just can we wrap this one up before you talk about another one landing on us? It's just a huge amount of planning. But the players love it here. That's all I hear about. Edward's gonna take a stab at this one for 600,000. A little too much hand right now for Mikalo to fold.
Couldn't see that.
Makes the
I
call.
didn't know if you had another stack of blacks around this side.
Oh, that's an action card.
Interesting. 10 of hearts. Edward now open-ended. So is Mikalo.
Marshall, you have my phone still? Por favor.
$6 million.
Ooh, overbet.
Whoa. And snap, yeah. Edward in such a nice spot to be able to do that and just put so much pressure on other stacks, and he's sitting here with 70 million now.
Yeah, he sort of got that baby-faced assassin
vibe
right now. You look at him and you think, oh, he probably has it. Methinks his youthful visage belies a lot of poker experience, actually. Seems to proceed with a lot of skill, deftness.
Where do you live? LA? What about you? Oh, really? Oh, shit. So you're just here for the major series? Oh, okay. Yeah, because I feel like I'll always see you.
I come up for series.
I know, yeah.
Did they see you at NAPT?
Awkward hand for Ryan here.
I was like my second time in Vegas outside of the summer, and this is my third.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Usually don't come outside of the summer.
35.
So much better.
All you can eat.
Oh, wow.
It's incredible, right?
It's the best.
Well, hand over, but
It's gonna work. Wow, it's
Oh, yeah,
risky.
A little bit intolerant.
yeah, it feels like the
Yeah.
Oh, you think it's
risk reward maybe a little bit off with that one, but
like,
well, sometimes
it's just so
you see these big shoves
Yeah, it is very dry.
in
Solver
Solverland, even in these kind of ICM simulations that you can toy game up, and I don't know. Maybe it's a thing.
Maybe slightly
I also think sometimes you just shove to feel alive.
but way more humid.
He's like, I've been out of the action
So
for a
you
little
don't,
bit,
like-
kind of bored.
You don't
Got his
stop
blood
sweating,
pumping
but
now.
Eventually you get used to it.
Yeah.
I'm drenched all the time.
Really?
I was gonna say, I think your body's very used to that probably too. It's like,
So worse than Miami, then, huh?
Yeah.
yeah.
Miami is super nice.
If you're used to humidity and then you come to just super dry,
Yeah.
your body's like, what the fuck, dude?
Right. My skin hates it.
Well, it's better than 110 degrees.
Have you adjusted
dry
to the dryness
in the
here in Vegas?
Kind of. You definitely it gets a little better, but still, like, at the first
Disagree.
time I was
I
out
hate
here for
humidity.
WSOP, everything hurt.
the desert.
Like, I was like, oh my god, my skin feels so dry,
just
like
saying
my
you
lips
live
are
in
always
Panama,
chapped.
it's very humid.
Now
Oh,
it's like
Panama.
there's
I
some
don't
things that
know.
unavoidable, like your heels get
I would take the desert
of your
over
feet
humidity
will
if I
get like
can't do humidity.
scrapey. But I can live now. Like the first year, I was like, how do people live out here?
You were like, no.
How about you? Are you just like a raisin?
Yeah.
Lips go immediately, but this is a longer trip than I normally do, and I've noticed they've
used to
gone
it.
back to normal.
Yeah.
I would move to London if it was for the weather.
Yeah, it's like indoor stops.
Quick
and,
check
like,
here.
you always have to have a certain
Blind v
amount of
blind, both players. Maybe with enough showdown with Jack High. Open-ended now for Robert. He's going to charge his man.
He's again having issues with the colors of the chips. How dark are those sunglasses?
Get a monster? You had a good hand?
He made
Yeah.
he's saying
No,
At
he
least,
put
at least
wrong
it declared the amount. I mean,
Oh.
You have to declare the
He was
amount.
saying,
so-
like,
Yeah,
automatic,
gotta be
Safe.
careful.
Because these are like, well, these are the cheap chips we were talking about this the other day. Black chips, are like the first.
Yeah, they're
level
typically
silver.
100, yeah.
Right.
The
Yeah.
blacks are like
I
the-
see
They
what's
should
going
oversize
on.
them, in my
Chips.
opinion. but-
Yeah, oversized would help.
Yeah, that'd be really good actually.
Yeah.
Oversized ones.
This big?
I've had that
Some feedback?
trouble.
That's a little
Oh
too
yeah,
big.
what's up?
No, some
Oh,
feedback.
saying
there.
yeah, like the black chips
What
don't
I
feel
don't like about
important and they're the
oversized is it's hard
most
to
valuable.
balance.
Plaques solve that a lot.
Yep.
I've had that trouble. Have you played at Commerce in LA? White $100 chips.
Oh, that'll throw you.
Yeah, I was like, I want to be a waitress in this place.
It's like you have to grab them.
Just
in
making
reverse
thousands
order.
of dollars
Small
by
chips on top
accident.
of big chips, which like is a little angly, right? So.
Do you do your time in the service industry?
Oh yeah, I waitress at a bunch of different restaurants.
Same.
You want to walk?
You also waitress.
I
That's
also
good.
waitress.
I don't know. I didn't look at the other one, so we'll never know.
We will. We'll know in.
Yeah, I did 7 years.
It's a very generous walk.
44
Well, I was all my
It is
college
very
years,
generous
basically.
Yeah, same.
They easily race there.
Wow, 7
It
years in
wasn't bad.
college, huh? You must have been really smart.
Most of the
I
cars
actually
always
did 8
been
years in
better.
college. Actually didn't. I was playing poker for one of
Do
them.
you know, that was a line in Tommy Boy.
Seven's like square middle of
A
the
lot
deck.
of people go to
just under.
school for 9 years. Yeah, they're called doctors.
Well, you can call me that if you want.
I think you had 7-8. That's what I think you
I was definitely flopping straight.
had. Yeah.
Ooh. Top there.
Spicy.
Moorman engaging here. Oh, and it looks like Edward considering locking horns. No.
You started with 19.
Oh,
Oh.
Christian, pocket
Little less.
queens in the big blind.
Sure. I'll call it 18 in a bit.
Hasn't looked yet. There's a poker face.
Yeah. At least for Chris Moorman, he's pretty light. It's under the gun one raise. Shouldn't cost him too much money. 3.6 from Christian. Definitely a stronger range when the 3-bet is coming from the big blind, where it's so cheap just to see 3 cards.
Yeah,
Not seeing quite as many bluffs from there.
Yeah, definitely the most underbluffed
Consider this
seat in the house.
second biggest tournament of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure there's bigger ones, but like, I'm not going like halfway around the
Frustrating
world.
for Chris, who's chipped down to 17, 18 million now.
Sure. It was really just, I mean, there were a couple small pots he lost, but really it was that one ace-9 hand versus Ansi, where it's, you know, I like the hand selection.
ELE.
I like the
ELE, everybody love
pre-flop
everybody.
3-bet, but he ran into queens. Both times running into queens.
Yeah, he gets the full experience. Yeah.
How much per hour?
It was.
So does Eddie. These two both get full rail.
Yeah. He doubled him up, and then I gave him 8 million.
$1.2.
Edward continuing the trend here of opening
The button's where it belongs.
these unopened pots.
That was a very proper way to
Legit
say it.
candidate this time, Ace-8. But yeah, gotta say we are
hungry.
going through a very cagey.
Dinner breaks. We don't have a dinner.
We don't have a dinner break, man.
Tight passage of play from most of these players.
Sure.
Nice
I think
Feels like
a combination of the way the stacks are distributed and of course card distribution too. We have not had too many fireworks for a while, but we have a lot of ingredients here on this final table for big hands.
Do you think it enters Chris Moorman's mind how cool it would be to back-to-back final table this? Do you think that's something that he would care about, or is this just so you play every single hand
So you two
the right way and don't let it get to you?
We never have.
My hunch is he doesn't care at all.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think he's
That
just
whole LA crowd's
the consummate
incestuous.
play
Yeah.
every hand that
I'm
comes
kind of
to
on
you,
the
play the
outside. I
stack
don't
that's
hang
in
out-
front
I
of
don't
you.
hang out with
Not
Doesn't
worry
really-
about it slipping away with a couple of these hands.
Almost like just really good at not thinking of a poker tournament as a journey and just as a bunch of
Sure.
individual events where you have to make the right decision.
It's definitely the healthier way to think about it.
Yeah.
It's hard not to at least hear the hype, though. I'm sure when you're getting interviewed, that's the question, right?
Exactly. No, and it is, and it, you know, obviously, it comes with a certain amount of plaudits and praise, but really, it's a kind of a quirky stat.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's made the unofficial final table. He's in the last 8 right now.
Sure, and he's playing a spicy one right now. Anzi limping in the King-Jack offsuit, and Chris bumping up to 3x, the Queen-5 offsuit, Ace-Ace-4, 2 clubs, and I think Chris is going to get this one done.
I can
Do
see
you think
Ansi-
it's going to take 2 barrels?
I think it would take 2. I think Ansi certainly got like almost the no pair here.
Sure.
Going to be happy to stick around to kind of a 1.2er.
Yep.
It's not something they market to tourists.
Chris lands on 1. And Ansi will have a sprinkling of ace-x in his limp call range. Not too much.
Always cream cheese.
That's the go-to.
They have no idea why the Philadelphia roll is called.
I like the small size by Moorman.
Yeah, there's like
Oh,
cream cheese.
well, that makes life a little easier for
Sure
Moorman.
does. But I was thinking if he did need to barrel again, he's making it a little cheaper by going small on the flop.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like when I lived in Costa Rica.
Do you change your plan now that you've turned showdown value?
But not with sushi, but like with tacos, it's just like they want to put so much like.
I think you can still charge some flush draws here.
I don't. It's just whatever they're putting on it. It's like an aioli or something. It's like really too much.
Sort of acts as a advanced blocker of sorts. You know, you kind of put your bet in here because you have range advantage. You're not likely to get raised, and then you can
Sure.
check back river just in case your opponent does have an ace-x.
Yeah, and betting here, you kind of get to set the price, not have to face a large bet on the river if you check back.
Yeah, Flush draws still probably compelled to call. Fours. And even King Jack deciding.
Yeah.
I've played this one almost a bit trappily from the small.
Sure. I thought that was a 10 at first. I was like, not like this. Just no one wants to see Moorman go out like that.
Interesting now. Ansi, is he possibly considering turning this hand into a bluff? He has the no pair.
No.
Just hanging on here. I don't think Chris can ever bet for value. Oh my goodness me.
He's thinking about it, but that would be kind of crazy.
Wow. Yeah, come on.
Huge pot for Chris, though. Wow. Just getting back in it.
Yeah, ekes out a little bit of value there on turn.
Interesting, too, that, I mean, without that queen coming, it looks like Ansi's winning this one because he wasn't letting go of that king jack on the turn.
Yeah.
And I don't think Moorman's going to put a triple barrel in there, is he? Like, maybe, but...
Certainly not in a club river, no.
No, so... Ansi with, like, good instincts, but unlucky turn card. Little bit of relief for Moorman just to be able to kind of stack a couple chips at least and kind of chill out for a minute. It's been brutal. Last couple hours, just nothing going his way.
Edward now
1.2.
with a real one. I'm not sure if we've got to the point. I think we have, because I think it's about a 45-minute delay. These players may be getting info.
That Edward's
at it. Some very loose
coloring outside of the lines a little bit.
It's an interesting holding for Chris. No interest.
I'll take one off. Need a break. Kind of what you were saying before, like those marginal ones when you're against a chip leader who just has such a power dynamic over you post flop.
Yeah.
It's like you really have to smash the flop to be able to continue, and it's really not worth it a lot of the time.
Yeah, when you're in an ICM
That's for that million.
constrained situation, you can't really take aggressive lines very often. And a lot of the value of hands like suited connectors, like small pairs and these kinds of things.
Semi-bluffing, yeah.
Yeah, but also a lot of the value comes from, finding, a way to get a big pot going by finding a raise on some street.
Mhm.
And when you're in a ICM situation where so many of your hands need to hang on grimly, you actually have to put so many of those made hands, those strong made hands, into the bluff catching range. You
Sure.
don't get to necessarily get as much value as you want. It's sort of the ways in which under realization takes place.
Moorman raise and take it with king 10 of clubs.
I did say the million big one. Yeah. With the normal, I like it. Right? Feels insane, but at the same time, it's like,
Yeah.
not even there.
A reminder to anyone arriving in late to this stream, it's the WPT World Championship from Wynn, Las Vegas. This is the final table, but not the official one. That will be tomorrow when 6 will remain. $3.1 million up for grabs. These guys already guaranteed a payday of at least 400k. A high watermark for many of them already. But not so Chris Moorman, centre of your screen, who finished 4th in this one last year for just over $2 million. That is his career best score to date. And what an occasion that was. Danny Cipial
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the exact hand. But there was one where I was like, wow. Like, do you remember there was a hand where Danny, I'll look it up because I don't want to butcher it. I hate when people do that. Like, oh, I had a king and a jack or a king and a 10 or I think he was, yeah, like that's the worst. But yeah, there were some animal plays at that final table. Seppiel definitely earned that one.
Rob Sherwood, 3-bets the big slick here, gets done. He took his tournament life in his hands there very early on this final table with 9 left. He made a very big call with pocket 8s after the dangerous Ansi shipped it in with Queen 10 suited over the top of his open. Never comfortable having to call off your chips in a high ICM environment, but we got the impression here in the booth, and I think that was what took place with Rob, was that he didn't want to drift back and sort of be in cockroach mode. He wanted to get back in the mix here with a 35-40 big blind stack, maximize his chances of the big payouts here. Certainly a dicey spot, but he did win the flip, and since then things have been looking a bit brighter for the man from Manchester. And he's just going to limp in the ace-jack suited here. This feels like one that he will take upstairs if Edward raises. Edward does make it 18, or 1.8 I should say. And with 33 bigs, does he go for a click raise? Does he go for the clunky shove? Does he flat and try and play this very attractive and what would be very underrepresented hand?
I feel like from what we've seen Robert do, wow, I was going to say I thought he was going to go for the flat. He's been somewhat careful, but that's pretty boss. Just knowing the situation that the chip leader is going to be a lot looser.
I like it. I think it probably prints in the long run. And of course, those rare occasions when you run into it, it looks like a misstep, but actually I think it will just make a lot.
Was that a misclick? You savvy bastard. Good hand. Good hand.
You won't believe what I folded.
6 deuce, probably.
Something like that.
Good fold. You out there. Your outs were live.
That was a misclick. He meant to say I call.
So I'm reliving this Danny Seppiel versus Lucky Chewy hand. It was the King 10 suited versus Chewy's Ace 10 suited at the final table last year. Is this ringing any bells yet?
Yes.
Yeah. Where I just remember thinking, this guy who just looks so young and like he should be afraid that this is the biggest spot in his whole life was just like, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm just going to bluff this spot and I can live with it. Yeah. Just super impressive. I'm just not used to that. Like, it seems like the people who are able to pull the trigger there are people who have had years of experience and tons of big scores.
Yeah, always impressive when you see a young gun sort of detach themselves from the moment, play it like they just know is the right way to play it.
Yeah.
Maybe even take advantage in the process of players who will think that they underbluff in spots such as that as well. They get even more credit. Seppiel obviously proved to be no one-hit wonder. He's absolutely crushed
this
in the
year.
last 12 months.
Amazing.
It's in that.
And I believe even won something in Fantasy Daily Sports.
$1 million.
Quite appetizing.
What a life.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Makes sense, though. People who are sharp at poker tend to do well at other kinds of gambling as well.
Old-fashioned.
Oh, Chris Moorman. That's a real one.
Ace Queen suited. Robert with pocket 5s in the cutoff.
Like a fold here on balance.
Yeah.
Don't think
Not
we can
super deep.
proceed here with a murderer's row of high-class poker players behind us.
100%. The other thing, Chris picks that one up. Getting out of the way when there's ICM situations is so nice. If you have a marginal one, you fold, and then 2 other hands clash. It's amazing for you.
Other people can. Who said that? Who said poker? Thank you.
As this day gets longer and longer, what we were saying earlier about it being kind of lighthearted the first few hours is so important because it just wasn't serious, silent poker. It was kind of enjoyable for them to start.
Yeah. Yeah, the mood is demonstrably different right now.
Yeah, people are getting tired for sure.
Yeah, there's a cascading effect of tiredness day after day, these long days.
Sure.
And then also, as you said, Jamie, the stakes are very high right now. We played 9-handed for level and a half. We played 8-handed for a level now.
Yeah. Edward opening a little light in the cutoff, Jack 8 off, and Scott coming in for the 3-bet with kings. That'll get it done.
Have it next time.
Wish you had it there.
True.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go.
See CT Clinton Tolbert in the back rooting on Scott.
Oh, that's funny.
He plays 2 mil.
It's too bad some of the run good people went home already, like Tana Karn, who runs the show there. He would be drinking on the rail for Scott Stewart right now. I feel like he'd, if it wasn't creeping towards the holidays, there'd be 30 people on that rail. Like people bust this and kind of go home for Christmas. And
Okay, so that's the one thing, because, you know, I'm a nitpicker.
Uh-huh.
This is known about me. I will try to find fault. Apologies, guys. Is there any chance this festival could be like started a couple of days earlier and end a couple of days earlier?
I think
does
the issue
run
is
right
that
up
there's
to
a lot of
Christmas.
events. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I really enjoy the holidays, and it would be nice to have a little bit more lead time to be able to get presents for people and stuff.
Exactly.
I know that this falls between Thanksgiving and Christmas, so it's tough. You know, you can't start too much earlier.
Sure.
But I feel you. A day or two would be nice. But I feel like if they started earlier, they just add more events.
Yeah, it would still be desirable to take it right up to the 23rd. Look, on that note, these guys are going to take a very well-earned break. We don't know if we're going to give them a dinner break today because we thought it could be all over by now. 8 players remain. We're going to play down to 6 by hook or by crook, even if it is a very, very late night indeed. Right now, I suppose all eyes on the shorter stacks. Rob Sherwood, Ryan Yu and Mikhailo Lendl playing 27, 27 and 15 bigs respectively. We're going to raise the blinds when they get back, so that could help the attrition. In the meantime, do stick around. We're only going on a 15-minute break. Put on the kettle, brew up some coffee, join myself and Jamie. We'll be back soon.
Most Americans, their memory of online poker is stuck in the past. A desert filled with unsafe options or no option at all. Well, not anymore. Club WPT Gold is bringing poker back to America. It's a sweepstakes model website, sweeping the nation, and it's available to try out now. Sign up now using code YouTube and enjoy the return of safe online poker to America. The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Liu, and Wolfgame Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, Sweeping the Nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold Meetup Games.
For long-term health of the site and not having recreational players be completely cannibalized by sharks immediately. It's a better experience to be able to play at a table where you don't feel like you're the target.
Yep. Here we go, Robert taking it upstairs with Queen 10 suited. But look at Edward lurking behind. And it's kind of awkward already.
It's very awkward. I think, yeah,
Flat
he goes
call.
for the call. This is interesting.
Chris now could sort of set mine this one.
Very expensive set mining, but yeah. Now that Edward's in the mix.
Needs to call 2.5 to generate a pot of 11 here.
This is a spot you're not going to be in very often, this decision.
Yeah, it's funky.
He says, all right, show me a 7, dealer.
Yeah, right. Because it's a huge turning point in the tournament if he can flop a set, get a double up, maybe even a triple up. Now it's suddenly, you're risking that 2.5 mil, but the upside is huge potentially.
Nope.
You would also have a lot of confidence that Robert has a real hand here. Wouldn't anticipate he was at it as we see he is.
Ace, Jack, 2 clubs, and I think Robert's aggression is going to pay off, his pre-flop aggression. Edward can't be feeling too good about pocket 10s on this board. Chris is flat. I mean, I guess he can have Ace-Jack in that spot, Ace-Jack suited, but...
Robert has checked it over to Edward here. Robert, obviously, with some Ace-Kings and things of that nature, may well have decided he was going to,
He could have pocket Jacks
be a little
too,
bit
right?
trappy, yeah.
There's his check doesn't necessarily mean weakness.
Oh. Robert wondering if there's room here for something. Obviously, it's such a narrow range being represented by Edward with this flat. I guess it could be an ace-king, ace-queen suited. That's all it looks like. Well, maybe jacks too. Maybe jacks too.
Would you expect... I guess jacks could bet out here. Let's check too.
Such a pity that Robert didn't just fire out a 20%er there. It might have worked.
I think it would have worked for sure, because Edward would be sandwiched between, pre-flop, 3-better.
Earth-shatteringly terrible when you think of how life-changing 3.1 million could be.
I'll take it at this point. What did you cash for? Minus 10K? Me too.
I satellited in for 1K, so I'm factoring that in.
I mean, 310K is a huge amount of money. Most people have to win a tournament to get a sum that large, so...
That's true.
I feel like it's one of those things, it hurts when you bust in this spot, and then the next day you wake up and you're like, all right.
Edward opens it up here with the 10-4 suited. Jonty defends the Jack-7. Uh-oh.
Yeah, big matchup. 8-7 deuce, 2 spades. Jonty middle pair, Edward flush draw.
Jonty would do well to tread carefully here.
All in.
Oi.
Gonna count.
Big shove from Jonty might actually deprive Edward of the right price, perhaps. It's a big shove.
10,900,000 total.
Looks like he needs to call another...
You reset the clock?
9? Is that about right?
Hey, he's not really getting great odds, especially sometimes you're against a better flush draw.
Needs 36%, could be up against a better flush draw. In fact, I agree with you, Jamie. That's actually a really strong likelihood, given Jonty's rather clunky shove here. You're even behind 9-10.
10.9.
The only thing working against Jonty is that Edward just has so many chips.
Yeah.
If he does feel like, maybe I'm getting the right price, doesn't hurt him all that much. Makes the call.
He's making the call, my goodness me! Jonty at risk. Wow. So many outs here, Jamie.
Surprised he made that call. Very unlucky with Jonty making a really good shove there. So many outs that Jonty has to fade to get this double up.
Oh, it feels like an uphill climb, even though he has 54%. Oh.
Right there. Oh, king of spades right on the turn.
Oh, that's a deflating moment.
Best luck.
Extra spade for good measure. Really well played by Jonty. One of the most fun players to $80,000 pay jump. That's when it starts to sound surreal, a $90,000 pay jump.
Yeah. Oh, no, it is absolutely massive. And I think from both perspectives, that hand is going to be reflected upon. There are going to be people who determined that Jonty's shove was a little rash. He wasn't shallow enough maybe to just go with the I flop equity, I have a pair, I'll go with my hand type of spot. And then I think there will be others who think it wasn't a great call, maybe not quite getting the right price against range.
I wouldn't fault the call even if it was a slightly better flush draw.
Yeah,
if it was like
precisely.
Queen high, anything. Just 10 just seemed a little too weak just because Jonty can be shoving better flush draws. When that happens, you find yourself just digging for a pair to try to win. It's not the best situation. Oh, wow. Ace, queen, deuce.
Oh, my goodness. What is happening?
That's insane. Bottom set versus top two.
Well, Christian in the box seat to get a double up here. Jonty's chips may not stay in Edward's stack very long.
Or if he finds an ace or a queen, he just kills two people in 10 minutes. Oh, wow. Just a call.
I guess the value portion of the range will continue betting, and you want to keep the bluffs in. If you're Edward now, you are eyeing up stack and thinking, is there a way to get it all in? This is certainly part of the plan here. Setting up a pot-sized river bet.
Did you already cut them off?
Christian just going to do his best, let's say, Golden Globe
Hollywood
performance here. You want to certainly appear to be mulling over your options in a spot such as this. Again, for the very simple reason that you know your opponent knows he has a big range advantage and could just triple off in a situation like this. The value portion of the range will do its own dirty work. So you may as well just appear a little bit conflicted. Gotta say, I do like this from Christian. I think you do have to sell it a little bit. Conscious not to oversell it, of course.
This is definitely a spot where if I'm Edward, I can't believe I'm behind when these hands finally show down. You're just dying to get the chips in.
I'm just wondering if he doesn't go with all in here, which is just 1.1x pot, and instead... Oh, he does.
All in a call, and Christian with a huge double up.
Cold deck. Huge double for Christian. 35 million now. He joins the middle of the
pack saying what I was saying.
Small chance I was good, but then I realized, obviously, it's deuces. Maybe 3-5 of spades.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, it was a rough price on the turn.
Yeah.
Just see how many chips you've got. So yeah, thank you.
I feel like that hand would have played out differently if I had the deuces. I just feel like, oh, it's like 700K on the flop. I feel like I just would raise an ace high flop, just thinking, okay, like they're not going to fold. There's two spades on there. Like, I don't know. I think I'm very optimistic when I have bottom set that I can get paid by a lot of different hands. So I just try to get some money in early. It's different if you have top set, you know, you have the board locked.
I don't think you're allowed to have any, again, this is sort of in solver land, but I don't think you're allowed to have any raises on that board.
Because you're supposed to be, like your opponent has the good aces and you don't.
Yeah, because you think about how often on those boards where your opponent has such a range advantage, you just have to hang on with so much. So actually everything almost gets shoved into that calling note.
Yeah, you're just...
Even the absolute best hand you can possibly have, which was, of course, 2s there.
Coming from a very chicken standpoint, too, of just like, oh my God, what if the turn's a king of spades?
Nothing chicken about this. Chris Moorman heading north here to the tune of 4.2 million. He has been rather quiet of late. Christian looks like he might carve out a call here. Take this one to the streets with a suited gapper. Here we go, 9 million in the middle.
Rough shape right now. 6-3 deuce, rainbow, 1 spade out there.
Chris, you would assume always coming with C-bet here. And Christian has missed this one. Casual 3 million, 1/3 pot. And unless he has some wild notions here.
Let's it go.
Nice execution, as you would expect from Moorman. Santa Claus got hit with a spade.
Oh.
That's a rather brutal review
really
from the chat.
That's funny. Oh, no gifts for anyone this year.
No. It's going to be Cole.
I wonder how many drinks Jonty's had so far. He's going to sleep straight through Christmas. Scott getting a little spicy, raising the Queen 8 offsuit +2. Chris on the button with King 9 of diamonds. Putting in the 3-bet, immediately punishing the light open. And he's getting punished by Mikhailo.
Wow.
Pocket kings in the big line. What a great spot for the short stack to wake up to.
We're even.
And is Moorman priced in here when it gets back? He's only got to put in 5 mil.
5.4. Yeah, and with the initial raise also.
I suppose you. The best case scenario is maybe you have 30%. There's some worse scenarios of
more.
which this is one.
More for sure, given the stages of the tournament.
Yeah, not a ton more.
Mikhailo is doing his
14.5
best salesman job now.
He's going to get like 2.7 to 1 or so. He's probably going to have to call, I assume.
It's super pesky for Moorman here, who is going to have to do a bit of maths.
9,200,000.
He put in, what, 3.5?
5.6 more to win 20.
Yeah, he's got to call. He's in really terrible shape.
Worst case scenario, really.
Yep.
Going to need some diamonds or maybe straight cards here.
Standard flip.
How's your luck today, Chris Moorman?
One card.
A little bit unfortunate with the timing there. Obviously would have worked against the target opponent.
Queen diamond. For 1 diamond.
Jack or 10 of diamonds is true. Woohoo.
I would have bet a lot of money Scott was going to shout that out.
10.
No fun if it's not a sweat.
Always sweating.
Surely not, Chris Moorman. Surely not.
Mikhailo can breathe.
And 20 million, what
Yeah,
a
he's healthy.
uptick from what, 5.7
Yeah.
just a little while ago
He got-
when I was doing the stream the other day, and I did forget to read out most of it.
Yeah,
but
those
I
still apply.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but that's okay.
sorry.
You said code YouTube.
Tube.
That's ridiculous.
That's what we say.
Yeah, new sweeps coin site coming to the U.S. around January 15th, coming to Canada a few months later.
Sweeping across America.
Sweeping the nation. Oh, that's a much better ad. I wrote really crummy ones.
No, that's in the ad.
Oh, it is? Then I wrote a good one.
On the break, they say that. I've been tuning into the show, Jamie. I know you're producing this stream and haven't really paid much
attention.
You've
been tuning into the show?
Tuning in.
Wow. Anzi on the button wakes up with pocket queens. Chris in the small blind. Enough to get him in trouble?
Certainly. Yeah, we could be watching a...
yeah, he's reaching.
A downward spiral here for Chris. 2 in a row. These chips not likely to come back here. Don't think Ansi would play this one slowly ever. Question is just, does he click or does he shove? Probably enough in there to just shove. But click is kind of nice too. You are click inducing though, and you're not sure Chris is going to 5-bet wildly here.
It's scary to click with queens. It's different feeling than aces or kings. You're just going to face an overcard too often. I'm a nit, but I go for the very many chips. Oh, flat. Wow. It's actually really nice for Moorman to be able to realize his equity here.
This is interesting. Part of the plan here, though, from Ansi is that he's going to sort of get Moorman with the light part of the range to barrel off now.
Yeah. 8-7 deuce, 2 diamonds. A little bit of connection for Chris with the 9 of diamonds. This is definitely an interesting pre-flop decision by Ansi.
Yeah. These guys have virtually the same stacks, and there are 2 players shorter than both of them.
Yeah.
So it is a little bit of an ICM fiasco here.
Chris putting out 4 million. Not to oversimplify it, but is this a little bit, I'm going to go for a safe flop? Like if you're worrying about ICM with your queens,
possibly,
and it comes out clean like this.
But I do feel like you have to let Chris bluff here as well.
3 of clubs.
Like obviously we all know that feels a lot more comfortable with aces, even pretty comfortable with kings. Queens just that
That's
little
what I
dicier.
mean. Like Ansi's playing like a boss because I don't think that this is. You have to be pretty courageous to let the hand just play out.
Chris Moorman. Does he shut down here or does he eye up hands like 6s and 5s for folds, potentially maybe some...
The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Liu, and Wolf Game Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, Sweeping the Nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold Meetup Games.
A very warm welcome back to the Win Las Vegas, where a smorgasbord of poker talent has been spoiling us here on the WPT World Championship unofficial final table. You may notice it's a little quiet in the room. That's not because Jonty Willis has left the building.
Aww.
Although he has left the building, there's confirmation. 310k richer, though.
Sure.
Mikhailo Lendl, 15 big blinds. We will be keeping an eye on these shorter stacks. Obviously, they are the ones expected to make their moves, but you never do know. The not so insignificant 3.138 million to be played for here. And Jamie, it is a little quiet.
Yeah, I think the table audio is down for a few hands.
Okay.
They actually just requested to be able to hear your beautiful voice. I think they said the dulcet tones of David Lappin.
Yeah, but they spelt it with 2 L's. Well, sound or no sound, Edward going to work, picking up the first one there. Excellent joke by Scott, presumably.
Yeah, we have the Club WPT Gold mystery audio of the day, where you try to read the lips.
I think this is a good game that we will definitely play now.
There was an account I remember seeing a while ago about bad lip reading. They would like dub the pause
Okay.
that
Edward,
thought.
I have aces, he just said.
Scott gets out of trouble for being under the gun +1 with his 4s.
Potential danger here as we move through the hands. Obviously, Edward with a very loose image right now. 70 million. And he has been opening all sorts.
He's just going to get through. That's funny. Always a little deflating.
Rob Sherwood saying, I'd like to double down on this, please, dealer.
And of course, Edward's going to show like, guys, I just keep having it. Just so lucky. It's terrible timing if you just make like the best joke of your life on live stream right now.
Yeah. And I think someone has said something very funny.
It looks like it. Oh.
Christian gonna fold the 4s in early. I like it. Blinds are 4-8 now. So even these middly stacks that we've been talking about who are a little bit handcuffed at the moment, even more so in a way as this shallows out. Oh, interesting one for Chris here. I feel like button. We'd definitely be 3-betting this one, but maybe off 28 just finds its way into the muck, yeah. A little awkward hand position stack combo there.
And he's going to take one down. So this would actually be a good time for me and you to sing Business Time if you really wanted to. As I mentioned earlier, that Club WPT Gold, during their $5 million free roll, awarded 100 seats to this championship.
Amazing.
And 11 people cashed out of those. And
That
some
is
of the people winning were playing poker for the first time.
What's
there
the
was
biggest cash?
decent. What's up?
What's the biggest cash?
There were 11 that made it to day 3, I believe, and then why can't I think of his name? Son.
Son, yeah.
He was the biggest cash. Yeah.
And he busted in like 14.
Yeah, for 175,000.
Amazing.
Yep.
What a story. 25 bigs. Ryan, gonna get to work with these ladies. Round to Edward here. In the small end, Scott with the kind of hand we feel like could edge pass and also flat. It's a tricky little one from late position. Sometimes want to flick in that chip.
I feel like the wheel aces are a little more. They make me want to flick in the chip a little bit more.
Fair.
You think an ace-6 just folds?
Yeah. I think it's tricky. I think the fact that Scott covers Ryan makes it a little bit easier.
Sure.
If it was the other way round, I might pass this one.
Yep. Jack 9-5 rainbow. Ryan's still well ahead.
Yeah, and Ryan has plenty to target here with the bet. Scott with the quick fold. Didn't need to read lips for that one.
Yeah, chat's speculating that at some point the audio is just going to come in full blast. Keith Malone says at level 11. I think within the next couple hands it will. So don't keep turning up your audio thinking that it's you, or you're going to get blasted.
That reminds me of an amazing... Obviously, he's made the Spinal Tap
Yes.
reference with 11, which we love. Big fans here
Yep.
in the booth. But there was a great idea by Monty Python, and I think you're a Monty Python fan. Where John Cleese had this idea for their last ever sketch on the BBC. They were going to, as the sketch went on, they were going to lower the volume little by little, so the audience would turn it up and turn it up.
No.
And as one last prank to the BBC viewing
Air
audience,
horns.
they were going to absolutely blow their brains out with a very loud sound at the end, having everyone
It's hilarious.
turned up. Yeah, it was a great prank idea. BBC didn't let them do it. And that's all of the audio-related anecdotes I have. I've used it up now. Another pot for Edward. 8-5 off.
73 million now.
He's pushing clear.
For real, the longer that this goes 8-handed, the better it is for him.
Yeah,
And
this is
he
so
could
good for
come
him.
into the final table of 6 just absolutely mashing. Sometimes it just works out this way. It's the dream. They just feel like you just can apply so much pressure to these people who the chips are important to, and to you, they're just not.
Yeah. Big lesson to be learned here, guys. Even if you're playing in your online FTs, small stakes, whatever you're playing, it's this recognition of this moment in time where everybody is in this pressurized situation and you're not, and you can just nudge your way clear. Open up your range. Open it right up, as we've seen him do.
Sure. Mikhailo with King Jack suited and just over 12 big blinds.
And I wonder if that was part of the logic of him taking that spot against Jonty earlier. You know, if he loses that one, he's probably still joint chip leader. By winning that one, he pushes that nice bit clear and gives himself this opportunity.
It is gambling.
It was a very gambly spot, particularly because you pointed out very rightly, Jamie, that if he's up against a dominating flush draw, which actually is going to be the kind of hands that do that clunky big bet some of the time, he's in very, very bad shape. But as it turned out, he had the coin flip he was hoping to have, and by winning that, put a bit of light between himself and second, and hey, wow, there's a lot more light now.
Kylo gets through.
Yeah, nice to see him staying active off this 15 big blind stack. He seems like a very good player. Obviously, he's been somewhat constrained by having a short stack on this final table, but he seems like a smooth operator.
Sometimes your stack just doesn't like merit doing a lot of cool stuff. You could have it in your arsenal, but like sometimes you just have to wait for the queens and kings and just wait till you're 12 big blinds deep and shove. Yeah, I always like when someone seems like they're an ABC player and then they double up and they start just opening every hand. I'm like, oh, hey. Like,
welcome.
New player.
Yeah. Edward.
He is not letting up.
It's just going to be a wrecking ball, I feel. We could sing Wrecking Ball as well.
Chris in the big blind with Jack 9 offsuit. Defendable hand. Depending if he wants to commit any chips. He doesn't against the chip leader. There's that power dynamic again.
Yeah, just one-way traffic now. Dreamy, dreamy situation for our chip leader.
Look at that. Edward Pack just pulling away more than double second place. And there's no one super short. But the longer this stays 8-handed, I would not be surprised if Edward just seamlessly gets to 100 million.
Yeah, what's really interesting about that distribution is 3rd through 8th. It's basically one double up for the low stack to go into 3rd.
Sure.
So they're really compacted together there, which is exactly why ICM misery is upon all of them. Christian also like quite problematic. He just wants to see a few bust outs before he has to engage himself as well. Chris Moorman, 27 bigs. Well, he's been there and done it so many times, so much experience. And yeah, double up for any of these 25 to 27, 28 big blind stacks. Well, they go into second place as well. So yeah, very hard to determine what's going to happen from here, except that we do know Edward Pack is going to continue this relentless aggression. Looks like we have cards in the air again. Apologies once again if you're joining us late. We have lost audio on the feature table for the players. So
Yeah, my apologies. I tried to turn off David Lappin's microphone and I cut the table audio instead. So I was trying to help and I ruined everything. It's no fun when you don't even fight back, Lappin.
Just dreaming about my flight home tomorrow. Antsy with jacks. Finally, someone has something to play back at the rampant Edward. Just calling. Antsy really backs himself, though, in these tricky situations. We saw him just flat the queens against Moorman earlier. Obviously, recognising that Edward's going to have a fair amount of junky stuff here, even in his +2 opening range, given the hands we've seen before. Wants to navigate here.
King 10-9, 2 spades. Bottom pair for Edward. Middle pair gut shot for Antsy.
Keeping his foot on the gas here, Edward 1.8 million. Obviously, Antsy going nowhere with effective second pair and a gutter. But probably feeling like he has to proceed very, very carefully indeed here.
Sure, it's not the comfiest spot. With an overcard already out there and 2 spades. Eight on the turn.
Yeah, it's getting wetter now. Hard for Edward. Unless he really wants to go balls to the wall.
When there's not really a need for him to. He's chipping up so easily without doing anything that risky.
That's such a key point. When life is
check.
good and you're winning sort of 3-4
Yeah, like why
hands per
take
orbit.
a big risk?
Antsy would hate to face a check raise here, so I think we'll probably land on check.
I was thinking the same, and cards that would be scary actually improve his hand a lot of the time. 10 of spades, 3rd spade out there, board pairing.
Most of Antsy's value range will be playing this line, so could have some 10x.
Oh, he's going for it. 6 million.
Wow, look at this.
The story kind of checks out.
Yeah, you would
if you
play
have a spade
king,
or a
queen.
10, you probably would want to check this turn and then, oh, look, got there.
You might even play ace king this way.
Oh my gosh, it works. Wow. Edward just crushing. Edward's making today very long, and then tomorrow could be very short if he ends up coming in with like 120 mil.
Yeah, very interesting there. A lot of players would not have turned their 9 into a bluff in that spot.
Just good awareness.
It's been quite the battle across 5 days now for these guys. So many twists and turns. So much poker.
Getting word that the audio will be back very soon. For people in chat who are asking.
Chris Moorman. Will raise and take it, keeping his head above water, staying around about that 30 big blind zone. But boy, oh boy, has this been a cagey phase. You kind of feel like something has to give. It's like a pressure cooker right now.
There isn't that wild card player that's making it difficult for the chip leader.
No.
Like every once in a while you'll have a table where someone's just like, I don't care. Too rich to care. ICM doesn't matter to me. And they make it difficult on someone like Edward to continue running over the table.
Yeah.
It just seems like everybody else is very reasonable, understands ICM, cares about it, and it's just making it the Edward show because he gets to just raise with impunity.
Yeah, they're all looking at the sort of flatness of the stacks between second and eighth, or certainly between third and eighth, and thinking, I'd really like to come third.
Sure. Yeah, play poker for money. It's not all about the trophy and the glory. Especially with so much money in this prize pool. $3 million for first, $400K locked up, every pay jump significant.
Yeah. And a piece of poker history as well, don't forget.
Sure.
Obviously, your name gets etched on the Mike Sexton Champions Cup. That's not something that they do for 260 people a year.
Ooh, shots fired. So you're saying you can't win a WPT championship in Ring Fence, Pennsylvania for $20,000?
With an 8-runner field.
You can't.
No.
Okay, it's news to me, yeah. So I guess it is pretty special then.
Yeah, as far as I know, every single WPT championship has actually started because there were enough players there at the beginning.
You're saying the things I'm not allowed to say because they would sound petty from me.
That bridge is long burned by me, so.
Chris in the hijack raising up the ace-9 offsuit. Edward in the big blind. Can imagine he's going to at least defend the 4-3 suited.
Yeah, the beautiful thing here for Edward is just how, again, he can find some kind of weird leads sometimes on certain streets. He can really just try and leverage pressure. Mm-hmm. Well, just as I say it, he takes the lead here. Chris obviously has that crucial ace of diamonds in hand, but we'll be having to proceed cautiously against Edward, who's very capable, very dangerous, very willing to put him in the bin. Oh!
Moorman.
Snap fold with the 4-3 of hearts. Bottom pair, double back door.
Moorman takes one off him, but it's only a flesh wound.
It is but a flesh wound. I'm really surprised that we had no fight back from Edward, who flopped kind of as well as you can expect to flop with 4-3 suited.
Sure. Perhaps a little bit of respect on Moorman's name there, huh?
Yeah.
Moorman going for it again, +2 with the ace-7 offsuit. Turbo mucking around to the blinds. Edward with the hand he can consider. Nope, king deuce suited in the muck, and Scott is going to fold the 10-3 offsuit. Another little pickup for Chris. And Chris starting to pull away from those shorter stacks. Handsy opening up under the gun, king jack offsuit.
Oh, and Chris.
Wow, can he make it 3 in a row?
Hat-trick hunting here.
Handsy just about 27 big blinds deep.
Looks to be carving out around about 4.2. Quick folds all the way around, and Nancy definitely not with one you want to play out of position here. I don't foresee a world where he'll be a naughty boy.
And Moorman, 3 in a row. Up to 31 mil.
Yeah, no messing from Chris there. No 4 in a row. But now an opportunity for Robert from the hijack. He has an awkward seat, it must be said, at this table. Chip leader to his immediate left. It's not been particularly easy for Robert, but huge credit the way he's navigated. Keeping his head above water. Stepping out once or twice. Scott considering a move here. Look at this. King 6-0. This is very uncomfortable for Robert now.
For sure. It's kind of interesting after the big stack fold. It's like, okay, cat's away, the mice will play. Scott really doesn't have a lot of opportunity to get in the mix, and he's taking this king 6 off and trying to make something of it.
This is normally the shape of Robert when folding.
Yeah, very nice, Scott.
And the crowd go wild.
We think.
Apologies once again for the lack of table sound. Does create a somewhat echoey.
And I apologize for the existence of lap-in sound.
Jamie.
Edward back at it, raising up Queen 4 offsuit from the hijack. He took about 2 or 3 hands off and is back. Chris Moorman in the big blind, ace-8 offsuit.
Someone in chat saying that the chip riffling sound is soothing. I agree with that, actually. I do find it
I
quite...
miss it now that it's gone. Yeah. Moorman, 3-betting the chip leader, 5.8 with his ace-8 from the big blind.
Enough is enough.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we have sound.
Yeah, look at that.
Just in time. Chris Moorman getting after it.
Or just give me
Up
three,
to 33 million. Working for it.
Like stuffed animal frogs. And we'll do the Budweiser. There you go.
Beer level. On brand.
I missed what kind he had. Did we see? Was he drinking the king of beers? Yeah.
That lovely sound of chips hitting the felt.
It also takes the pressure off. When it's so silent, you feel like you need to say something, and I'm like, oh no.
Oh.
We got a little music in there.
Just testing out all our sounds here.
Edward truly considering opening every single hand he's dealt. Love to see it.
Yeah.
But Edward takes a hand off, and Scott's like, okay, my turn. Raising the queen 6 suited from the hijack.
Yeah, the moment Edward lets go, Scott thinks, okay, it's my turn to dance.
Yeah.
Getting in there with the queen 6 suited. Speaking of dancing, Jamie Kerstetter does an awful lot of dancing in the booth.
They play dancey music when they're doing the ads and stuff.
When I say dancing, I don't really know what that is.
I like
It's a full body dry heave.
Oh.
You don't know that
Big fan of
reference?
that name, dude. It's a fucking sweet name.
From Seinfeld, when Elaine dances, they say it looks like a full body dry.
Gotta get some shirts made.
You have an Elaine vibe, actually.
I got a good
Thank
story.
you.
So my dad just flew in, landed at 5:30, called my mom on break, and I was like, how did, like, Long Beach Airport, easiest airport in the country, 45-minute flight. My mom, I was like, how did, my dad doesn't do well in airports.
Sure.
He owned a business for a long time. He don't like TSA telling him what to do. But, so he gets to the airport, he's like, mom's like, you got your glasses, you got everything, blah, blah, blah. He's like, yeah, of course. She drops him off, goes back home. They live like 10 minutes or so from Long Beach Airport, so not far. And he just forgot his money, like all money and IDs. So he drove all the way back and then just, wow. Yeah.
Casual as you like.
Yeah,
Story
I
time
love it.
continues. After the glance down
just
at
pocket
Queens.
Luckily he got it. I mean, he had enough time. The airport's super easy to get in and out, but luckily there was enough time, and that would have been brutal.
How much is that?
Citrus minty.
Awkward now for Mikhailo, looking for a spot where he can flat big blind, go with some equity. We see this would be a bit of a disastrous one. Super dominated here by the queens. And if we see a 10 on this board, it could spell big trouble.
Safe for now, Jack 5 deuce rainbow.
Scott. Going to target a jack or maybe even a 5 that stuck around here. Rail gets a little luck.
There's 2 queens.
Wow. Yeah, it's my rail. It's my rail.
Hell yeah, brother.
Rent a rail.
No, he gave me chips. They root for him now.
Yeah, I dusted like 8 million to him.
Yeah.
Like a fish.
Oh, man.
What's the next bit of poker you're going to play yourself, Jamie?
I have no idea. How about you?
There is something in Dublin when I'm back in Dublin over Christmas, but I probably won't get there. It'll probably be family time.
I lied. I run a meetup game for ladies New Year's Eve.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. That's a monthly thing I'm doing. We get a lot of new players. It's a good time.
And you hover between the tables, similar to the meetup
Yep.
game that was here, and it's just
Switch
you?
up. Yeah, but my friends
Drink
come and
one
make it way more
Budweiser,
fun.
the game has
Team Hot
changed.
Dog, Kind England, Haley Hannah, Lindsay Clute, and Kristen Deerdorf always show up, and also Lupe Soto comes with the Lips
Fucking
Poker
A.
Tour.
Yeah.
They
And
bring
that was like a
people.
superpower
It's really
Budweiser.
fun. It's a good
That's
time.
nice, because if it was just you...
Yeah,
uh,
like really
you know
not
what?
that cool, you know?
I got an idea.
I could be fine, but just...
Have this hand.
I
I'm
guess
gonna
they
give
only
you
have
my
to
phone
deal
and
with
have you
half
call
an
my
hour
dad
of you
and
at a
tell him
time,
bring me
right?
a
Because then you
Budweiser.
move between tables.
Mm-hmm.
Are you on it?
You have anything else to say?
Well, I suppose what I'm trying to say
Friends
is
like
small
you.
doses. That's the right
Time it
amount of
doesn't.
Jamie Kerstetter.
Mm-hmm. I think I've given a large enough
Make
dose
the
today.
stuff up.
You finish this one out yourself. I'm gonna also turn off the table audio again.
That is
How
kind
did
of
that
haunting,
happen?
isn't it?
First one was like an air hockey puck.
The worst part was I could hear you
Budweiser,
heavy
bruh.
breathe the entire time.
It's from all the dancing I was doing.
Where's the clock?
Again, not
Keep
dancing.
it over there.
Oh.
Can't take it.
Ryan
Get in
waking
here.
up with a nice one in the cutoff, ace queen suited.
It's gonna get weird. 2 drag.
Back to like 32 at least. It was rough. I was...
We've still got Chris's audio, which is a bit of fun here. He's with his railbird.
I always worry about that when
Like
someone goes to the rail and we don't cut their audio. It's just like, that's the prime
so I would,
trash
like-
talking area when you're telling your friends, like, this idiot 3-bet me with whatever.
I was down to like 17, it was scary.
18 or something?
Thank you. Yeah. 3 days. But at least I had good stats this level.
Edward dominated.
King 8, 6, 2 diamonds and a spade.
Messed up one.
No pair for Ryan. Probably a range bet here. You don't want to cede control of these pots to Edward. Unless you're willing to buckle up.
Do I owe you? Do I owe you a timeshare? Oh.
And Ryan
decided
skips
not to
one,
look at
much
the
needed.
flop. It's like, fuck, I have enough timeshares. Just...
Have you seen the stage that these guys are heading to tomorrow?
No, they were building it yesterday and today, but I haven't walked over there yet.
It's really
Did you look?
impressive. No, I assume it's going to be like last year, where the sort of bleachers are on both sides. So fun.
It's really cool there.
Yeah, it's really fun.
It was cool to very briefly play a final
They're
table
like
in
you
there.
kids
It really was. They make it so fun, like the walkout and
I
the
agree.
announcement, and yeah, I like felt sad
feel
when
like
I
everybody
busted.
else still needs to
Like,
pay to
so I was
be
thinking it's very hard to get
You've
back
paid.
there
You've
again,
paid.
and you don't get treated that good anywhere. Like where it's such a TV production and it's so special.
They haven't paid yet.
Yeah, when your friends spend more time putting your face on a stick than you spent at the table
Yeah,
itself.
it's quite brutal.
Yeah.
You probably have a slight
Seen a matchup like this today.
edge.
Yeah.
Ryan
Deja
raising
vu.
From that
the
circuit.
hijacked with 7s, 5s folded though.
There's a little
Edward
bit
in
in
the
the
small blind with ace queen. This could get really,
1.6.
pot could get very, very large.
Yeah, I think the way Edward has played here, if he 3-bets, he has to 3-bet call it off, understanding that he's created a dynamic where these guys would fight back. And Ryan has just the kind of hand that might just stick it in his eye.
But there's a really short stack looming, just lingering around. I think Mihaila has one, right?
Oh, I think this is trouble for Ryan. No!
Yeah, he gets away.
Wow.
I think this is a pure ICM folds.
Yeah. You just feel like maybe exactly that category, the 7s, 8s, 9s are the ones that just go, I have to make a stand.
Gracias.
I can't let him just do this to me with like King 6 and Ace 4 and all the kind of stuff he might be in here with. Well, we are still 8 players. Dealer change at the feature table, at the final table. Mikhailo Lendl, just 9 big blinds now, as Jamie Kerstetter said a moment ago. That is the stack that's creating a lot of problems for everybody else. Rob Sherwood.
Yeah, that's
Nancy,
why Ryan didn't gamble. He's
Yeah.
in 5th right now. It's just, even if you think you're getting taken advantage of, if you think that he 3-bet so large he's going to call off, it's just not worth it.
No, it really isn't, because you ladder 2 spots. Wow.
Huge
you
money.
See it there, you make a couple
What?
$100K.
It's crazy amount of money.
Been great if like someone from Europe was like,
One of them.
Yeah.
Disciplined from Edward.
And my
I was expecting it.
Hyper disciplined.
At some point, I was expecting to just open any 2.
Paying my dues. I'm paying my dues.
Wait, was that your hand?
Yeah.
9 deuce?
Yeah.
Oh, I had the same hand.
Look at us. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
All right, Paul Rudd.
Yeah. Not me.
So cute.
It's been a while. Been a while.
They got 2. They're smart. You have to pay for those? Pay for. You have to pay for them? You know, like sit at a slot for 7 minutes and wait?
It's a big walk.
That was a huge one.
Yeah.
Huge.
10-8-0?
Chip walk.
Yeah. 10-8-0?
Okay, I'm going to make a prediction, Jamie Kerstetter.
Go for it.
We're going to see blood this orbit. That
Alright.
9 big blind stack can't just whittle all the way down. I don't
Yeah.
think. I think
Is
something's
that
got to
just
give.
you saying it hopefully because you're getting a little tired?
I did stand up there a moment ago. I felt it was.
We did have
the energy
espresso
levels were dropping.
shots
Yeah.
on break.
I've got jittery legs now.
Edward once again, 10-7 offsuit. Gets
Edward
through.
just mashing. Bear in mind, after he eliminated Jonty in 9th place,
The 3-betting candidate?
I think that got him up to about 61.
Mhm.
He's barely played a big pot since, and he's at 77 now.
Yeah.
Just nudging his way clear of all of these guys now. Probably got a third of the chips in play, maybe more actually now.
And when did that happen? About 26 hours ago?
Label out.
Where in the world is Jonty right now? That is actually, we should have a Jonty cam in the corner of the screen and just put like a GoPro on him and see what he gets into with his $310,000.
Yeah, sadly, Jonty is no more. He has ceased to be. He's expired.
Oh.
He's gone to meet his, presumably, barman.
$1.6.
Edward in the hijack. Pocket 4s this time. Handsy with the hand that can fight
Pretty
back 20 big
reasonable.
blinds. Yeah, I
Pretty
would
reasonable.
snap this in there.
Yeah, he's sitting in second last.
Yeah, just the frequency of Edward's raises.
Of course.
Ace-Jack crushes the range that he's opening with.
You don't see it where Edward snaps this off, do you?
He might,
That would be. Oh.
but he goes for a 5 million chip 3-bet, about a third of his stack.
If Edward thinks there's some fold equity here.
He might snap this in.
Wow. And then Ansi would have to raise fold the ace jack?
I don't.
Or is he inducing because he just thinks Edward would go so
Nah,
wide?
he
Okay.
lays it down.
Okay, I'm getting a little ahead of myself here now.
There are a lot of options on the table there.
Marshall, you sent Dad a lobby bar? You sat there, yeah.
Chat's great.
Oops. Yeah. Chat suggesting that we might be on something stronger than espresso, but sure you that's not
I
the
think
case.
they're suggesting we should go on something stronger than espresso. And listen, if it stays 8-handed for 2 more hours, I'm with you.
What's that, like Red Bull?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what they mean.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Scott raising king jack offsuit in the hijack. Christian considering his options with 10-9 suited, picking up a chunk of black chips. 4.5 milli.
Oh, and Chris Moorman.
Baby.
There is 8 million in the middle. Chris has 30. That feels quite nice for
Yeah,
a
send him
jam
in.
with loads of fold equity.
Send him in there, my friend.
Puts a lot of pressure on Scott's original raise to make some big folds. Obviously, Christian would need a very strong hand to continue as well. But these are the 3 middling stacks. Sitting right now in 3rd, 4th and 5th place.
9.4.
Click from Chris.
That'll do it.
I guess giving himself the option to get away if it was to
If it went jam,
go jam. Yeah.
That's, yeah. Yeah, I feel like if it went jam, it's going to be kings and aces a whole lot. Blockers aren't real, right? Are they real?
So deft here from Chris.
Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. I didn't even
I forgot he was in the hand. Sorry. I love stuff like that.
Has he lost the time chip?
I thought you, I was like watching you. I thought you were tanking. No, man.
Christian getting a ridiculous price here now.
Wow.
Oh,
but
he can't.
9-10 suited.
Can't do
No,
it.
he definitely
It's just
has
going to be a stack to pot ratio of
I mean, when it
one if
runs
you
out,
make
it
the
just
call.
automatically, you take a time.
You can't
It
feasibly think
doesn't
there's
like-
that
you
many
have
folds.
plenty. Fine.
It's fine. I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if anyone can find
has 200 change there,
a
but-
cheeky ace-5 suited here, it would be
Moorman,
Chris
show us
Moorman.
six.
But
Cheeky fuck.
Very nice. Up to almost 40 million.
Find out about that one later.
Yeah, I want to see that one.
I like that Scott Stewart just says the things we're thinking in the booth. Because they can't really fire him from the final table.
True. Are you in the same spot for commentary tomorrow,
Yeah, I
or
was
do
like,
you
damn,
also get an
Ryan must have a
upgrade?
monster.
What do you mean?
Does the booth?
Oh, I
get
think
an
we go
upgrade?
over there too.
You guys
Yeah.
think I have,
Yep.
like it looks like I have aces.
And I got you.
Like
Oh, sorry.
I can only dream of being allowed to be part of such pageantry.
I just assumed you were the opening show, like interpretive dancing and stuff. No?
It would be kind of Brentish, I think, if I was to.
Maybe do like Lord of the Dance.
Oh, here.
Anzi finding Queen 10 suited for a raise, but it's the Chris Moorman show right now. Ace King again. $4.1 million.
There will be a ponderance to these guys. Is Chris just switching it up?
Yeah.
Just trying to clamber his way out of that mid-pack. He was at 17 million at bottom there just an hour or so ago. Has fought his way back to 35 million Actually, 40 million.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness!
wow!
All in,
what?
and a quick call
Fancy.
from Moorman. You don't love it as Moorman though. 60-40.
Yeah. Hansi, obviously, with a misread here. Queen 10 suited, I guess, is the kind of hand, if you are going to do it, it might be the kind of hand you
plays
do it
okay.
with. But Chris Moorman in an amazing spot now to jump to 60 million.
King 4-3. King of clubs though. 60% of a royal for Anzi. Moorman 91% to win right now.
I'm thinking of a card.
Ace.
All the short stacks rooting for the ace king to hold.
Got set on a jack.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of a different card.
Queen. Little bit of life for Anzi.
I think I know what you're
It's gonna need a queen or a 10.
You think? There's one card.
They have to give you a sweat.
And it's a 6, and Anzi just one misstep, and that'll do it. But wow, the other short stacks making how much money?
90k.
90k?
Something in that region. Might be more, actually.
I think
90K
it's
was the
more.
last
90
jump.
was wow. Yeah, the short stacks just hanging on, making a huge pay jump. And Moorman, a contender for chip leader now, over 60 million chips.
Yeah, spare thought for
Really
Anzi
quiet for
exiting stage
a-
right there.
a
He
level and a half.
sort of lived and died by the sword. He was willing to tussle, willing to battle with these guys.
115,000 for the
Yeah.
shorties, just for witnessing that Queen 10 suited go down in flames.
Yeah, dreamy situation for the two short stacks there to see Anzi eliminated. He will walk away with 400k for his troubles. He obviously won that big one against Jonty Willis, which we thought was the beginning of a run
Great call, Chris.
towards this official final 6, but in the end his train has been derailed.
Back to back, huh?
He bows out in 8th place. 7 left now, but the story really has to be the last hour. Chris Moorman, 17 million after not a misstep, but just, you know, hands went wrong. The ace-9 went wrong.
Running into it, yeah.
He found that 3-bet with ace-8, found ace-king a couple of times.
Sure. I don't even want to call Anzi's Queen 10 suited a misstep. Moorman looked like he was mashing. It really looked like he was just like, okay, it's my turn now. And he just had it, like 3 out of the 4 hands that he won.
I was going to do something with a lot of hands, but then I just had like really good.
One of the hands.
One of the best.
Scott +1 raising up the ace deuce. Robert in the big blind. King 4 suited just lets it go.
I think there's an assumption, and I think maybe it gets into the players' heads as well, is that someone like Chris Moorman is at it much more often than he is. Chris just plays that sort of error-free poker, navigates, obviously takes his spots for 3-bets when they seem like good spots. We've seen it time and time again, but when big amounts of chips get in, he normally has the good.
For sure, and we've seen him patiently fold for quite some time during this final table as well, not forcing it.
Yeah, in the bar last night, he said something very telling, which is every time I didn't have it, they folded.
I didn't have that.
Every time I had it, they shoved.
You had the textbook 20 hand?
Yeah, I had the Scott V. Pippen hand. I just fucking can't help myself. Oh, yeah?
Scott with the beer, this is perfect. I feel like he's loosening it up the chatter a little bit too.
I know, I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, we have 7 players left. We will obviously stop at 6, but
yeah, that's
could be an hour, could be 2 hours.
Yeah,
books and stuff. Now
I guess
I just natural.
one beer is not going to put a dent in that man, though.
Oh, natural down in the brain and the bayou.
Oh man, what could that be?
7-6 suited for Scott.
No, that's too crazy.
10 suited.
Yeah, Jack 10.
Oh, I think I said it the other day. I said I want to have so much money one day that no matter what game I'm playing.
It was. Okay,
I
it
didn't
was.
have that. I didn't have that.
Oh, okay.
This has
10-8
potential.
deuce, 2 diamonds, really big matchup.
Edward likely to play this very fast.
Yeah, and Robert with just too much of a hand not to try to get them all in there.
Yeah, your hand is an equity favored against an overpair, a top pair.
1.5.
I think it just suits you to
It suits
shovel
you.
chips in.
Suits you. That's cute.
Suits you, sir.
Jacket clubs.
Jacket club, obvious.
I was not calling it jacket.
Okay, I'll make it more.
Ace was a fair card. Like,
It's a little awkward now. For,
Yeah, because Robert's pretty careful. And you've no fold equity. Robert just put in half a stack.
and you don't want to call and then fold
Yeah.
turns.
You might be able to just...
He's just going to
He's
run
going
it.
to gamble it in, and Robert's going to comply.
Big favoritism here for Rob Sherwood.
Wow, look at
Great
this.
What a
spot.
spot for him now. 25.6 million. What a few moments it's been for the English at this table. Chris Moorman, one of the chip leaders, now at 60 million. And now is Robert about to take a dent out of our chip leader?
Okay, I don't mind that. I don't mind it.
That's just so.
That'll do it. Robert sits right back down.
The flutters there as the straight
What was the
completes
comment?
for Edward, but obviously it was a diamond.
Very nice
11
pickup
six.
for Robert.
11-6. I'm still here.
And a pretty nice result for Chris Moorman as well, as he's going to be close to tied for the chip lead.
You could have opened. If you opened, I'm all in with that hand, Chris. Don't worry about that.
Far be it from me to criticise, particularly a performance that has been so
Can't
good
have
from
anything
Ed
great
so
times
far.
there.
Well, I think that was a misstep.
Sure.
I don't think we could ever anticipate a fold
that's true.
out of Rob Sherwood in that spot, and our hand just doesn't really play well. It's a draw to the bottom end. It's not dominating in any situation. And if you are up against a pair, you're also in trouble. No
It
fold equity on the
feels
shove. Just didn't feel right to me.
Similar to the hand versus Jonty, where he just decided to gamble it up.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not getting the best of it here, but I'm trying to just win this pot. And it didn't seem very calculated. It seemed like a gamble.
Yeah, I think for small amounts, he just is willing to give these guys a spin.
Sure, and Mihailo.
Oh my goodness, here we go. This could be the end, Jamie.
Big matchup. King 9. The short stack versus Scott Stewart's pocket queens.
You didn't have to be that strong to call, right? Would you have called jacks?
I don't know. I did queen first. I was thinking like
60?
Queen 10.
Yeah, he's got like 61.
Okay, well, Mihailo
About it.
with 28% here, but
Luckily, I
71%
have this
of the time
trusty
this day is
Budweiser.
over.
Jack 5 deuce rainbow. No help from Mihailo.
Queen. 10's better.
7 of spades total brick. It's going to be a king and only a king. Mihailo is going to be our 7th place finisher. It's a 7, and that'll do it.
He came in as the short stack to this final table. He managed a couple of double ups and a couple of ladders, crucially here, to finish 7th. But Mihailo Lendl is going to exit here, bubbling the official final table. Spare a thought as well for Jonty Willis and, of course, Anzi Schmad, who really did entertain us all through the day. They have gone out in 9th, 8th and 7th respectively. We are sorry to see them go, but we have set up a fascinating encounter tomorrow, Jamie. Chris Moorman, obviously, the player everyone is going to be talking about overnight now. Back-to-back official final tables here at the WPT World Championship in the win. Extraordinary feat.
And he's got a stack. He's a contender to win this thing. But also Edward Pack, the play all day, just little jabs all day, working out in his favor, knew how to handle a big stack, took bites out of everybody's stack as they were outlasting the shorty.
Yeah, very impressive performance as well by Scott Stewart and Christian Roberts, who I thought played superbly all day. As you said, Scott, whenever he was allowed by Edward to get a spot, he would take that spot, and that was impressive to see. Also want to give a big shout out to Rob Sherwood here at the biggest final table of his career. He is going to have definitely more than a boxer's chance, I feel. He took that spot early. We talked about it.
Paid off.
He
Look
could have
how
gone
much
out
it
in
paid
9th.
off.
Yeah, he could have gone out in 9th, and in the end now got that double up. Now into the top 6. Every chance of making the top 3 from here as well. Incredible stuff, guys. As you can see there, everybody guaranteed 665k. We will mint 4 millionaires tomorrow. 3.1 million up top. Chris Moorman's got to be the favourite, right?
I would think so. Edward Pack, a contender, and Scott Stewart not afraid to gamble. I feel like this could be anyone's game.
Certainly good. Well, look, on that note, we are going to take a few deep breaths. We are going to say goodnight to you guys. Thank you so much out there in YouTube land. You've been really great for us on the rail here. Jamie and I have had so much fun. She will be joined by Jessie Sylvia tomorrow for what will be an engrossing final table to this absolutely gargantuan tournament. Please, please come back and watch that one tomorrow. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
The newest online poker site, Club WPT Gold, is available to try now. And coming soon, Club WPT Gold ambassadors will be hosting meetup games. Brad Owen, Rampage, Xuan Liu, and Wolfgame Poker will all be there. Sign up using any one of their codes, and you'll be able to play alongside them as you check out the newest poker site, Sweeping the Nation. Join us coming soon for Club WPT Gold Meetup Games.